Leader Duan was heavily wounded and almost mentally deranged while resisting the natural disaster. Qi Zhongdao pulled a long face. Is that so? It indeed is. Without batting an eye, Duan Yu said coldly, Master Righteous One, if you find it hard to believe and insist on meeting my father, please come into the city. I'll lead you to where my father is resting, Master. Hundreds of crouching tiger cannons and fiery crow ballista had been set up there, and 2 nascent soul stage cultivators and 10 at the peak of the core formation stage were inside the city. Even Qi Zhongdao would not be able to walk out of the trap unharmed. After pondering for a moment, he said, If so, please send my regards to Leader Duan. Later, the Grand Mystery Sect will deliver gifts to help Leader Duan's recovery. I can talk about the issues with young Leader Duan, too. Please, Master Righteous One. Duan Yuanwu clasped his fist. I'll do whatever I can. All right. Pointing at the dense disaster victims below his feet, Qi Zhongdao said, The febrile typhoon has just passed, and the Sorcerer's River is flooding. The prosperous land in the southeast has been reduced to a kingdom of swamps. As a result, so many folks have lost their homes. They are struggling on the brink of death to survive. If they are left aside, there will be great disasters in the future. Plagues, riots, armies of ghouls. The situation will be beyond control. All cultivators have the heart to serve justice and help the people. Roaring Tiger Hall is among the most famous sects in the West River State. It is your responsibility to guard the land and shepherd the folks. Please open the gate and provide a shelter for the disaster victims. Young Leader Duan. If I may speak, Master Righteous One. Without blinking, Duan Yuanwu replied loudly. It's not that Roaring Tiger Hall is heartless, but our city is too small. A few days ago, when the febrile typhoon just passed and the flood was not here, almost 100,000 local disaster victims moved into the city. The facilities and assets have all reached their limits now. We cannot allow any more disaster victims to come in even though we want to. If we open the gate now and introduce the disaster victims into Roaring Tiger City without sufficient food, medicine, and assets, Roaring Tiger City will only end up being an enormous graveyard where everybody will die together. Roaring Tiger City is just a tiny city. How many disaster victims can be accommodated here? If you are truly seeking a way of living for them, Master Righteous One, please guide the disaster victims to East Peace County. That is one of the largest cities in the entire Great Qian dynasty. I'm sure that millions of people can be accommodated there. There was not any emotion on Qi Zhongdao's dark face. He was even more indifferent as he nodded and said, Fine. It's reasonable that Roaring Tiger City is too small for so many disaster victims. Then, please allocate some of the assets in Roaring Tiger City to the disaster victims so that they can establish tents outside of the city to block the chilly rain and eat for now. Duan Yuwu shook his head and said, We have neither tents nor food. The Roaring Tiger Hall is the largest sect in the West River State. Not just the southeast. It is one of the most famous and powerful sects in the entire Great Qian dynasty. Qi Zhongdao sounded even more dissatisfied. All cultivators know that not only does more than half of the land in the West River State belong to Roaring Tiger Hall, the Black Wind Roaring Tiger flag of Roaring Tiger Hall is also flying in the fertile land of the states and counties nearby. Right now, the many sects, including the Grand Mystery Sect and the Purple Pole Sword Sect, as well Master Bitter Cicada of the Stupa Temple, have come all the way here for disaster in the southeast. Is it honorable for Roaring Tiger Hall to offer not a single grain of food for the disaster victims as a local sect of the southeast? Do forgive us, Master Righteous One and fellow cultivators. This is definitely not Roaring Tiger Hall's excuse. Duan Yuanwu said neither humbly nor pushily. It never rains, it pours. Before, Roaring Tiger Hall had already planned to bring out all-out stored food to the disaster victims. When the rice and wheat for the cultivators were already dissolved carefully with certain medications and turned into a paste that was edible for the common folks. It's a shame that one dark night a few days ago, the barn caught fire, and all our stored food was burnt to the ground. Qi Zhongdao's voice was even colder. Not sooner, not later, and it caught fire precisely when the large batch of disaster victims came close. An accident wouldn't be an accident if it was foreseen, right? Duan Yuanwu made a gesture to the bottom of the fortress. Then, a few tough-looking cultivators in robes made of tiger hide carried a few boxes of blackened stuff to him. Duan Yunwu kicked over the few boxes and declared, "Please take a look, fellow cultivators." Inside the few boxes was tiny, broken, black residue that had a weird, burnt smell. Under the wind, the scent was blown into the air and turned out to be crops that had been burnt up. The fire burned up the food that Roaring Tiger City had stored for more than 3 years. Right now, more than 100,000 disaster victims are still waiting to be fed inside Roaring Tiger City. Everybody in Roaring Tiger Hall is in distress. We were thinking of being so brazen as to borrow some food from Master Righteous One and the fellow cultivators. How can we bring out any grain of food now? Duan Yuanwu sighed. Even his gold, shining beard seemed to be getting lackluster. Young leader Duan, Qi Zhongdao, was shaking in anger. Now is not the time to consider the selfish benefits of a single sect. This is not an issue for the Grand Mystery Sect, the Purple Pole Sword Sect, the Gold Armor Clan, and Thunderstorm Valley. This is even not an issue for Roaring Tiger Hall. This is about all cultivators. This concerns the big picture of the world of cultivators. Right now, the Grand Mystery Sect, the Purple Pole Sword Sect, the Gold Armor Clan, Thunderstorm Valley, the Monster Taming Pavilion, Flying Spirit Island, and dozens of other sects have all dispatched tremendous food that is being shipped here as fast as possible. It will be delivered in a couple of days. As long as Roaring Tiger Hall provides a sum of food so that the disaster victims could survive the toughest days, you will be making an unparalleled contribution. Human beings differ from the plants in that we have feelings. If there was food, not just a day or two, Roaring Tiger Hall would do our best to support the victims for half a month. Duan Yunwu slapped his thigh and was almost crying out. But it's a pity that there isn't any food. Young leader Duan, Qi Zhongdao, was so exasperated that his voice was as tough as iron and mixed with a hint of coercion. Did it not occur to you that, with so many people gathered in front of Roaring Tiger City, should anything happen to them, Roaring Tiger City will be the first one to suffer the blow of the army of ghouls that comes into being after their death? Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Duan Yuanwu wiped his face. His fake tears were immediately replaced by dominance. After a few chuckles, he eyed the dense crowd below the city in disgust before shouting, "Roaring Tiger City is as well defended as any city can ever be. If certain blind ghosts dare to attack Roaring Tiger City, let them taste how strong the tiger apparition's array and my fists are." By this certain blind ghost, he was obviously not referring to the folks who were struggling to survive. For a moment, the atmosphere became even more intense. The two parties were so at loggerheads that even the air was cracking. Duan Yuanwu, who was only in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage, confronted Qi Zhongdao, who was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, remotely. Protected by the tiger apparition's array and the 100 crouching tiger cannons, Duan Yuanwu was not eclipsed at all. The negotiation surprised and baffled Li Yao. It was inappropriate for him to directly ask Dan Fengzi why Roaring Tiger Hall refused to open their barn, which would imply that he cared too much about the disaster victims. Rolling his eyes, he changed a way of asking and chucked. I didn't know that Master Righteous One's title would be so useless. Even a cultivator at the beginning level of the nascent soul stage dares to show no respect for him at all and refuses to offer any food. Of course, respect cannot be shown here, Dan Fengzi said in a low voice. Offering food is a bottomless hole. Once the barn is open, the whole sect will go bankrupt. So, not just Master Righteous One, even if Emperor Phoenix, no, even if the heavens came here in person, he will still show no respect, and the sect would still resist to the end. Oh, blinking, Li Yao commented. I truly don't understand what is on the mind of the locals of the Central Plateaus. Although there are a lot of disaster victims here, since Roaring Tiger Hall is the largest sect in the West River State possessing tremendous farmlands, do they not have enough food for the victims to survive the famine? Why do they reject so strongly that they are offending Master, Right One, Master Bitter Cicada, and us? Elder Spiritual Vulture, that's because you are not seeing the whole picture. But that's understandable, Dan Fengzi explained. The Southland of Sorcerers is vast and unpopulated. Bananas and other fruits are everywhere in the forest, too. There can't be too many people who suffer from hunger, right? If the hundreds of thousands of victims here were all there are, it would be simple enough for Roaring Tiger Hall to deal with them with the assets that they stockpiled earlier. However, the victims have legs. Once the news that Roaring Tiger Hall has opened its barn is out, the millions of disaster victims in the states and counties nearby will all crowd toward Roaring Tiger Hall. By then, we will be seeing not hundreds of thousands of disaster victims, but 10 times more. When the millions of victims surround Roaring Tiger Hall, each of them waiting to be fed, Roaring Tiger Hall will be drained even if it has a whole canyon of food. As a result, the army of tens of thousands of ghouls can be upgraded into an army of 1,000,000 ghouls. If they hover above Roaring Tiger City, it is possible that Roaring Tiger Hall will not be able to resist them and will quickly be demolished. Tell me about it, Elder Spiritual Vulture. The lives of all the members of the sect are on his shoulders. How can the Duans show Master Righteous One respect? For Roaring Tiger Hall, the only correct choice is what they are doing right now. They're showing unmistakably to all the disaster victims that Roaring Tiger Hall has absolutely no food, and they will certainly die if they keep staying here. Going to East Peace County is their only choice to live if they want to live. In such a way, the trouble will be guided to East Peace County, and Roaring Tiger Hall will be at peace again. Liao took a deep breath. That explains a lot. Human beings can really be treacherous. Of course. The most treacherous things in the world are human beings. Dan Fengzi sighed and said, "Is Master Righteous One demanding that Roaring Tiger Hall open the barn because he is, to quote him, serving justice and helping the people? No. He is hoping to ease the pressure on East Peace County side with Roaring Tiger Hall as the price by attracting the disaster victims wandering around East Peace County so that Mother White Lotus will not be able to draft enough ghost soldiers, and he will have a chance to eliminate her once and for all. Master Righteous One, is taking advantage of Duan Yuanwu's lack of experience, since he is new to the nascent soul stage. However, his father, Duan Tienda, has been hanging around with the cultivators for more than 100 years. They will not be fooled so easily. Just wait and watch. Duan Tienda must be lurking in the darkness. If Master Righteous One dares attack by force, the Duans will certainly bite a few pieces of flesh off him, even at the cost of death. Liao was appalled. Pondering for a moment, he frowned and said, "That's still not right. If the big sects, including the Purple Pole Sword sect, are shipping food to this place, which will arrive in 2 to 3 days, Roaring Tiger Hall only needs to provide food for a day or two for the victims to survive the crisis. Isn't it a happy ending for everyone? Why are the two parties so antagonistic to each other?" Dong Fengshi chuckled, somewhat in embarrassment. Instead of replying to Li Yao's question, he changed the topic and said, "Even if Roaring Tiger Hall does have food that is sufficient for millions of disaster victims to survive half a month, it is still impossible for them to offer any." "Why?" Li Yao asked. "For a simple reason." Dan Fengzi counted his fingers and calculated. With the natural disasters in the spring, specifically the collective strike of the flood and the febrile typhoon, the fertile farmlands in the southeast have been ruined. When harvest season comes, the cultivators will certainly be short of food. Not only will the rice, wheat, and jade crystal pellets for the cultivators be in short supply, when the cultivation sects run out of their storage and the cultivators have to feed on regular rice and wheat, their demand on food will grow exponentially. By then, the price of food will certainly soar. It will be 5 times and even 10 times higher than right now. Whoever has food will have the most hardcore resources and capabilities. Offering a basket of food to the disaster victims right now means a reduction of their capabilities during the harvest season when the famine breaks out. Who's silly enough to do that? After the natural disasters, Roaring Tiger Hall is bound to expand their territory. Battles will be inevitable. The food that they store will be exchanged for the resources needed in the battles. How can they waste the food on the disaster victims for nothing? Battles? Li Yao was more and more amazed. Battles? What for? After every natural disaster, There will be a period of fighting when the cultivators in the central plateaus divide their turf again. Dan Fengzi explained to Li Yao patiently. The central plateaus are different from the southland of sorcerers. The land here is little, but the population is high. The friction is intense. The farmlands, plantations, and reserves of different sects are very close to each other, often without the slightest gap. Conflicts happen almost on a daily basis. Before, on a property, there would be barriers and banners indicating the owner of the territory. So, an ostensible peace can still be maintained. However, after a flood or a febrile typhoon, most of the barriers and banners will be ruined. Who can prove the boundary between two neighboring forces? Everybody wants more. Isn't it only necessary that they fight each other for the expansion of their territory? Phew. Li Yao took a long breath. He recalled the anecdote that he had overheard when he was investigating along the Sorcerer's River earlier. For nothing more than a pile of poop, 2 cultivators at the peak of the core formation stage had been killed in the fight between 2 sections. Friction over territory is not very important. Dan Fengzi smiled again. The more chaotic situation is this. Sometimes the headquarters of a sect happens to be hit directly by a natural disaster and is completely demolished. With the experts in the sect wiped out, it does not have the capabilities to keep its previous territory anymore. Some of the less lucky sects are even entirely uprooted by the natural disaster, and most of the disciples are killed. So, a lot of unowned farmlands and forests have present themselves. Elder Spiritual Vulture, do you think that the unowned land is worth fighting for? Li Yao nodded and gnashed his teeth. Of course it is. Therefore, after every natural disaster, there will be a great opportunity for the cultivation sects to fight and swallow each other in their own way. Dan Fengzi said with a smile. For a local superpower like Roaring Tiger Hall, weather conditions mean little. In fact, after weighing the pros and cons, they might even prefer natural disasters. Elder Spiritual Vulture, you can take a minute to think if it makes sense. Roaring Tiger Hall currently boasts half of the farmlands in the West River State. It has also extended its tentacles into the neighboring states and counties and established a lot of fortresses, bureaus, and farms. If the weather is favorable, their farmlands will yield the most crops, which is certainly good. If there is a natural disaster, Roaring Tiger Hall, as the most powerful sect in the 1,000 square kilometers nearby, certainly boasts the highest anti-disaster capabilities. When the smaller sects are dying, Roaring Tiger Hall might only suffer bruises. As soon as they pass the natural disaster, Roaring Tiger Hall will have the opportunity to swallow the sects, resources, and interests nearby. Isn't it a fairer deal than reaping the crops when the weather is favorable? How could Roaring Tiger Hall have developed into what it is today if they hadn't chosen such a path? You can't have 10 cultivators at the peak of the core formation stage and 2 in the nascent soul stage by farming alone. To fight for territory, a lot of resources will be consumed, among which food is the most important of all. Considering the scale of the natural disaster, a lot of sects must have been significantly weakened or even entirely collapsed. It is a great opportunity for Roaring Tiger Hall to rise. How can they waste the precious battle resources on the relief of the disaster victims? That explains a lot. With complicated feelings, Li Yao said, Roaring Tiger Hall has other ambitions. No wonder they're giving no food. Even if they do not have ambitions, but merely want to protect themselves, it is still impossible for them to offer any food. Dan Fengzi smiled. If Roaring Tiger Hall truly offers a huge amount of food for the relief of the victims, their own barn may be drained. Even if they survive the scourge of the army of ghouls, they will still be eyed by the other sects nearby who have sufficient warriors and food. In this world, just because you don't hurt other people doesn't mean that other people won't hurt you. How can Roaring Tiger Hall place themselves on a chopping block waiting to be butchered? It has nothing to do with the Duan's personalities, but concerns the lives of the tens of thousands of disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall, as well as the 10 times more fighters and tenants who are attached to them. Even if Master Bitter Cicada were the leader of Roaring Tiger Hall, would he trade the deaths of the hundreds of thousands of people inside Roaring Tiger City for a slim chance of survival for the millions of victims outside? Dan Fengzi's statement was like a strike right on Li Yao's forehead, and his head was humming. He raised his head and looked at Master Bitter Cicada, only to discover that Master Bitter Cicada was still appeasing the deceased in the middle of the gloomy clouds far away. His eyes half closed, he was mumbling the sutras to himself without looking at Qi Zhongdao and Duan Yuanwu, who were confronting each other. Was the monk unwilling to look, or could he not bear to? Or did he not dare to? If the monk were asked to choose, would he have attacked Roaring Tiger City and opened the barn by brute force? Pondering for a long time, Li Yao shook his head with a bitter smile. It appears that they truly can't respect Master Righteous One. Of course they can't. They will not even respect the Emperor if he gives the order, Dan Fengzi said resolutely. Then he put on a weird smile. Besides, Master Righteous One does not deserve much respect right now, because his face was slapped hard recently. What do you mean? Li Yao was baffled. Who dares to slap the leader of the great Qian dynasties? Wasn't it you, Elder Spiritual Vulture? Dan Fengzi looked at Li Yao solemnly. Have you forgotten how you and junior brother Yin had a two-man show and stomped Master Righteous One's face into the mud 3 months ago during the Dragon Spring meeting? Do I need to remind you? No. There is a big difference between the best and the second best. Dan Fengzi shook his head and said, before, awed by the power of the heaven-flipping seal, everybody had to think carefully before they refused Master Righteous One's request. But now, since it has been proven that the heaven-flipping seal is beatable and Master Righteous One is not invincible, the nascent soul-stage cultivators such as the Duans are certainly braver than before. Chapter 1428. Kill me if you want, but there's no food. The ancient sects were independent kingdoms and war groups that acted on their own. Although Qi Zhongdao was the well-acknowledged leader of all cultivators, it was just a nominal title to show respect for him. When life was peaceful, he was naturally respected by everyone because of his unparalleled capabilities. However, when their core interests were affected, they would not care about who he was at all. To unite the hundreds of independent groups, large and small, to think and do things together was too hard. Now that Master Righteous One, Master Bitter Cicada, and so many other fellow cultivators have arrived, Duan Yu shouted from Roaring Tiger City, to show respect for everyone here. And with the benevolence of the heavens in mind, we have combed the burnt barns time and time again and finally collected 3,000 baskets of food. After taking the 3,000 baskets of food, you can lead the disaster victims eastward to East Peace County. That's the only place where they can survive. 3,000 baskets is far from enough. Qi Zhongdao did not give in at all. Right now, the road to East Peace County has been blocked by the White Lotus Ghoul Army. It is impossible for the weak and sick folks to travel to East Peace County before they are enchanted by Mother White Lotus and turned into an army of ghouls, causing great trouble. They cannot go to East Peace County and must settle here. Roaring Tiger Hall can provide 50,000 baskets of food right now. In a couple of days, after the flying boats that are fully loaded with food from the other sects arrive, the crisis will be resolved. 50,000 baskets? Duan Yu burst into laughter. His eyeballs seemed to be twice as large as before and turned dim yellow color, resembling those of a tiger. His beard shaking, he snarled. So, you want to demolish Roaring Tiger Hall and annihilate the Duan family? If the army of ghouls walks in the day, the world will be shattered. There will be no good for anybody, Qi Zhongdao said sincerely, almost digging out his heart to show Duan Yuanwu his earnestness. Right now, both the Grand Mystery Sect and Roaring Tiger Hall, both the Duan family and the Qi family, should bear the big picture in mind and consider the entire community of cultivators. Let's stabilize the current situation no matter what for now. No matter what prices your sect has paid, I assure you with the heaven-flipping seal in my bag that we will make up for your losses later. Ha! Ha! The way I see it, Master Righteous One, you are trying to openly plunder our city with the power of the heaven-flipping seal, right? Duan Yuanwu did not buy what he said at all. He raised his head and laughed, before he scratched his beard and said, I didn't know that the world would be reversed after the natural disaster arrived. The leader of all the great Qian cultivators, and the grand leader of the Grand Mystery Sect, has been changed into a bandit who loots a burning house. Young leader Duan. Blood-red veins were bulging out on Qi Zhongdao's dark face, and terrible ripples were spreading out. Is Roaring Tiger Hall so ruthless that you are not going to open the barn even if hundreds of thousands of victims are dying of hunger and coldness outside? No food. No food. Not a grain of food. Duan Yunwu slapped a rock on the tower so hard that it was immediately blown into smithereens. Let's forget the fact that the barn of Roaring Tiger Hall has been burnt down with all the food gone, and we cannot offer much. Even if we do have food, why are you demanding that we offer the food? The 1,000 square kilometers nearby is all the property of Roaring Tiger Hall. We earned the land fair and square. We reap the crops without violating any laws. It all belongs to Roaring Tiger Hall and the Duan family. We have been merciful enough to allow those bumpkins to trespass on the land of Roaring Tiger Hall. You want food? No. Absolutely no. Boom, 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 boom. The auras of the two nascent soul stage cultivators were colliding like tides in ear-splitting noises. The dizzy victims on the ground in their ragged clothes were listening to the talks of the two deities. Some understood what they were talking about, but most did not. They were all shaking and struggling in pain while covering their ears. Young leader Duan, are you really so mean and heartless? Qi Zhongdao bellowed. What about being mean? Duan Yuanwu shouted. The land is ours. The food is ours. Is it an unpardonable crime that we do not have food to spare? Besides, there are too many cultivation sects in the southeast. Why are you clinging to Roaring Tiger Hall alone? 1,250 kilometers south of this place, the Heaven Resounding Guild is also a famous big sect in the southeast. Is there not any food? 1,320 kilometers north of this place, the Flying Leopard Palace also has thousands of acres of fertile land. Is there not any food? The founding elder of the Heaven Resounding Guild was an elder who split from the Grand Mystery sect. Although the Flying Leopard Palace had nothing to do with the Grand Mystery sect in the past, its current leader is an in-law of Elder Liu of the Grand Mystery sect. The Heaven Resounding Guild and the Flying Leopard Palace are both rich and boast bountiful resources. They are also deeply connected with the Grand Mystery sect. Why are you coming to Roaring Tiger Hall instead of asking them first? Did you not forget the conflicts on the transportation business on the Sorcerer's River last year between Roaring Tiger Hall and the Grand Mystery sect? Are you taking the chance to diminish Roaring Tiger Hall so that the Heaven Resounding Guild and the Flying Leopard Palace can swallow us sooner? Qi Zhongdao was shaking in fury. Watch your manners. Even your father Duan Tiano wouldn't dare talk to me in such a way. You're only a junior in the beginning level of the nascent soul stage. How dare you? Duan Yuanwu took off the tiger hide armor, revealing his chest that was full of golden hair. He spat out a mouthful of saliva with a huge noise. I call you Master Righteous One, and regard you as the leader of all cultivators merely to show respect for you. But as the leader of all cultivators, you should do what is expected of the leader. You always talk about rules, and I certainly believe that law trumps rules. Tell me about it. What law has Roaring Tiger Hall broken exactly, and what crimes have we committed? Are you really regarding a noble and righteous sect as evil outlaws? Qi Zhongdao burst into fury. Duan Yunwu's mouth was shooting like the crouching tiger cannons and the fiery crow ballista as he went on, digging out food from the throat of the cultivators and offering it to the cash-stripped bumpkins for free. Has there ever been such a thing in the 1,000 years of history in the Great Qian dynasty? Although Roaring Tiger Hall is not as powerful and influential as the Grand Mystery sect, we do have a few disciples who can speak to the Emperor in the court and divine capital. Qi Zhongdao, you are blatantly annihilating Roaring Tiger Hall for a few insignificant bumpkins. What are you up to exactly? Do you have any respect for the Emperor? Are you intentionally earning the favor and support of the bumpkins for a grander scheme later? Let me tell you honestly, you want Roaring Tiger Hall to open the barn. It's easy. Ask the Emperor to issue a decree. Roaring Tiger Hall is loyal to the Great Qian dynasty and obedient to His Majesty. As soon as we see the decree, we will open the barn immediately. But right now, with only a few empty words from you, Qi Zhongdao, you want us to open the barn and embrace our doom. It can work too, if the Grand Mystery sect takes the chance to establish a great mystery dynasty exactly like the thunderous Qian Hall did in the past. Duan Yuanwu was certainly not as blunt and reckless as he appeared. His arguments were truly sordid and critical. On the flying boat, many disciples of the Grand Mystery sect frowned. They looked at Qi Zhongdao with complicated feelings. Look, dragging the few elders from the Purple Pole Sword sect, Dan Fengzi further retreated to the back of the crowd. He looked at Li Yao and grimaced. Now you should understand why Master Righteous One is the grand leader of the Grand Mystery sect now, Elder's spiritual vulture. If he continued working as the leader, the Grand Mystery sect would have been killed by itself in no time. Fellow cultivators, the more Duan Yuanwu talked, the more excited he got. Roaring Tiger Hall has no grudge with everyone here whatsoever. As a local of the Southeast, we cannot thank you enough for coming such a long way here for disaster relief. However, Roaring Tiger Hall has indeed been caught in desperation, and we cannot offer too much food. We hope that fellow cultivators have more sympathy on Roaring Tiger Hall. Although Roaring Tiger Hall has 2 nascent soul stage cultivators and 10 at the peak of the core formation stage, that's nothing compared to the entire world of cultivators. Therefore, Roaring Tiger Hall is certainly unwilling to be on the opposing side of the great heroes and sects of the world. I'll remember all the sects and cultivators who have come to Roaring Tiger Hall today. If you understand Roaring Tiger Hall's trouble right now, in a year and a half, especially when the price of the food is soaring, Roaring Tiger Hall will certainly offer gifts in return. However, if certain ill-intended fellows are determined to attack the headquarters of Roaring Tiger Hall, taking advantage of the chaos and the natural disaster, then for the safety of the hundreds of thousands of lives in Roaring Tiger City, we will fight a bloody battle to the end knowing that we will fail. We will have no complaints even if we are shattered into pieces in the end. Make your choice now, fellow cultivators. After saying that, Duan Yuanwu shut his mouth and focused his attention on the rune arrays. Ho! Ho! Roars of dragons and tigers from Roaring Tiger City were even louder than before. Golden brilliance was crawling out of every corner of the city and condensing into vivid appearances of lions and tigers, which patrolled around the city and extended their claws to the outside world maliciously now and then. Even the magnificent-looking crouching tiger cannons and fiery crow ballista were releasing the most brilliant, dangerous brightness. Roaring Tiger Hall had made all its preparations for a final battle. On the intruder side, however, there was nothing but disunion, exactly like the Dragon's Spring meeting 3 months prior. None of them were determined to fight against the enemy with their life. Qi Zhongdao returned to the flying boat with a gloomy face. While he was walking, he left a few deep footprints on the deck, which was made of fine steel. It was indicative enough that he was truly more furious than ever. About that, Elder Huang coughed for a moment pretentiously. The Heaven-Resounding Guild and the Flying Leopard Palace have both been scourged by the natural disaster. It is reported that they suffered heavy losses, too. A lot of disaster victims are going to them. Right now, the most important thing for them is to deal with the disaster victims who have come to them. Of course, with their relation to the Grand Mystery sect, they will certainly offer whatever they can. Both of them have promised that they are doing their best to collect food, medicine, and clothes. As long as Roaring Tiger Hall provides a batch of assets first, their reinforcements will arrive in a couple of days. A couple of days? Qi Zhongdao was more than angry. In a couple of days, the assets for disaster relief from the 6 major sects will have arrived. Are they really needed? Also, what about the other cultivation sects in the West River State and the states nearby? Did we not invite the managers of those sects to meet below Roaring Tiger City and discuss how we are going to resolve the problems at hand together? Why are there no leaders or elders here? If I may inform the Grand Leader, Elder Huang replied helplessly. Starting from yesterday, the disciples of the Grand Mystery sect have been busy running around. They have visited dozens of sects, but you know the situation of those sects, too, Grand Leader. Their cities are too small to weather through the disaster. It is said that they have suffered huge losses, and they can barely take care of their own affairs right now. They do not have any time to deal with other business. However, now that the Grand Leader has commanded, those sects are naturally willing to follow your order. They have all promised that as long as the big sects such as Roaring Tiger Hall, the Heaven Resounding Guild, and the Flying Leopard Palace provide a batch of assets first that supports the victims for 10 to 15 days, they will have cleaned up their messes and gathered enough resources to help. Everybody is using the natural disaster as an excuse. Tough as the flood and the febrile typhoon might have been, could they have ruined all the sects in the thousands of square kilometers nearby? Qi Zhongdao was shaking in anger. Pointing at a corner on the sand table that was packed with hills and mountains, he said, Green Cloud Mountain to the south of the West River State is troubled by neither the febrile wind nor the flood. Why are the few cultivation sects on Green Cloud Mountain not offering any food? Elder Huang blinked and stammered for a long time. Looking around, Qi Zhongdao's voice was as cold as voice. Speak! Gritting his teeth, Elder Huang replied, according to Green Peak Sect, the largest sect in the area of Green Cloud Mountain, although they did not suffer losses in the natural disaster, they have a lot of conflicts with Spiritual Cloud Sect, the second largest sect in the area of Green Cloud Mountain. Spiritual Cloud Sect is arrogant and ambitious, and they may swallow them at any point. If Green Peak Sect offers tremendous resources to sustain the disaster victims right now, they fear that the Spiritual Cloud Sect will surpass them shortly. By then, if the Spiritual Cloud Sect wages a war at them, how are they going to defend themselves? Therefore, Green Peak Sect is willing to offer money, food, or labor, provided that the Spiritual Cloud Sect offers an equal amount first. The Green Peak Sect will not pay one fewer coin or grain of rice than the Spiritual Cloud Sect does. Qi Zhongdao narrowed his eyes and said coldly, What did the Spiritual Cloud Sect say? I don't suppose that they demand that Green Peak Sect offer the resources first, and they will follow up with exactly the same amount, do they? Not exactly, Elder Huang replied. According to the Spiritual Cloud Sect, the area of Green Cloud Mountain has been troubled by bandits and ghosts. Traces of the criminals of the Black Devil cult have been found recently. They are obviously going to loot in the middle of the chaos after the natural disasters. As the Grand Leader and fellow cultivators all know, the Black Devil cult is an evil religion that has been savaging the 13 states in the southeast. They trade slaves, produce drugs, murder, loot, and commit all kinds of crimes. However, they are quite unpredictable and capable. Many sects have been assaulted by the Black Devil cult. On occasion, an entire group of flying boats have been hijacked by the Black Devil cult, and they just vanished into thin air. The Black Devil cult is too huge for the forces such as the Spiritual Cloud Sect and Green Peak Sect to resist. Therefore, they can only strengthen the defenses in their base and do not dare act recklessly. Even if they do gather a lot of resources, wouldn't it add to the current problems if the food is looted by the Black Devil cult during their delivery? All in all, Grand Leader, with all due respect, the local forces in the southeast are all waiting for the result in Roaring Tiger City. If we can subdue Roaring Tiger Hall and ask Roaring Tiger Hall to provide tremendous assets, it will be easier to deal with other sects. But if we suffer a setback in Roaring Tiger Hall, it will be more than difficult to request other sects to do the same. Yes, those sects are not as powerful and wealthy as the sects here. If we march over to them, they will have no choice but to open their headquarters. However, our attack will be unjustified. Furthermore, it is easy to open the gate of their headquarters, but it will be far less easy to find the assets that they have hidden. I'm sure that the local forces that have operated for hundreds of years must have several unknown treasuries in their territory. Elder Huang's words made Qi Zhongdao breathe hastily for a long time, even though he was an unparalleled expert at the peak of the nascent soul stage. Finally, he shifted his eyes to Li Yao and the leadership of the cultivators present. Everybody, Qi Zhongdao's voice was filled with fury and anxiety. Trying to hold back his anger, he said, This is about the situation we are in right now. If we cannot gather enough food soon, countless disaster victims will die. After the victims die, Mother White Lotus will establish many troops of ghouls that are full of hatred. The troops of ghouls will not only savage the southeast and destroy the farmlands that are not destroyed in the natural disasters, but also attack East Peace County, the most important town in the southeast. As a result, the world will be shaken, An endless evil will be rising. In the end, no cultivator will benefit from it. Therefore, although this seems to be a disaster in the southeast, it is in fact a great catastrophe for the entire world of cultivators. None of us are going to escape it. To resolve the crisis, we must convince Roaring Tiger Hall to open the barn and offer some food. However, Roaring Tiger Hall is ruthless and heartless. Fellow cultivators, please speak now. How are we going to deal with such a sect like Roaring Tiger Hall, which does not care about the big picture at all? The cultivators all whispered to each other after hearing his words. A lot of them were berating Roaring Tiger Hall for its inaction. They declared with indignation that cultivators should serve justice and help the people. Leaving so many disaster victims aside without the least bit of empathy was a shame for such a noble sect. Somebody else was shouting that, since Roaring Tiger Hall had shown absolutely no respect for the heroes of the world, they should launch thunderous attacks immediately and force Roaring Tiger Hall to open the barn. Then, somebody asked if it was appropriate. Roaring Tiger Hall was indeed cruel and heartless, but it did not violate any law and should not be treated as evil. It was the responsibility of the cultivators to slay the demons and devils. But Roaring Tiger Hall was neither a demon nor a devil. Duan Yuanwu did have a point. The land and the food were Roaring Tiger Hall's property. Should they be punished with a death sentence if they did not want to offer the food to the disaster victims? Some of the more experienced, older cultivators also pondered and said that the issue would not be addressed even if the gate of Roaring Tiger City was broken. With the cunningness of the Duans, they must have hidden all their food and assets in the secret treasuries that were not going to be found quickly. If the headquarters were indeed broken into, countless disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall slain, but no food was found, it would be a proof for Roaring Tiger Hall's claims that their barn had caught fire and all the assets had burnt to the ground. Then, what were the major sects going to do? Would they not be burglars who openly looted someone else's house? Also, getting to the bottom of it, were they really qualified at all to attack the headquarters of Roaring Tiger Hall? Right now, the new monarch, Emperor Phoenix, had just assumed the throne. Nobody understood the personality and temper of the emperor yet. If they acted on their own without reporting the issue first, it would not be very appropriate, would it? After a long discussion, they reached no conclusion. At this moment, a cultivator in the crowd said loudly, "Fellow cultivators, we have been talking about nonsense. Our attack may be unjustified, and the treasuries of Roaring Tiger Hall may take a while to be found out, but that is not important. The real critical problem is that the Tiger Apparitions Array and the 100 Crouching Tiger Cannons and Fiery Crow Ballistas seem rather sophisticated. I fear that a real expert will be needed in order to break the array." Everybody looked at the source of the voice, only to discover that it was Butiantong, a secondary leader of the Gold Armor clan. The muscles on his face twisting, Butiantong declared angrily that the cultivators should consider bullying the bullies and helping the weak as their responsibility, and troubled times were times when cultivators should distinguish themselves. At such a critical moment, the ruthless and indifferent attitude of Roaring Tiger Hall was an insult to all cultivators, which he found intolerable. The so-called Tiger Apparitions Array looked rather intimidating at first, but in his opinion, it might not necessarily be as tough as it appeared. Were it not for the fact that he had been heavily wounded by Master Spiritual Vulture, known as a Grandmaster of Great Zhou, whose name resounded in the southeast, no, the entire Great Qian dynasty 3 months ago during the Dragon Spring meeting, and that he had not fully recovered yet after 3 months of treatment. He would have marched forward and broken the array for everyone instead of allowing the clowns of Roaring Tiger Hall to be so arrogant in front of Master Spiritual Vulture. While saying that, Butiantong, who seemed rather innocent and straightforward, glanced at Li Yao nonstop. Chapter 1430, Array Breaker. The leadership of all the cultivation sects, the pretentious leaders and elders, all beamed with interest and put on a mysterious smile. Some agreed with Butiantong, saying that Master Spiritual Vulture was the most suitable one to break the array, because he must know a lot about arrays based on his unparalleled knowledge and refining. Some sneered and said that, after Master Spiritual Vulture rose to fame in the Dragon Spring meeting, he had become one of the pillars of the Great Qian dynasty. If he was sent out, there would be no fight at all. The gutless scoundrels in roaring Tiger Hall would *T their pants and surrender when they heard the name Grandmaster of Great Joe. Some others, however, argued solemnly that they were too unbelievable. Master Spiritual Vulture was indeed certainly among the top 3 experts in the world, but roaring Tiger Hall was not made of dough. How could it surrender so easily? Asking Master Spiritual Vulture to break the Tiger Apparitions array on his own would be too much of a stretch for him, despite his amazing capabilities. However, in case everybody forgot, there was another super expert in the Purple Pole Sword sect who was a contender for the title of Best Expert in the world. It was Sword Maniac. Yin Liren was Yin Liren's mysterious 4th sword, not said to be incomparably powerful, such that it could even slash apart the heavenly flipping seal, the ultimate treasure of the great Qian dynasty. The insignificant Tiger Apparitions array was not a big deal for the Sword Maniac at all, who would shatter it into smithereens after a single attack. If the Sword Maniac and Master Spiritual Vulture worked together, they would certainly break the array in no time. Listening to the unbelievable adulations and looking at the enthusiastic eyes, Liao felt that sweat the size of beans was popping up on his forehead non-stop. Cursing loudly in his heart, he turned around and looked at Yin Liren before he said in a low voice, "Fellow cultivator Yin." Yin Liren's eyes were half closed, and he was not disturbed at all. He observed his palm carefully, as if there were a flower in the middle of his palm print. He casually replied, "I am a maniac, not a moron." This was the time when the leader of the sect should step up. Dan Fengzi cleared his throat and walked forward. He bowed to everyone at first before thanking all the fellow cultivators for their praise and compliments to the 2 elders of the Purple Pole Sword sect. Then, he stated that the Purple Pole Sword sect found Roaring Tiger Hall's ruthlessness intolerable, too. But it was a pity that the Purple Pole Sword sect had been drained during the Dragon Spring meeting 3 months prior. Yin Liren and Master Spiritual Vulture, the 2 elders with the highest cultivation, had both suffered a lot of hidden injuries during the competitions. They were still in the middle of recuperating. If the 2 elders went to fight despite their heavy wounds, the possible losses of the Purple Pole Sword sect might not be important. But it would not be pretty if they failed and dishonored all the fellow cultivators there, right? The scoundrels in Roaring Tiger Hall would also certainly grow even more arrogant. After Dan Fengzi said that, all the other people were rendered speechless. They had no choice but to look at each other in bewilderment and begin praising their companions. One praised the guy standing next to him, saying that his infinite cosmos art was the best technique in the world and that he could blow the Tiger Apparitions array into smithereens after one slap with only 30% of his full strength. The guy hurried to reply that his infinite cosmos art just looked fancy but was in fact a petty trick that was not worth mentioning at all. If anything, it was the first guy's wave-sweeping art that was the truly amazing technique. All in all, they passed the duty between one another, claiming that they were mentally deranged or not recovered from previous wounds. After a long period of prevarication, there was still nobody willing to lead the charge. Looking at the gracious, courteous leaders and elders turning so hesitant and cowardly, which was far from what he had expected, Liao found it hard to accept. He asked Dan Fengzi in a low voice, "Have the cultivators in the Central Plateaus always been like this?" "Not exactly," Dan Fengzi replied. "Before, there were some valiant and unwavering high-level cultivators." Liao asked, "What happened?" "They all died." Liao, watching the leadership of the super sects arguing with each other, Qi Zhongdao was silent, and his face seemed to be covered in a black mist. There was no telling what his countenance was behind the black mist. After a long silence, he shouted, his voice so pained that he seemed to be suffering from constipation. "Everybody, are you still doing this at such a time? We must bear the big picture in mind." "The big picture," Master Righteous One, an elder of the Thunderstorm Valley, said solemnly. "It's not that we are not willing to consider the big picture, but we have come here in too much of a hurry this time. Right now, only the high-level cultivators of the major sects are here, while the low-level cultivators are still escorting the relief assets behind us. asking the high-level cultivators to attack a defense array that has been activated to the maximum and protected by hundreds of crouching tiger cannons and fiery crow ballista is no different from throwing jades at bricks, right? We must note that Roaring Tiger Hall has not been our primary target since the beginning. They're fellow cultivators that we are going to meet again in future. The White Lotus cult, on the other hand, is our mortal enemy that we must eliminate this time. Before we have even seen the shadow of Mother White Lotus, we will clash with Roaring Tiger City and bleed, and we may not necessarily find the food and assets needed for the disaster relief. Is it a truly wise decision? How are we going to deal with the White Lotus Ghoul army in the middle of a civil war? Therefore, we must wait until the low-level disciples of the sects arrive and discuss later. Exactly. Wait and discuss later. Wait and discuss later. The words of the elder of the Thunderstorm Valley won the agreement of the leadership of all the sections. Wait and discuss later. Covering his chest, Qi Zhongdao was shaking slightly. He laughed drily for a moment, only to come up with nothing. Master Bitter Cicada was still appeasing the deceased in midair. Other than appeasing the deceased, even the merciful monk seemed to be incapable of dealing with the mess now. When all the magnificent high-level cultivators were in a dilemma, something happened. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed from deep within Roaring Tiger City. For a moment, the earth was shaking, and a sandstorm was rising. The entire Heavenly Tiger mountain shivered briefly for a moment. After a few cracks, crevices as thick as boas appeared on the rocks. All the high-level cultivators were dumbfounded. They stared at Roaring Tiger City in confusion, only to discover that a colorful cloud was rising from the center of the city. Intense black smoke was spurting out from the core and gradually taking the form of a mushroom. The explosion was so powerful that the center of Roaring Tiger City was collapsing in one piece. Cries and screams were echoing non-stop. "Look!" Elder Huang of the Grand Mystery Sect suddenly pointed and exclaimed, "The Tiger Apparitions Array is dimming." Everybody looked carefully. It was true that the golden souls in the Tiger Apparitions Array were turning lackluster and weak, and they disappeared into streaks of brightness in the end. The unparalleled oppression that they had imposed on everyone soon vanished. All the disciples on the towers in Roaring Tiger City were running in panic, their previous calmness replaced by anxiety. The pivot of the Tiger Apparitions Array has exploded. The high-level cultivators were momentarily dazed. After thinking for a moment, they immediately realized what had happened and were overjoyed. What a great opportunity they had been given. Without the protection of the Tiger Apparitions Array, the two nascent soul stage cultivators alone were nothing to be scared of. But how did it happen exactly? As the explosion happened, the sounds of fierce fights vaguely echoed inside Roaring Tiger City. Judging from the spiritual waves that were spreading out, it was obviously a competition among a few nascent soul stage cultivators and many cultivators at the peak of the core formation stage. The sounds of fighting came closer from afar and gradually approached the towers of Roaring Tiger City. Before those engaged in the fight were seen, another explosion took place on one of the towers, and a certain black object was shot from the smoke toward the flying boat in midair. "Block him! Block him!" The most desperate and panicked roars were echoing from Roaring Tiger City. Swoosh! 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 Dozens of chains dashed out of the smoke, trying to block the black object and snatch it back. However, there were more than 20 nascent soul stage cultivators on the flying boat, and they certainly would not allow such a thing to happen. The next moment, dozens of blade auras spurted out and shattered the chains into pieces before they picked up the black object, dragged it over, and tossed it to the deck. The black object, however, turned out to be a human being. He was tall and slender. His face was rather pale, and his lips were extremely thin, with a vague air of evilness and brutality. He was wearing the garment of the low-level disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall, but the joints all over his body had been crushed. Blood was leaking out of his clothes. All the veins and nerves in his body had been sealed, and he could not even move his finger. The only thing that he could do was stare at everyone with his eyes that were filled with hatred and desperation. There was also a note painted on a scroll made of toilet paper on the man's waistband. After the scroll was unfolded, it turned out to be a structural map of Roaring Tiger City. Most of the elements on the map were wry and of little value for reference, but the locations of a few underground treasuries had been marked. There was no telling if they were true. The high-level cultivators felt that the guy was familiar. Some of them changed their face color greatly after pondering for a moment. He is Zhou Wukuan, the leader of the Mountain Ghost branch of the Black Devil cult. Somebody shrieked on the tower in Roaring Tiger City, which was still covered in smoke. Why do you think Roaring Tiger Hall insisted on not opening the city gate? Because Roaring Tiger Hall is in the same gang with the Black Devil cult. The Black Devil cult is based in Roaring Tiger City. Chu Fudong, the leader of the Black Devil cult, was Duan Tianda's blood brother, Duan Xingyi, who died 50 years ago. Right now, he is right next to Duan Tianda, trying to kill this beggar. At first, the guy certainly looked like one of the poorest beggars. If he were placed in the middle of the thousands of disaster victims outside of the city, it would have been impossible to spot him quickly. However, he could not have been tougher. Snatching the ankles of two disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall, he picked them up and waved them as if they were two enormous axes. Dozens of disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall were around, but they did not dare to draw any closer in case they injured their companions. Surround him! Kill him! An infuriated voice burst out from the smoke. Leader Duan, the hideous beggar chuckled. Are you not resting because you suffered heavy wounds and nearly got mentally deranged while resisting the natural disasters? What? You have perfectly recovered so quickly. After saying that, the beggar threw the two disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall off the tower. While it was a mess down there, he bent down and crawled into the smoke once more. Inside the smoke, his words, each louder than the last, were echoing. Duan Tianda, do you still dare to claim that the notorious Black Devil cult has nothing to do with your Roaring Tiger Hall? Let me ask you, is the Black Devil cult not headquartered in the place deep inside Roaring Tiger City? Is Chu Fudong, the leader of the Black Devil cult, not your blood brother, Duan Xingyi, who should have died 50 years ago? Is he not glaring at this beggar right now next to you? The 30 years when the Black Devil cult savaged the Southeast were the 30 years when Roaring Tiger Hall thrived. How could you have established such a magnificent city as Roaring Tiger City and set up a defense array as enormous as the Tiger Apparitions Array after only decades with your farmlands and your transportation business alone? Where did you get the money to buy the cores and bones of so many lion-type and dragon-type demon beasts? It is needless to mention the 7 treasuries that this beggar has discovered beneath Roaring Tiger City. Besides loads of crystals and jade crystal pellets, there are also the pills, magical equipment, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures that the Black Devil cult has looted for decades. TSK, TSK, TSK. The essence of the Southeast has almost been entirely extorted. This beggar did not know until today that the sects whose wealth went missing during the riots of the White Lotus cult were not destroyed by Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu at all, but by Roaring Tiger Hall and the Black Devil cult under the cover of the White Lotus cult. Otherwise, how could the whole warehouses of secret treasures have appeared beneath Roaring Tiger City? Every question that the ugly beggar raised was an attack toward the depths of the smoke. They were causing an earthquake inside the smoke, as if they were a continuous meteor shower. The guys inside were unable to argue at all. They were simply roaring in fury. You're lying. This beggar is lying? The ugly weirdo burst into laughter. I have followed the trail of the Black Devil cult for an entire year. I also released false messages implying that I was active in East Peace County in order to ease your wariness. Then, using the chance offered by the natural disasters, I snuck into your nest. I have seen everything with my own eyes. Duan Tianda, Duan Xingyi, and Duan Yuanwu. You 3 inhuman be asterisk stards. Save your words for the fellow cultivators outside. Who? A strong wind suddenly blew atop the tower, dispersing all the smoke and black mist. As it turned out, on the top of the tower, surrounded by dozens of crouching tiger cannons and fiery crow ballista, except for the extremely hideous beggar and Duan Yunwu, who was wearing an armor with tiger stripes on it. There were 2 old men who were almost identical to Duan Yuanwu. For the cultivators in the nascent soul stage, the change of their appearance caused by the passage of time would often not be revealed until they were dying. Although the two nascent soul stage cultivators of Roaring Tiger Hall were father and son, their age gap was only 30 to 40 years. For nascent soul stage cultivators who could easily live hundreds of years, it was not much of a difference. Therefore, the three guys who were confronting the beggar looked like three brothers at first glance, except that their hair color was slightly different. Duan Yuanwu's hair was pure gold, while the other two had gray streaks mixed into the gold. Naturally, one of the old men was Duan Tianda, the leader of Roaring Tiger Hall. But who was the other old man that was almost made out of the same mold as him? The three nascent soul stage cultivators of the Duan family all looked particularly awful. Anger, fear, desperation, hate. All kinds of emotions were mixed together, and thick venom seemed to be shooting out of their eyes. Oh, it seems that this beggar was wrong about something. The beggar smiled and said, Chu Fudong, the leader of the Black Devil cult, is not necessarily Duan Xingyi. Perhaps you two brothers take turns to play the role. After all, you are twins, and it is difficult for anyone to notice anything wrong whichever of you appears in daylight as the leader of Roaring Tiger Hall. All the cultivators on the flying boats saw exactly what was going on. It's Senior Boss Xiaoyu the beggar. An old man identical to Duan Tianda has indeed shown up, and his scent is not half weak. He is also in a nascent soul stage. Three nascent soul stage cultivators in the same family. I never heard that Roaring Tiger Hall had a third nascent soul stage cultivator. Is everything that Senior Boss Xiaoyu said true, and the Black Devil cult that has scourged the Southeast for decades related to Roaring Tiger Hall? There are a few secret treasuries at the bottom of Roaring Tiger City, in which the heavenly materials and earthly treasures and pills that the Black Devil cult looted over the past decades are stored. Gasps were immediately echoing on the flying boat. Boss Xiaoyu was a weirdo with a unique style among the cultivators. He was known as the weird saint of the three saints of the Great Qian dynasty. As a marvelous person on par with Qi Zhongdao and Yin Liren, it was not hard to imagine his cultivation and influence. The Black Devil cult, on the other hand, was the most notorious gang in the Great Qian dynasty, which had plagued the Southeast for decades. It had looted and even annihilated many small sections. The cultivators had long tried to demolish the group. However, the evil cultivators of the Black Devil cult were unpredictable, and their every job was neat and clean, leaving no survivors behind. There was not a single trace leading to their nest either. Also, with the rise of the forces such as the White Lotus cult and the Heaven Battering Army, which were even more troublesome, the Black Devil cult had managed to survive to this day. It had never occurred to the cultivators that the ferocious Black Devil cult was actually another facet of Roaring Tiger Hall, the ostensibly largest righteous sect in the West River State. On the flying boat, the eyes of many high-level cultivators were shining. Things were easier now that Roaring Tiger Hall was a conspirator of the Black Devil cult. It was a moral issue whether or not Roaring Tiger Hall was willing to open the barn. The food was theirs after all. What could other people do if they looked away and refused to offer the food? However, conspiring with the Black Devil cult, killing innocent people, and looting other sects suggested that they were straight-up evil. It was the responsibility of the cultivators to slay evil. Thus, their attack was justified. Moreover, the pivot of the Tiger Apparitions Array, the greatest headache for the cultivators on the flying boat, had been destroyed by Boss Xiaoyu the beggar and would not be repaired anytime soon. The clumsy artillerymen who were controlling the crouching Tiger cannons and the fiery Crow ballista could not lock onto the high-level cultivators, who could move without any pattern at a supersonic speed. Furthermore, there are several secret treasuries that store the loot of the Black Devil cult in the past decades. TSK, TSK, TSK. We thought that most of the southeastern sects were plundered by Mother White Lotus during the riots and didn't know that the Black Devil cult was involved too. There are so many treasures here, and their previous owners have died. Even their bones must have turned to dust. The treasures are now unowned. The banners of the sects that were dangling from the flagpoles like wrinkled snake skin suddenly erected and fluttered in the wind in full spirits. The high-level cultivators of the sects, looking at each other for a moment, all looked at Qi Zhongdao passionately. At that moment, they were truly respecting the leader of the cultivators. Qi Zhongdao's dark face flushed red. He bulged his eyes and shouted angrily, as if thunder was rumbling. The mill of the heavens grinds slowly but surely. The Black Devil Cult and Roaring Tiger Hall are evils intolerable for any cultivator. Today, they have finally revealed their true faces. Fellow cultivators, let's work together to break into Roaring Tiger City, eliminate the Black Devil Cult, and save the people. Right now. Oh! Qi Zhongdao stomped on the deck so hard that the front half of the flying boat tilted downward. The flying boat became an enormous spring and sent Qi Zhongdao into the air. He was back above Roaring Tiger City, only 10 times more dominating than previously. Without saying anything, he shook his sleeve, and the heaven-flipping seal, said to be the ultimate treasure of the ancient sage's sector, dashed out of his cosmos ring in a streak of silver brightness, suppressing the entire world. Crack! 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 The periphery of Roaring Tiger City had been covered in the magnificent tiger apparitions array in the beginning, which was protected by the souls of almost 10,000 lion-type and dragon-type demon beasts and powered by a whole warehouse of crystals as the energy source. It was a super-large barrier capable of resisting the heaven-flipping seal, which was essentially a piece of portable magical equipment for a single soldier. However, the pivot and the warehouse of crystals for the Tiger Apparitions Array had been destroyed by Ba Xiaoyu the Beggar from inside after he snuck in. It was impossible to be restarted so quickly. Without the enhancement of the defense array, how could the seemingly hard rocks and bricks withstand the suppression of the heaven-flipping seal? Chapter 1432 Fall of Roaring Tiger Hall. Of course, elsewhere, the Couching Tiger Cannons and the Fiery Crow Ballista were in zero gravity. They were floating in midair, shaking, together with a lot of broken rocks. The disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall were waving their hands and feet in midair as if they were being drowned. However hard they struggled, they could not reach the land. Boom! 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 During the panic, many disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall fired the Crouching Tiger Cannons and the Fiery Crow Ballista. The balls of spiritual energy in the shape of lions, tigers, and crows were rushing to the sky. The Crouching Tiger Cannons and the Fiery Crow Ballista were powerful remote magical equipment. When they launched a barrage, even a nascent soul stage cultivator would have to retreat. That was if they could hit their target. When the Tiger Apparitions Array was fully activated, the souls of the tigers and lions could harass and stall the target so that the Crouching Tiger Cannons would have a chance to lock onto the targets that were in the nascent soul stage. However, the Tiger Apparitions Array was already out of order, and the disciples who were manipulating the Crouching Tiger Cannons were in disarray. There was also Ba Xiaoyu the Beggar turning the fortress upside down inside the city. Who could they aim at and lock onto? The seemingly powerful cannons and ballista did nothing but light up brilliant fireworks near Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao. Boom! Another deafening explosion broke out deep inside the fortress. Almost half of the tower had been blown away. Like a hill drifting away after an avalanche, it flew dozens of meters into the sky and then fell down again with a momentum 10 times higher under the gravity control of the heaven-flipping seal. After only one blow, half of the city wall had crumbled. As it turned out, through his delicate control over gravity, Qi Zhongdao had pressed the highly unstable crystals and ammunition inside the arsenal hidden in the city wall and triggered a great explosion. In such an era, the technology to refine and stabilize crystals and ammunition was not very advanced, and the odds of accidental explosions were much higher than in the modern cultivation civilization. After the arsenal exploded and half of the city wall collapsed, the determination of most of the disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall was completely crushed. Many of them screamed and threw away the Crouching Tiger Cannons and the Fiery Crow Ballista, running back into the city. Only the few disciples who were members of the Duan family or involved in the secret operations of the Black Devil Cult, knowing that they would be dead either way, were still trying to fight back. However, without the protection of the Tiger Apparition Array, the nascent soul stage and core formation stage cultivators in the sky were 10 times stronger than they were. How could they hurt the intruders at all, even if they were desperate? Slay the evil and serve justice. Qi Zhongdao roared awe-inspiringly. The heaven-flipping seal emanated a brilliance that was even more fierce than the sun at noon while it bombarded the vulnerable city wall of roaring Tiger City time and time again. Slay the evil and serve justice. The cultivators from the main sects were also on a rampage. They all launched colorful, glamorous magical equipment and smashed the city wall like a storm. For a moment, a fireworks show seemed to be going on. The entire city was soaked in an ocean of light. Explosions, collapses, screams, moans, exclamations, yells, all kinds of noises were echoing. The disaster victims did not know what was going on. They had never dreamt of witnessing deities fighting each other even in their wildest dreams. They could only crouch on the ground in fear, shivering and praying. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 shadows dashed out of the collapsed fortress and ran into the depths of the city. They were exactly the 3 unpardonable nascent soul stage cultivators of the Duan family. Slay the evil and serve justice. The 100 cultivators rushed into roaring Tiger City like a tornado. Junior brother Yin, elder spiritual vulture. Dan Fengzi was blushing in excitement. He said in great delight, "Let's go to slay the evil and serve justice now." Frowning, sword maniac. Yin Liren shook his head while he watched the mess down below, which was almost child's play. There are already enough people. My sword shouldn't be drawn in such a place. Dan Fengzi suffered a setback, but knowing his weird junior brother's temper, he was not in the least bothered. He turned his eyes to Li Yao and said earnestly, "Elder spiritual vulture, let's go. If other people have eliminated all the evil in the Black Devil cult and excavated the secret treasures of the Black Devil cult, we will be caught in a passive position." Seeing that Master Bitter Cicada and Basuyu the Beggar had both run into roaring Tiger City, and glancing at the disaster victims outside of the city who were cold and hungry, Li Yao sighed and said, "All right, let's go." Roaring Tiger City was already an utter mess. In the natural disaster, those who were qualified to take refuge in Roaring Tiger City were the family of the disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall, the family of the evil cultivators of the Black Devil cult, the servants of the vassal families of Roaring Tiger Hall, and the tenants who farmed on Roaring Tiger Hall's land. One might say that they all counted on Roaring Tiger Hall to make a living. Naturally, they were very hostile to the intruders. If it was a regular sect that came at them, they certainly would have tried everything they could to fight against the enemy and protect Roaring Tiger City. However, faced with hundreds of cultivators in the nascent soul stage and the core formation stage, it did not matter at all whether or not the mobs resisted. Explosions erupted all over Roaring Tiger City. Panic crowds were everywhere. They were running around at a loss like the ants whose nest had been set fire on. With the messy crowd in the city, it was impossible for the disciples of Roaring Tiger Hall to rush. If they left the crowd and flew in the sky, they would be the most obvious targets. When dozens of cultivators in the nascent soul stage and core formation stage attacked them at the same time, they would be blown into pieces even if they were covered in 10 layers of spiritual shields. Very soon, with Basuyu the Beggar leading the way, tracing the 3 shadows, Li Yao rushed to the outside of a temple that had been built into the shape of a gold, shining tiger at the center of the city, together with hundreds of other cultivators who looked more like hyenas. It was exactly the highest center of Roaring Tiger Hall. The plaque right above the temple, where the name of the sect was carved calligraphically, could not have looked more ironic right now. Holding the heaven-flipping seal in his hand, Qi Zhongdao stopped in midair and demanded, "Leader Duan, with everything coming to this point, what do you have to say for yourself?" "Master Righteous One, you attacked my headquarters, destroyed my city, and killed so many of my disciples just based on one side of the story. How cruel of you!" Hateful roars were echoing right inside the temple, like the last roars of a heavily wounded, hungry tiger that was caught in a trap. One side of the story? Qi Zhongdao burst into laughter. Everybody in the world of cultivators knows that Senior Boss Xiaoyu the Beggar is a man of integrity. Would he have told his side of the story without valid proof? Leader Duan, if you do not plead guilty, come out and confront us. Tell us the identity of the mysterious nascent soul stage cultivator next to you who is identical to you. Also, open all the secret treasuries in Roaring Tiger City so that the fellow cultivators here can examine whether or not the cultivation arts and secret treasures from the sects that were allegedly annihilated by the White Lotus sect in the past 30 years are kept inside. How will you explain yourself if we find anything? Is Roaring Tiger Hall not related to the Blood Devil cult, but the White Lotus cult? There was nothing but silence from the temple, as if three crazy tigers who had run into a dead end were pacing inside, but could not come up with a reply. Why do you not dare confront us if you are confident? Qi Zhongdao glowered and shouted, Duan Tienda, as a nascent soul stage cultivator and the leader of the righteous forces in the West River State. Not only do integrity, chivalry, and justice mean nothing to you, you even degraded yourself by establishing the evil cult, killing and looting. Your crimes are unpardonable. Today, fortunately, the schemes of Roaring Tiger Hall and the Black Devil cult have been fully exposed. This is the karma moment for your entire sect. What do you have to say for yourself before your death? The words were reasonable and irrefutable. The sound waves spread to the entire Roaring Tiger City, which was caught in a brief silence after being awed by Qi Zhongdao's righteousness. There was a long silence inside the temple, too, which was broken by the wildest laughter very soon. Duan Tienda, the leader of Roaring Tiger Hall, seemed to have gone mad. He laughed so hard that he almost could not catch his breath. Finally, he shrieked, The winner takes all. The loser has to fall. What else can I say for myself? Yes, the Black Devil cult was established by the two of us. Over the past few decades, 15 sects were annihilated and plundered by us during the riots of the White Lotus cult. How could Roaring Tiger Hall have survived and thrived in such a dog-eat-dog world otherwise? The Duans are indeed unpardonable for our crimes. But did we not learn everything from the seemingly graceful while in fact rotten to the bones great sects of Central Plateaus? The Grand Mystery Sect, the Purple Pole Sword Sect, the Gold Armor Clan, the Thunderstorm Valley, the Flying Spirit Island, the Monster Taming Pavilion. How many clandestine deals did you arrange when you first rose to power? How much blood of the innocent has stained your hands? How many sects that hindered you were eliminated by you in secret? Don't presume that every cultivator has forgotten your doings after only several hundred years. Right now, you are rich and powerful. You are on top of the world, and you have forgotten your filthy past and started slaying evil and serving justice. I don't buy it. Chapter 1433, Complete Suppression. Qi Zhongdao, Dan Fengzi, and the B** stars from the Gold Armor Clan, Thunderstorm Valley, and Flying Spirit Island. Don't assume that we do not know of the filthy sects that the Central Plateau sects are up to exactly. You are here for disaster relief under the excuse of resisting the natural disaster. But in fact, you're worried that the southeastern sects are growing stronger and will threaten the main sects in the Central Plateaus. You are intentionally reducing our power with the natural disasters. You are demanding that we offer food. If you foresaw that there would be a shortage of food after the natural disaster, why wasn't your flying boat loaded with food when you arrived? Why are there only magical equipment and crystals inside your cosmos rings? Do the cosmos rings of the cultivators from so many sects have enough capacity for weapons, but not any space for a single grain of rice? Ha! Ha! You did not intend to offer food at all. You did not plan to offer a single grain of rice. You are here specifically to annihilate us and confiscate our property. Duan Tienda, the leader of Roaring Tiger Hall, and Duan Xingyi, the leader of the Black Devil cult, echoed each other. Their curses flowed out continuously like the unstoppable flood on the Sorcerer's River. Qi Zhongdao's face was gloomy. The nascent soul stage cultivators from the main sects all burst into fury. Many of the experts had already launched their magical equipment. The ripples of spiritual energy congregated in a shocking tides that covered the temple like dark clouds. Bu Tiantong, the secondary leader of the Gold Armor Clan, shrieked, "What a monster! He is vilifying others and instigating trouble even before his death. How insane and incorrigible. Let's not talk about rules and mercy with such evil beings. Fellow cultivators, defend justice with your thunderous methods. After saying that, instead of waiting for Qi Zhongdao to stop him, he launched the gold crow devil sweeping sword that Li Yao had repaired for him, which released auras that were dozens of meters of long and slashed toward the temple brutally. Bu Qiantong's attack seemed to have opened an invisible gate. The high-level cultivators from the Grand Mystery Sect, the Purple Pole Sword Sect, the Gold Armor Clan, Thunderstorm Valley, and all the other main sects launched their most powerful magical equipment and smashed down without any expression. There was a hint of hesitation on Qi Zhongdao's dark face, but with dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators attacking together, how could he stop them even though he was at the peak of the nascent soul stage? The auras from the swords and sabers weaved into an impenetrable web and covered the temple without leaving the tiniest gap. The two nascent soul stage cultivators inside the temple were still shouting and cursing, but their profanity was soon eclipsed by the rumbling magical equipment outside. Their spiritual shields were crushed by the collective bombardment of the dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators. The main center of Roaring Tiger Hall seemed to have been hit by a meteor shower. Savaged by the blast, it was reduced to rubble. Even the earth had collapsed into a burning pit. Li Yao had been observing coldly behind the crowd. With so many cultivators attacking at the same time, whether he attacked or not would not make a shred of difference. He was not interested in the secret treasuries of the Black Devil cult, and he did not want to get involved in the internal conflicts of the corrupt cultivators. He was just an observer, and the most important mission for him was to keep his head clear. After he pondered for a moment, he immediately sensed the anomaly of the two nascent soul stage cultivators of the Duan family. Raising his eyebrows, Li Yao suddenly realized where the problem was. His telepathic thoughts spread out like threads. Then his spiritual energy blew out into two green wings behind him, and he rushed toward the southwest. The cultivators nearby were all astonished, wondering what he was doing. When they were still confused, Li Yao flapped the wings of spiritual energy without saying anything. Almost 100 needles that were attached to the molecular mica threads were shot out toward the seemingly normal empty ground. The spiritual energy on every needle was helical, and the needles revolved fast like tiny drills. They pierced deep into the ground without any trouble. Judging from the hollow sound in the underground, it was actually empty below the ground. The 100 molecular mica threads instantly tightened, reflecting greenish, eccentric colors from a subtle angle. A grunt as soft as a mosquito echoed from underground. But it could not have been clearer for the nascent soul stage cultivators. Somebody is down there. It was not until this moment that Master Spiritual Vulture, who had not joined the attack the whole time, displayed such keen senses, discovering a secret tunnel buried deep below the ground. "Get out now," Li Yao bellowed and pulled up. The ground exploded like a volcano erupting. Tremendous broken stones and bricks were spurting out. In the middle of the dust, a somewhat devastated shadow, whose joints had been locked by the needles and the molecular mica threads, jumped high into the sky. It was Duan Yuanwu, the young leader of Roaring Tiger Hall, who had shown off in front of Qi Zhongdao moments earlier. Unlike before, Duan Yuanwu was covered in dust. His golden hair and beard had been dyed white by the smoke. The magnificence of the young leader was entirely gone. He looked like a stray dog whose legs had been broken. Desperate, furious, frightened, and vicious. He was trembling hard but unable to speak. "Awu!" Two miserable screams echoed from the debris of the temple. Duan Tianda and Duan Xingyi had intentionally stayed in the main center of Roaring Tiger Hall and cursed the cultivators in the sky, raising their fury for the purpose of attracting them to attack thunderously so that Duan Yuanwu, the youngest nascent soul stage cultivator of the Duan family, would have a chance to escape through the underground tunnel. However, their attempt proved to be in vain. The only hope of the Duan family had been discovered in the end. Duan Yuanwu's entire body had been restrained by Li Yao. He was cramping hard because of the excruciating pain. He was a tough, brutal man, knowing that he would not survive even if he surrendered with the blood on his hands, and that he would only endure even more sufferings. He simply aimed at a rock that had been blown into the sky and stomped on it, rushing toward Li Yao like a cannonball. Simultaneously, his stomach rumbled, and his skin turned dangerously translucent. Flames of spiritual energy spurted out of his skin and gradually condensed into the image of a raging tiger around himself. He was about to detonate his nascent soul and die together with Li Yao. Li Yao slightly frowned. He minced the molecular mica threads hard, cutting more veins and nerves inside Duan Yuanwu's body than anybody could count. Then he dashed hundreds of meters away. Hiu, 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 hiu. Behind Li Yao, dozens of auras rushed close and hit Duan Yuanwu like a storm. They were the casual attacks of the nascent soul stage cultivators and the core formation stage cultivators. Duan Yuanwu's veins, nerves, and muscles had been severed by Li Yao in the first place, and his reaction was a bit slow. Also, many of the nascent soul stage cultivators who launched the attacks had a higher cultivation than him, too. How could he evade the attacks? Boom! 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 The dozens of auras exploded at the same time, like a hideous monster. They swallowed Duan Yuanwu after only one bite before they turned into brilliant fireworks that expanded in the sky, then gradually vaporized into nothingness. Awu! Awu! The two voices inside the debris of the temple looked 50 years older than the instant before. They seemed to be echoing from the gate of the deepest level of hell. The two of them sounded as if they had lost their sanity. Ha! Ha! You can kill Awu and us. You can destroy Roaring Tiger Hall and the Black Devil Cult. But so what? The great Qian dynasty, this world, and all cultivators will not last for long. Tomorrow, your headquarters will be destroyed by Ghost Qin, the White Lotus Cult, and the Heaven Battering Army, just like you will destroy Roaring Tiger City today. We will be waiting for you in hell. Each and every one of you from all the sects. After they said that, two clusters of immense, brutal auras soared into the sky like cannonballs, only to be pressed back to the ground by the brute force of the nascent soul stage cultivators in the sky collectively. After another 2 ear-splitting explosions, the range of the pit was further expanded by dozens of square meters. Then, everything was peaceful again. The three unpardonable nascent soul stage cultivators of Roaring Tiger Hall had been executed. Roaring Tiger City had gradually regained some peace under the suppression of so many high-level cultivators, too. The cultivators that belonged to Roaring Tiger Hall were either suppressed on the spot or surrendered in advance. Their veins and nerves were sealed by barriers, and they were bound to each other with shackles while they squatted on the street of Roaring Tiger City. The cultivators from the main sects had secured the full victory of the battle. The 10 or so warehouses of Roaring Tiger Hall were all excavated under the guidance of Ba Xiaoyu the beggar. Voila! The heaps of jade crystal pellets, dry meat, and raw crystals inside the warehouses almost dazzled all the cultivators. In quite a few secret barns below the ground, which boasted a fine ventilation and drainage system, more food than anybody could measure was stored with rune arrays. They were essentially white and golden oceans full of the fragrance of food. Even the barns of the court could not have had more storage. Looking at the loads of food here, Qi Zhongdao sneered. The barns caught fire, and everything was burnt up. Huh. After all the warehouses were opened, there were indeed jade crystal pellets, raw crystals, and the dry meat of animals. The seals and unique magical equipment that belonged to the sects that were thought to have been annihilated by the White Lotus sect had been found too. However, they seemed far away from Ba Xiaoyu the beggar's claim that there are quite a few treasuries that are fully loaded with secret treasures. Well, here and here, aren't they all secret treasures? There was no telling where Ba Xiaoyu the beggar found a black tobacco pipe. He puffed on it comfortably and pointed with the pipe. The seals of the leaders of quite a few sects are in this place. They are enough evidence that Roaring Tiger Hall has been conspiring with the Black Devil Cult to lay waste to so many sects, aren't they? Of course, but the nascent soul stage cultivators all grew anxious. The seals of the leaders are certainly very important evidence, but didn't you mention that the secret treasures that the Black Devil Cult had accumulated for more than 30 years were hidden beneath Roaring Tiger City? Fellow cultivator Ba. Where are those secret treasures exactly? Oh, those secret treasures. Boss Yayu the beggar turned around the tobacco pipe and used it as a back scratcher when he extended it into a hole on his collar and scratched his back. He said with a smile, I only overheard the Duans talking about that earlier. There might be, but I didn't hear quite clearly. It is also possible that they changed the secret treasures into different appearances and traded them for resources to build this city. Huh, I was merely listening as a thief, and I couldn't catch everything they said. Why don't you go to the Duans and interrogate them? You'll certainly find satisfactory answers. Duan Tienda, Duan Xingyi, and Duan Yuwu had just been obliterated, without the slightest shred of a soul remaining. How could they be interrogated? Many high-level cultivators' faces were almost deformed in fury. It was not until then that they realized that they had fallen victim to Ba Xiaoyu, the beggar's prank. Unsatisfied, somebody demanded him, Fellow cultivator Ba, didn't you claim that you saw it with your own eyes? Why, indeed I did. Ba Xiaoyu the beggar nodded solemnly. I saw these warehouses and seals with my eyes personally. Did I lie to you? As for the information about the secret treasures, I heard it loud and clear. The Duans could testify for me. That was exactly what I told you just now. Then, you began slaying the evil and serving justice impatiently. What? Was it not what this beggar said just now? Well, the elders and leaders of more than 10 sects, who were all big shots in the world of cultivators, blushed and looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what they should say. Fellow cultivators, Ba Xiaoyu the beggar chuckled. The way I see it, let's leave the secret treasures aside for a moment. So many disaster victims outside of the city are waiting to be fed. A lot of them are dying in the cold from hunger every minute. Spectacular as crystals, magical equipment, and heavenly materials and earthly treasures may be, can they be taken as food or worn as clothes? Right now, is there anything more qualified as a secret treasure than the delicious meat and rice? After all, such secret treasures can save people's lives. Everybody here was shouting about serving justice just now. Has it never occurred to you that life is the highest justice? You are jumping up and down angrily, but you won't get anything valuable from this beggar, even if you capture me and search my belongings. Why don't we hurry to open the barn and provide food for the disaster victims, so that the situation here can be stabilized? Do you really want to attract Mother White Lotus Ghoul Army to this place before you stop the fuss? All the nascent soul stage cultivators were lost for words. They coughed in embarrassment at the same time. Qi Zhongdao stepped forward and glanced around coldly before he announced, Open the barn and distribute the food. Hundreds of boiling pots were set up below roaring Tiger City. The smoke billowed up and turned into hundreds of white pillars that pierced into the sky and dispersed into puffy clouds. Many disaster victims had been too starved to feed on fish or meat right away. Even the porridge that they consumed needed to be dissolved to the point that it was as thin as water for their recovery. Although the porridge was thin, the meat powder of animals had been added to it, and a lot of herbs were used to neutralize the meat. The golden, fragrant porridge was the most delicious food that most of the folks had ever eaten. The main sects set up their banners and divided the zones. The larger sects, such as the Grand Mystery Sect and the Purple Pole Sword Sect, had more pots under their control, while the smaller sects managed fewer pots. They gathered the disaster victims below the banners of their sects. The story that the disaster victims heard was that Roaring Tiger Hall were evil, lawless bandits who had committed too many crimes. Today, they finally had their karma. The other sects had come to annihilate the sect together. Justice had been served, seeing that the folks had been exploited by Roaring Tiger Hall to such a miserable extent. The main sects found it insufferable and provided food so that everybody would survive those troubled times. For a moment, all the disaster victims were kneeling in gratitude and kowtowing like wheat in the wind. When Li Yao passed by the dozens of boiling big pots, it was exactly the disaster victims who kneeled before him gratefully that he saw. Li Yao felt that he had become one of the statues with a gold surface in the temples. He did not like the feeling and felt very uncomfortable. Dan Fengzi appeared out of nowhere and asked warmly, Elder Spiritual Vulture, is there something bothering you? On this trip to the southeast, the leader of the Purple Pole Sword sect had been particularly friendly to Li Yao. Naturally, he had his reasons. After pondering for a moment, Li Yao said straightforwardly, I've been reflecting on the last words of the nascent soul stage cultivators of the Duan family. It is already appalling enough that Roaring Tiger Hall has been conspiring with the Black Devil cult. But did the famous 6 major sects, such as the Grand Mystery sect and the Purple Pole Sword sect, also have a disreputable past when they rose up? Dun Feng Zi Lao Git, Elder Spiritual Vulture. Do you believe the crazy talk of those few fiends of the Duan family before their death? There was nothing clandestine about the Purple Pole Sword sect's rise. However, some of the information is indeed confidential. If you are willing to remove the visiting from your title and join the Purple Pole Sword sect as a formal elder of our sect, Elder Spiritual Vulture, you will certainly learn everything that you want to know. Li Yao's eyes shined coldly as he sniffed. I thought that I made my position clear last time, leader. During my 50 years of seclusion, I thoroughly studied the legacy of Yen Zhu, the sword forger from Great Zhou. I have only left my mountain to gain reputation, establish my own sect, and spread the knowledge of Great Zhou. Right now, certain juniors in the world of cultivators have given me the nickname Grandmaster of Great Zhou, which does not sound bad. How can a Grandmaster of Great Zhou be under somebody else all the time? It is already my limit to work as a visiting elder. There's no way that I will join the Purple Pole Sword sect completely. Elder Spiritual Vulture, you have grand ambitions. The Purple Pole Sword sect is too small to keep such an unparalleled expert like yourself. Dun Feng Zi Si Git. However, it is easy to be famous in the world of cultivators, but it is much more difficult to establish and run a sect. The base, the land, the disciples, the vassal families, the revenues. Everything is a headache. Establishing one's own sect is like wire walking on a bottomless abyss. Even a family as tough as the Duan family, which had 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, met such a dishonorable end after they founded Roaring Tiger Hall. Indeed, Li Yao sighed as well. Since the Duan family had 3 nascent soul stage cultivators, they probably could have built up Roaring Tiger Hall without resorting to such crooked methods. Why were they so eager for instant success and quick profits by working on the Black Devil cult? If they didn't, somebody else certain would. You don't think that the Black Devil cult is the only evil organization causing trouble in the southeast, do you, Elder Spiritual Vulture? Dan Fengzi explained. It's because Roaring Tiger Hall knocked over all the disobedient sects in the West River State after decades with the help of the Black Devil cult, which then fed the flesh and meat of the victims back to Roaring Tiger Hall. That Roaring Tiger Hall had its glory today. If Roaring Tiger Hall had not established the Black Devil cult, other sects might have secretly established the Red Devil cult, Yellow Devil cult, or Blue Devil cult. Chances are that Roaring Tiger Hall would have been annihilated decades ago. They wouldn't have survived till today. Frowning, Li Yao asked, So, is it really nothing unusual for the justice defenders and the villains to conspire with each other among the cultivators? Dan Fengzi smiled, but did not give a direct answer. When all the birds are shot down, the fine bough will be laid to rest. When the cunning rabbits are dead, the hounds will be useless. If a janitor raises a cat, he wants the cat to catch the rats in the house. But what can a cat do if all the rats are caught? It is the cultivator's responsibility to slay evil. What can the cultivators do if there are no evils? So, are you suggesting that we should slay evil when there is evil and when there isn't any evil? Li Yao asked. Dan Fengzi's eyes suddenly shone. He clapped his hands. Well said, Elder Spiritual Vulture. After a long pause, Li Yao took a deep breath and said, This is not exactly what I imagined before I left the Southland of Sorcerers. What did you think before you left the Southland of Sorcerers, Elder Spiritual Vulture? Dan Fengzi asked. The Southland of Sorcerers is an uncivilized land of barbarians. Everybody resides in the forests and caves as different tribes, Li Yao said. Every barbarian cultivator is the protector of a tribe. They are responsible for banishing demon beasts, suppressing evil, fighting against the hostile tribes, and so on. Although there are foul practices such as blood sacrifices, there aren't many mysteries. When there are conflicts between different tribes, open competitions in the Black Rock arenas are the more favored resolution. I've got nothing to hide from you, leader. 100 years ago, I was an ignorant barbarian cultivator who dominated the forests. I didn't feel that anything was wrong with such a life. However, after I was reborn from the poisonous dragon lake and received the legacy of Yin Zhu, I was edified by the demeanor of Great Zhou for 50 years. My mindset gradually changed. I felt that my eyes were opened and that the things that I had done in the past were not worth mentioning at all. The Southland of Sorcerers was too small for me. So I decided to travel in the Central Plateaus and see how much Great Zhou was left in Great Qian, which is also based in the Central Plateaus. It never occurred to me that, in such an environment, they were naturally capable of treating each other with manners like brothers without violating each other. They could enjoy abundant resources and train themselves slowly. However, after 100,000 years, now that we have arrived at the Great Qian dynasty, most of the unowned land has been developed. Few available resources are left, and so many new cultivators are popping up every year. Elder Spiritual Vulture, let me tell you something. Anything will be cheap if there is too much of it. Today, the least valuable things are lives. The lives of the ordinary folks are as cheap as the lives of the cultivators. After a long silence, Liao sighed and said, I thought that the cultivators in the forests in the Southland of Sorcerers were already brutal enough to raise ghosts, play with poison, and even offer blood sacrifices. I didn't know until today that the cultivators of the Central Plateaus could be even more brutal than us. Also, your brutality is so traceless and incredible. Ha ha ha. Dan Fengzi laughed and shook his head. Elder Spiritual Vulture, you didn't understand such simple logic until today? The Central Plateaus boast beautiful landscapes and vast, fertile land with abundant spiritual energy. Natural paradises are everywhere. How could such a wonderful place belong to us if we cultivators in the Central Plateaus were not more brutal than the cultivators in the Southland of Sorcerers? If the barbarian cultivators were more brutal, it would have been a barbarian cultivator who sat on the throne in divine capital. The cultivators from the Central Plateaus, such as us, on the other hand, would be chewing the bananas in the rough, smoky forests of the Southland of Sorcerers. What I am about to say may not sound very pleasant, and it may upset you, Elder Spiritual Vulture, but I'm going to say it anyway. Elder Spiritual Vulture, you are perhaps one of the cruelest, toughest people in the Southland of Sorcerers. However, while your skills are more than enough for you to dominate the forests in the Southland of Sorcerers, if you establish your own sect in the Central Plateaus, you won't know how you died. Yes, you are very strong, and you are adept at refining. Even 5 nascent soul stage cultivators might not be able to defeat you even if they attack together. However, in the Central Plateaus, competitions do not mean fighting on many occasions. When the fighting does take place, it is probably not going to be 5 nascent soul stage cultivators that come at you, but more like today, when 30 nascent soul stage cultivators and almost 80 core formation stage cultivators attack together. After all, it is everybody's responsibility to slay evil. Is Heaven Battering King Qi Changxing not tough? Is Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu not tough? Is Lead Eunuch Wang she not tough? But are they not stray dogs living in panic every day right now? Do forgive my bluntness, Elder Spiritual Vulture. I've been talking to you sincerely for your own sake, and I suggest that you stop thinking of establishing your own sect and just work as an elder in the Purple Pole Sword sect. Later, I can help you occupy a mountain yourself, and you can manage your own offshoot. That way, you will still be able to pass on the knowledge from Great Zhou on sword forgery. Isn't it a win-win? It appears that I was wrong all the time, Liao replied, somewhat depressed. I read a lot of the notes of the cultivators of the Great Zhou dynasty in the residence. After I broke out of seclusion, I also collected the stories, such as the legends of the swordsmen on the spiritual mountain that were introduced from the Central Plateaus. I thought that the cultivators in the Central Plateaus would be more or less as described in the book. Legends of the swordsmen on the spiritual mountain? Dan Fengzi was amuset. And I thought that you were depressed for a better reason, Elder Spiritual Vulture. So, you were simply misled by some hilarious novels. They are not the anecdotes of the cultivators at all, but make-believe that the ignorant ordinary people have fabricated. You cannot believe a single word in that. I remember reading a few pages of the legends of the swordsmen on the spiritual mountain. The cultivators in the book are all able to do whatever they want. Their life is truly enviable. It is understandable that you found it attractive. However, how can the cultivators in the real world be so unattached from mundane affairs? Not only do we have to eat food, we will also have to eat 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more than ordinary people do. There are no free lunches in the world. If you want to eat, you have to fight for the food with your own hands. In that respect, is there any real difference between a high and mighty cultivator and a butcher on the street? If we get to the bottom of it, although the folks call us deities, we are both clear that we are just people who have more strength and bigger stomachs. Liao looked at Dan Fengzi carefully before he shifted his eyes and looked at the darkness of the night sky pressing down bit by bit. He mumbled, "So, it seems that we will not have true freedom until we break the void and ascend to the deity's realm. No wonder so many cultivators crave ascension." Dan Fengzi smiled miserably and said, "In the legends, after you ascend to the deity's realm and become real deities, you will indeed be entitled to infinite freedom and comfort. However, I don't think that is the case." "Oh." Liao raised his eyebrow. "Why not? Since cultivators are much stronger than ordinary people and have much bigger stomachs than ordinary people, it is only reasonable that we assume that deities have stomachs 1,000 times larger than the cultivators if they are much stronger than the cultivators, right?" "Fair point. But we know for a fact that it is a boundless black world beyond the ancient sages' sector. No air, no water, nothing whatsoever except for cold stones. The resources there are 100 times thinner than the resources in the ancient sages' sector. The deities' stomachs are hundreds of times larger than the cultivators, but the resources outside are much scarcer than the resources in the ancient sages' sector. If the deities do live in the world beyond, then, to fight for the smallest resources, their competition will only be thousands of times crueler than in the ancient sages' sector. How can it be a real heaven of peace and happiness?" Liao was dazed for a long time as he gazed at Dan Fengzi in disbelief. "However, I estimate that there are neither the deities nor the deity's realm." Dan Fengzi burst into laughter before he declared ruthlessly, "Because if there really are deities, they would have marched to the ancient sages' sector, slaughtered each and every one of us, and stolen our resources. At the very least, if I were a deity, I certainly would have come and conquered the ancient sages' sector." Liao took a long breath and said, "I didn't know that the world of the cultivators and the deity's realm are equally cruel in the leader's eyes. There's nothing cruel in all this. This is the heaven's will," Dan Fengzi said casually. "Only the strongest should survive, and the winner is the king. That is the heaven's will." Swallowing, Liao finally could not help it any longer. "Even if it is indeed the heaven's will, aren't cultivators supposed to defy the heaven's will?" Dan Fengzi chuckled. "If you defy the heaven's will, you will have to taste the power of the apocalypses." Liao gnashed his teeth. "If the thousands of cultivators stand up and fight together, even the most powerful apocalypse can be punched into pieces." Dan Fengzi glanced at Li Yao in confusion. "But who will lead the charge? Elder Spiritual Vulture, the questions you raised today seem rather peculiar." Li Yao's heart suddenly palpitated. He knew that he had been acting too radical, because he was shocked by the misery of the disaster victims and the doings of the major sections. Thankfully, prolonged horns echoed from the sky to the northwest. Dan Fengzi's eyes suddenly shone. Forgetting his chit-chat with Li Yao, he put on a weird expression and said, "The fleet of the relief assets sent by the main sects has arrived. Let's go take a look." To cope with the natural disasters in the southeast, the main sects in the central plateaus had all dispatched a lot of relief assets, which were delivered to the south in a huge fleet of flying boats escorted by Master Dawn Moon, the current leader of the Grand Mystery sect. The flying boats that were fully loaded with food, clothes, and other assets were certainly not as fast as the light boats that only accommodated the high-level cultivators. They were less comparable to the flying swords that could rush at a supersonic speed. So, they did not arrive at Roaring Tiger City until that day, although the high-level cultivators had been there for days. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Not just Li Yao and Dan Fengzi. The high-level cultivators from other sects also turned into streaks of brightness and flew toward the fleet of relief assets. However, they were all greatly shocked by the appearance of the fleet. The fleet used to be made of dozens of behemoths carriers that were as huge as whales, but at that moment, there were only 10 broken boats that were riddled with holes left. They looked like the bodies of whales attacked by sharks and seemed as if they would crash into the land at any point. The black traces of charring could be found everywhere on the shell of every broken boat. The banners of the sects were all askew and blackened. Moans and screams were echoing inside the cabins. The intense and even repugnant stench of medication drifted out. What exactly has happened? Li Yao heard an angry bellow in midair. Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao smashed down like a weight and nearly knocked down the carrier in the lead. A middle-aged cultivator, wearing an advanced robe of the Grand Mystery Sect, who was covered in bandages from which balm was leaking out, staggered out of the cabin, supported by 2 disciples of the Grand Mystery Sect. Dan Fengzi told Li Yao in a low voice that the heavily wounded man was Master Don Moon, the current leader of the Grand Mystery Sect. Replying to you, Junior Uncle, Master Don Moon's breathing and voice were feeble, but he struggled to get rid of the support of the 2 disciples and stumbled close, bowing to Qi Zhongdao deeply as a disciple, only to almost fall over. He shouted with the utmost indignation. It was Qi Chongqing. Qi Chongqing's heaven-battering army has looted the majority of our assets. Chapter 1436, All Looted. Wasn't Qi Chongqing's heaven-battering army blown apart last winter? Qi Zhongdao gnashed his teeth. His eyes gradually turned gloomy and terrifying as he stared at Master Don Moon's heart. Colder than ever, he demanded, why could he organize such an elite army so quickly that even the fleet of carriers protected by you and the experts of the 6 major sects have been crushed, and even you were heavily wounded yourself? Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Master Don Moon threw out 2 mouthfuls of black blood and replied in pain. It was exactly because Qi Chongqing's heaven-battering army was defeated last winter that we were too careless and reckless to search the caves on the 2 sides of the Wolf Smoke Canyon when we passed it. As a result, we were ambushed by the heaven-battering army. Nobody knows how Qi Chongqing returned so quickly or where he gathered so many experts. Perhaps he has united all the evil beings in the Northwest. Most of the high-level cultivators in the 6 major sects came to the southeast in advance for disaster relief. There were only a few cultivators in the building foundation stage and the core formation stage in our carrier fleet. Qi Chongqing's heaven-battering army, on the other hand, was well prepared. They were as ferocious as tigers and separated our team at the very beginning. We were carriers fully loaded with assets after all. Our crafts were too cumbersome for us to fight agilely. We suffered heavy losses when the battle first started. I led the vanguard in a few charges but failed to break in. Seeing that we were about to be surrounded, we could only flee forward. Later, we lost another few carriers while we were getting rid of the heaven-battering army. Finally, we managed to save the 8 carriers here. It was a shame that in order to increase our speed, we were forced to abandon most of the assets. Cough, 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 cough. Master Don Moon's face grew pale as he spoke, and he was coughing so worryingly that his lungs seemed as if they would spurt out at any moment. A few disciples of the Grand Mystery Sect hurried to support him. They looked at Qi Zhongdao pitifully. You were assaulted in the Wolf Smoke Canyon, and all your assets were stolen by Qi Chongqing? Not a grain of food has been delivered. Qi Zhongdao demanded scarily, one word after another. His eyes gradually froze into 2 icy clones. Despite Master Don Moon's dying appearance, he looked more and more fearsome. It was exactly what happened, Master Don Moon replied feebly. The fellow cultivators from other main sects together with me have seen it with their own eyes. It was not because of our incapability, but because Qi Chongqing's heaven-battering army was too tough. Sun Jiuling, leader's son. Qi Zhongdao was so furious that he was calling his junior nephew by his name. All 30 ships of assets, and you failed to keep any of them. Excellent. Excellent. You are really my excellent junior nephew and an excellent leader of the Grand Mystery Sect. Boom! The flames of spiritual energy suddenly burst out of Qi Zhongdao's body and soared into a raging fiend in his back. Boosted by the spiritual energy, the entire flying boat was creaking. Many parts that were already full of damages were now blowing out bits of wood again. The failure of the battle and the heavy losses are all due to my inappropriate commands. Please punish me as you see fit, Senior Uncle. Vomiting blood, Master Dawn Moon shoved the disciples in front of him and fell on one knee in front of Qi Zhongdao before he craned his neck and gazed at Qi Zhongdao. You think that I do not dare punish you? Qi Zhongdao was so exasperated that the flames of spiritual energy above his head were even more fierce. Grand Leader. A few elders of the Grand Mystery sect who had been eyeing coldly nearby stood up and said unhurriedly, "The leader is indeed partly to blame for the loss of the relief assets after the assault of the Heaven Battering Army. However, nobody could have foreseen that Qi Changsheng could return so quickly. Qi Changsheng has savaged the Northwest for decades. As one of the notorious four rapscallions, he is qualified as one of the top 10 experts in the world. His indestructible body is also too sturdy for Master Dawn Moon to resist himself. It is understandable. Before, a lot of cultivators were deployed to hunt Qi Changsheng. One time, more than 20 nascent soul stage cultivators went a chase after Qi Changsheng, but did they not fail to block the guy and let him run away? Since the leader has fought bloody battles and is now exhausted and heavily wounded, we'd better let him treat his wounds right now and punish him when the wounds are healed." The elders mostly possessed high positions. Some of them were even a generation older than the leader and were senior brothers or junior brothers to Qi Zhongdao. They were basically on par with each other and did not need to listen to Qi Zhongdao's curses. "You." Qi Zhongdao gnashed his teeth so hard that the teeth were almost ground to dust. "Do you have any other orders, Grand Leader?" The few elders of the Grand Mystery sect stood between Qi Zhongdao and Master Dawn Moon without saying anything. There was no telling if it was intentional, but they stressed grand when they addressed him. The Grand Leader of the Grand Mystery sect and the current leader of the Grand Mystery sect, as well as the elders, had a silent and yet extremely dangerous competition. The flames of spiritual energy behind Qi Zhongdao were slowly retreated back into his body, but on his dark skin, red veins and nerves were bulging out. Even Li Yao had sensed Qi Zhongdao's intimidating aura that was 10 times more powerful than during his match with Yin Liren during the Dragon Spring meeting. It felt like an iron wall, 100 meters tall, was about to fall upon everyone. The air almost froze. There was nothing but dead silence on the spot. Even the noise of a needle hitting the deck would have been as shocking as thunder. Right when the two parties were about to have an open fight, Dan Fengzi, leader of the Purple Pole Sword sect, suddenly walked out and bowed to Qi Zhongdao. "Master Righteous One, by common sense, this is an internal affair of the Grand Mystery sect, and it is inappropriate for outsiders such as us to comment. However, in the fleet escorted by Master Dawn Moon, quite a few were contributed by the Purple Pole Sword sect. Master Dawn Moon was wounded not for his personal interests, but for the common interests of all the sects here and for the happiness of the people. So, on behalf of the Purple Pole Sword sect, I fear that I must say something. First of all, the natural disasters are not over yet, and the great enemy is still ahead of us. Our primary target is the White Lotus Ghoul army that is attacking East Peace County. Right now, the most important things for us is stability and unification. We can deal with other issues, however severe they are, after the White Lotus Ghoul army is suppressed. Secondly, although it was quite a heavy loss for the 30 carriers to all be looted, we have fortunately conquered Roaring Tiger City. The assets in the few warehouses in Roaring Tiger City should be enough for the million disaster victims to survive the most difficult period. So, the consequences of the brutal failure might not be as dire as we imagine. If the assets in the whole of Roaring Tiger City still do not suffice, it doesn't matter. As long as we inform the nearby sects of the appearance of Roaring Tiger City right now, I think that they will deliver a lot of relief assets very soon, and the disaster victims will survive the calamity. Dan Fengzi, even you?" Qi Zhongdao stared at Dan Fengzi as ferociously as a tiger, as if he were trying to poke 2 holes on his face. Dan Fengzi looked back casually and confidently. His eyes were as clear as water, and he seemed to be unaware of what Qi Zhongdao meant. Other than Li Yao and Yin Liren, the other few elders of the Purple Pole Sword sect all stood behind Dan Fengzi, holding their swords' hilts. Vague sword auras were spreading out. Dan Fengzi is quite right. For ships from the Gold Armor clan have been pillaged too. We went through a lot of trouble to gather those resources. Of course, we feel painful to lose them. However, the brutality of heaven-battering King Qi Chongqing is well known. Is there anybody here who hasn't suffered losses because of him? It was quite unfortunate that the fleet ran into him, but it was certainly not entirely Master Dawnmoon's fault. Honestly speaking, even if we were defending the carriers, could we have stopped Qi Chongqing for sure? Including Butiantong, a few elders of the Gold Armor clan stood up too. Thunderstorm Valley thinks the same. Right now, a great enemy is still in front of us. Let's talk about the less important issues after we have suppressed the White Lotus cult. A few elders of Thunderstorm Valley stepped forward and stood next to Master Dawn Moon, Dan Fengzi, the elders of the Grand Mystery Sect, and the elders of the Gold Armor clan. After all, there are enough assets for the disaster victims. If we are still short of something, we can always ask the sects nearby to provide them. I don't think they'll dare to refuse. The cultivators from Flying Spirit Island stood on Master Dawn Moon and Dan Fengzi's side too. On this side, it was dozens of elders, leaders, and cultivators from all the main sections. On that side, it was just Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao alone. Looking at the many fellow cultivators in a daze, Qi Zhongdao seemed to grow 20 years older in just a moment. He suddenly lost all his strength. His veins and nerves, which had been bulging like snakes previously, withered too. His lips trembled for a long time, but he did not know what to say in the end. His body was shaking slightly, and he seemed almost unable to stand on his feet. Senior brother, an elder of the Grand Mystery Sect said respectfully, like you used to say, we must consider the big picture. The big picture? Qi Zhongdao smiled bitterly. The big picture. His throat rolled for a long time, only to come up with nothing. Finally, after a long sigh, he shook his sleeve and turned into a streak of grayness, flying into the clouds to get all the annoyances out of his sight. The only things left behind were a dilapidated roaring tiger city and the folks who were gobbling in gratitude and innocence outside of the city. The miserable screams of Duan Xingyi, the leader of the Black Devil cult, seemed to be still echoing in the night sky. You did not intend to offer food at all. You did not plan to offer a single grain of food. On the spacious ground, centered around the porridge pots, independent zones had been divided according to the banners of different sections. A lot of traps, trenches, and walls had been dug out too. There were also weights, hammers, and other facilities for working out on the ground. Swords, sabers, and spears could be found too. Also, fully enclosed tents had been established, in which the confidential test magical equipment of the sects was set up to examine the aptitude and talents of the applicants. The disaster victims, who were mostly as thin as a skeleton, were already scrambling on the traps and walls when they had not entirely recovered from the horror of the savaging flood yet. They were also crushing themselves with the weights and hammers, unwilling to give up even when they were bleeding. Some of the peasants who had learned a thing or two about martial arts before were waving the spears or sabers so crazily that even water would not pass. It was because the main sects had established offices below Roaring Tiger City to recruit new disciples. Although resources were scarce, people were certainly not. However, most folks had barely any clothes and had been starving for a long time. They were even falling off at the first morning breeze. Therefore, they were only a waste of food and absolutely useless for the cultivation sections. The natural disasters treated everybody equally. Not just the common folks were running for survival. Even the richer households who had the wealth for wine, meat, and body buildup before had to escape too. After such a long period of suffering, the applicants who had strength to complete the tests that the cultivation sects arranged certainly had desirable aptitude and talent. Even if they were not qualified to be core disciples, they were more than enough to serve as external disciples or a servant or tenant of the vassal families of the cultivation sections. What was even better was that, Unlike the locals that the cultivation recruited within their own territory, the disaster victims were unhesitant to sign the lifelong indenture. According to their indenture, there would be no compensation if any accident happened to them during their training, and even if they accomplished something, they would still have to serve their master and sect for the rest of their life. If they had other intentions, they would be struck by the wrath of the heavens. The disaster victims who were healthy, strong, and far away from home and signed an indenture were the best cannon fodder for the cultivation sections. When two cultivators were fighting, dozens of disciples of the hostile sect might get killed by accident in every round. Most of the dead disciples were those people. When it was required to explore highly dangerous relics and mysterious demon caves, or to fight tough enemies such as the White Lotus cult, the Heaven Battering Army, and the Ghost Cavalry, those people would be sent out first too. Dan Fengzi was the one who told Li Yao that inside information. Inside Roaring Tiger City, an argument that was even more fierce was breaking out. The 6 major sects, including the Grand Mystery Sect and the Purple Pole Sword Sect, as well as sects from the Central Plateaus that had come for disaster relief together, were all involved in a debate as to the distribution of the tremendous resources left by Roaring Tiger Hall, including crystals, magical equipment, and the low-level disciples. It was then that Li Yao realized that the low-level cultivators of Roaring Tiger Hall would not certainly be punished with death, even if they possibly participated in the Black Devil cult's operations in the past. On the contrary, for the sake of benevolence, they would be sent to the main sects for rectification so that they would have a chance to atone for their mistakes. Seeing that the elegant-looking high-level cultivators lunged at Roaring Tiger Hall's enormous body like ravenous hyenas and were tearing off the bloody, stinky meat piece after piece greedily, Li Yao could not have been more disappointed by the noble sects in the world of ancient cultivators. He finally understood that the noble sects, just as the leaders of Roaring Tiger Hall and the Black Devil cult said, were there for personal gains blatantly under the disguise of disaster relief. It did make sense on second thought. If most of the ancient cultivators were not as despicable as such, how could a super civil war that swept across the 3,000 sectors have broken out and eventually destroyed the entire ancient cultivation civilization? The experiences of chaos by Yenji alone were indicative enough of the faces of most of the ancient cultivators. Li Yao was more and more reluctant to stay any longer in such a corrupt world. He could not wait to return to the modern cultivation civilization. Even after dealing with the ruthless imperium of true human beings, or the emotionless, mechanical alliance of the Holy Covenant, seemed to be better than hanging around with the pretentious guys and listening to their bullshit tea about slaying evil and serving justice. Li Yao made a decision. After the issue with the White Lotus cult was over, he would find an excuse to travel on his own for a while. Then he would go to the second satellite of the Ancient Sages sector and establish the Star Beacon first. He walked randomly on that dark night, moving farther and farther away from Roaring Tiger City. Behind him was an obstreperous city full of lights, and in front of him was a stinky, muddy land savaged by the flood. However, he found it hard to tell which side was hell and which side was the world of human beings. Suddenly, Li Yao smelt a certain stimulating fragrance, which was the scent of some kind of thick, intense wine mixed with almost 10 kinds of meat. Then, he heard contented laughter far away ahead of him. Greatly curious, Li Yao sniffed and walked toward where the fragrance came from. After walking for a long time, he finally discovered that a ragged plank was docked in a small water pool that had been filled with mud below a crooked tree that had already been destroyed by lightning. A giant pot had been set up nearby. There was no telling what was being boiled inside, but the cap of the pot was jumping because of the soaring air below, which was almost leaking out in milky smoke. There were also dozens of tankards of wine paved in a row. The tankards were all shining greasily in dark golden colors. The marks on the tankards were the patterns of an awesome tiger, indicating that they were the fine wine treasured by Roaring Tiger Hall. On the small plank, 2 people were sitting, one in the front and the other at the rear. They were the handsome monk master Bitter Cicada, who did not mind eating rotten meat, and Ba Xiaoyu the beggar, who was wearing ragged clothes and could not have been stinkier. Master Bitter Cicada and Ba Xiaoyu seemed to be old friends. They were not restrained at all in front of each other. Ba Xiaoyu picked up a tankard of old wine with his spiritual energy and broke the seal before he poured the wine, which was as gold as honey, into 2 balers. He clapped his hands and laughed. The B***stards of Roaring Tiger Hall committed all kinds of crimes. Even a stray dog on the street is cleaner than them. However, the wine that they brewed is indeed among the best in the world. When this beggar saw the Duans drinking the wine for the first time, I was so thirsty that I almost jumped down and knocked down both of them in order to drink up all their wine. After a year of waiting, I have finally fulfilled my wish today. This couldn't be better. Hey monk, of the 3 tankards of wine here, one is yours and the other is mine. If you haven't had enough, fill your stomach with the meat. After saying that, Ba Xiaoyu raised the baler with both hands and opened his mouth. Leaving aside the demons of the blood demon sector, Li Yao had never seen any creature who could open their mouth to such an extent. After only 1 moment, an entire baler of wine had nothing left. With a world-shaking burp, Ba Xiaoyu burst into laughter. There's always wine in my cup, and there are always heads of the scoundrels waiting to be cut off. Satisfying. This is very satisfying. He was not in a hurry to pour the second baler of wine. Instead, he opened his fingers and snatched another 2 tankards of wine with his spiritual energy. Shaking his arms, he tossed the 2 tankards of wine into the sky and smashed them into each other. The Thunderous Sound Hall, Green Glow City, Void Appearance Sect. All the victims killed by the Black Devil cult. All the cultivators and ordinary people. You may rest in peace now. The delicious wine sprayed on the dark land like broken stars. Master Bitter Cicada sighed. The pearls that he held in his hand slowly drifted into midair. Accompanied by the soothing recitals of sutras, they revolved slowly and released the gentlest brilliance. Ba Xiaoyu suddenly widened his eyes and spat. Which scumbag is eavesdropping over there? Are you planning to steal my wine? Li Yao secretly frowned. He did not hide his presence, but walked close openly. Although it was pure darkness around, it was impossible for Ba Xiaoyu not to have noticed him with his cultivation under the illumination of the stars. What was the guy's attitude all about when he knew exactly who Li Yao was? Li Yao could tell that Ba Xiaoyu the beggar was quite hostile toward him. It was quite perplexing. Li Yao was pretty sure that Ba Xiaoyu the beggar must not have met Master Spiritual Vulture before. There should not have been any grudges between them. Old Ba, don't be anxious. Master Bitter Cicada stopped reciting the sutras and opened his eyes. He nodded at Li Yao with a smile and acknowledgement before he turned to Ba Xiaoyu and said, "The way I see it, Master Spiritual Vulture's eyebrows are focused and not dispersing. His eyes are sharp but not deadly, and although killing intent is circling his face, there isn't much brutality and aggression in it. He does not look like an insane, inhuman, and bloodthirsty person. Rumor among the cultivators has it that he slaughtered quite a few tribes, leaving absolutely no survivors, and his notoriety spread across the entire Southland of sorcerers. I know that you hate scoundrels as you hate your mortal enemies. It is understandable that you are not willing to make friends with such people. However, in my opinion, I don't think that Master Spiritual Vulture is such a person right now. There could be more to the story, or it could simply be a rumor, considering that it happened almost 100 years ago. Or Master Spiritual Vulture might have realized his wrongdoing and decided to walk on a different path after receiving the legacy of Yen Zhu, the sword forger of the Great Zhou dynasty. The real Master Spiritual Vulture was an insane murderer, so it was impossible for him to simulate the figure perfectly. Then he recalled that he had almost lost his cool in front of Dan Fengzi. It appeared that there were still a lot of bugs regarding the identity of Master Spiritual Vulture that required patches. Ba Xiaoyu's face turned milder after hearing Master Bitter Cicada's words, but he was still staring at Li Yao coldly. Master Spiritual Vulture, tell me, have you slaughtered a few tribes without even sparing the children? Thinking quickly, Li Yao replied in a hoarse voice. What if I did, and what if I didn't? If you didn't, and it's just a rumor, this will be a nice encounter between you and me. You may sit down and enjoy the wine with me. Ba Xiaoyu said. If you are the scumbags who murdered children, it is fine too. The delicious wine here and your broken guts will be perfect sacrifices for the unrest souls you killed. You are going to kill me for something 100 years ago. Li Yao's pupils constricted violently, and he cackled like a crow. Are you able to kill me? It doesn't matter whether it's 100 years ago or it's yesterday. Now that this beggar has learned of it and run into you, this is your unlucky day. Ba Xiaoyu chuckled. As for whether or not I'm able to kill you, I'll know the answer after I try. If I can't, I can run away to heal my wounds, and I'll come back after I've recovered. I'll kill you when you are bathing, pooping, eating, or sleep. I'll poison your wine, pee in your food, and put pests in your bed. Even if you are not killed, you will be disgusted and frightened. For as long as you are alive, I will try to kill you in such a way, until either of us dies. Li Yao suddenly felt warm, but coldness beamed out of his eyes. His facial muscles cramped for a while before he gnashed his teeth. If you want to kill me, just do it. After all, in the eyes of the pretentious cultivators from the Central Plateaus, the barbarian cultivators are all cannibals who feast upon raw meat and blood. What kind of appalling things do we not do? Would you believe me even if I told you that I did no such thing? Ba Xiaoyu stared at Li Yao's face for a long time. Li Yao stared back at him aggressively too. When the air between the two of them was about to be ignited, Ba Xiaoyu suddenly picked up half a baler on the plank and threw it toward Li Yao. Since the monk says that you are not a bloodthirsty person, and you are not willing to admit it, I can only believe that you are innocent for now because of the lack of proof. If I find proof tomorrow, I will kill you tomorrow. But tonight, let's drink. After a sniff, Li Yao snatched the baler and landed on the plank like a soft feather. Ba Xiaoyu patted his hands and curled his finger. The boiling pot was suddenly opened. It jumped into the air and did not descend even after rotating 3 times. The most treasured food ingredients of the Roaring Tiger Hall, boiled by 10 barrels of fine wine, were bubbling inside the pot. They were already well cooked, with the fragrance of meat spreading out. The center of the pot even seemed to be glowing. Ba Xiaoyu laughed. He picked up a fishing pole from the edge of the plank. Then, as if fishing, he tossed the pole at the pot and picked up a red, greasy, and fragrant dog leg. Master Spiritual Vulture, you grew up in the Southland of Sorcerers. I'm afraid that you have never seen such a dog leg before. This is no ordinary dog leg. It is a common practice to put such a dog leg in the middle of a barrel of hams when the hams are being brewed, so that the flavor of the dog meat will add to the taste of the hams. After the barrel of hams is brewed, the flavor and essence of the dog leg will have leaked into the ham. So, the dog leg itself will lose all the taste, and it is usually abandoned. However, this beggar discovered that if you put the dog leg that has lost all its essence and looks like a honeycomb into the same pot with the other food ingredients and boil them together, the dog leg will absorb the essence of the other meat and be filled up again. It's almost like pumping. Tisk, TSK, TSK. As a result, such a dog leg will be the best food in the world that you can never find elsewhere. While introducing the dish, Ba Xiaoyu was already drooling. He shook the hooks on the fishing pole and picked up 3 dog legs from the bottomless pot. Passing 2 of the legs to Li Yao and Master Bitter Cicada, he looked at Li Yao and said, "The same food can breed very different people. Some of the cultivators in the Central Plateaus are pompous villains, but some of them are the extravagant magnates who are willing to share the invaluable dog legs. Come on, even a nascent soul stage cultivator might not be able to stand on his feet after a mouthful of such dog meat." This was the first time that Li Yao had ever heard a ragged beggar calling himself an extravagant magnate without the least unease. Ba Xiaoyu's face of delight, indeed, seemed to suggest that he was an emperor treating his honorable guests who had come from afar with hundreds of delicious cuisines in his splendid palace. Glancing at the wine in front of Master Bitter Cicada, Li Yao smiled. "Do you drink wine and eat dog meat too, Master?" "Of course," Master Bitter Cicada said. "The monks count on the benefactors for their living. If the benefactor gives water, we will drink water. If they give wine, we will drink wine. Now that the dog leg has been given, it is disrespectful to turn it down." Not only does this monk have wine and meat, he drinks even more than I do. Pay special attention later, and make sure that he doesn't steal more wine. Ba Xiaoyu clapped his hands and laughed. Then he suddenly put on a grave face and glared at Li Yao. Why are you not eating? Do you feel that this beggar is too smelly and filthy for you? Ba Xiaoyu's body was indeed covered with ulcers and pustules. Not only did he look rather unkempt, he did not smell very good at a close distance. There was also a deep bite on his left leg that had long deteriorated due to the untimely treatment. Right now, the rot had already reached the bone. However, he seemed to be feeling none of it and was still talking and laughing. There was really no telling what he was made of. Li Yao frowned and shook his head. I was born in a land of barbarians. Why would I despise you for your untidiness? Fellow cultivator Ba, I'm just curious. With your cultivation, you must already be insusceptible to weather or poisons now. Mustn't you? How can you be troubled by dermatitis? Also, the wound on your left leg does not seem to be caused by any tough poison. As long as the rotten flesh is cut away and the wound is covered in decent medication, it will recover very quickly. Why have you delayed the treatment to this day? If I want to cure it, of course, it will be cured very soon. Looking at the hole on his leg, Ba Xiaoyu said, however, the ulcers and the wound are my best cover. It was with their help that I was able to sneak into Roaring Tiger City. Nobody suspected that a beggar could be in the nascent soul stage. Li Yao was greatly shocked. He lost his calmness and exclaimed, So, you intentionally caught the disease in order to collect the evidence of the Black Devil Cult's crimes and to figure out the relation between the Black Devil Cult and the Roaring Tiger Hall. Ba Xiaoyu nodded and bit the dog leg hard, while he replied in a blurred voice, Why are we still talking? Come on, have the meat and wine. Li Yao was caught in mixed feelings. The world of ancient cultivators had no rules. Everything was growing wildly, and polarization was extremely severe. There were the seemingly gracious, but in fact extremely selfish elders and leaders who appeared to be cultivators, but did the things in the immortal cultivator's way. There were also the cultivators like Master Bitter Cicada and Ba Xiaoyu the Beggar, who were really slaying evil and serving justice. From them, Li Yao seemed to have found the origins of the creed to protect the ordinary people in the modern cultivation civilization. He also understood why humanity could rise and bloom again in the dark universe after sinking for 30,000 years. He felt that his blood was boiling. Like Ba Xiaoyu and Master Bitter Cicada, he took the meat and wine to his heart's content. It was the most delicious meat and wine that he had ever enjoyed. Right then, Master Bitter Cicada suddenly spoke to the clouds. Now that fellow cultivator Chi is also here. Why don't you join us for some wine and meat too? His voice concentrated into sound waves that pierced through the sky like a pillar. After a long time, the clouds slowly swirled into a hole, from which a translucent shadow crawled out and landed on the crooked tree next to the plank like a dry leaf. It was Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao, the leader of the great Qian cultivators. His face was gloomy. A thin, icy shell covered his body. Frost was everywhere on his head and his eyebrow. He was truly like what he was nicknamed, and no different from a cold, hard glacier that nobody wanted to touch. Greetings, Leader Qi. Ba Xiaoyu the Beggar welcomed Qi Zhongdao with a smile. There was not a regular alliance among the cultivators in the great Qian dynasty. However, in cases of emergencies, for example, to fight the heaven-battering army, the White Lotus cult, the Ghost Qin army, or to threaten the Purple Pole Sword sect like last time, or to resist natural disasters, temporary alliances would be established for the convenience of organization. In most of the cases, Qi Zhongdao would be the leader of such temporary alliances. Why else would he be called the leader of all the great Qian cultivators? Naturally, it was not an exception this time. The form of address, however, made Qi Zhongdao's face even gloomier. He was almost grinding his teeth and about to leave. Old Ba, do not talk like that. Master Bitter Cicada sighed. Fellow cultivator Qi's life is not easy either. To unite the selfish sects into an ostensible alliance that can work on something together, he has paid much more than you did when you snuck into Roaring Tiger City to investigate the Black Devil cult. You never know how difficult something is until you do it yourself. The life of a monk or a beggar is easy, but it is certainly much more difficult to work as the leader of all the cultivators. Before Qi Zhongdao replied, Master Bitter Cicada said, You were free to leave your family's sect, but Master Chi cannot leave the Grand Mystery sect and the shaking community of cultivators. Right now, despite the internal conflict of the cultivators, some ground rules are still kept on the surface. We all appear to be at peace, serving justice together. Whoever dares to openly violate the rules and swallow other sects, just like the Roaring Tiger Hall and the Black Devil Cult, are considered evil and will be lambasted. If the ground rules on the surface are wiped out, the world of cultivators will completely fall apart and retrograde to the primitive dog-eat-dog jungles again. Too many people will suffer in a lawless, chaotic era. The lives of the ordinary people are not easy when the days are peaceful, nor when we are at war. But in general, they still suffer more during wars. Just as the saying goes, it's better to be a dog in a peaceful world than to be a human being in a war. When a plaza is falling, it is impossible for one pillar to hold it. Does Master Chi not know that he is doing the impossible? If he only considers his own interests, why would he bother to be elected as the leader, which entails all kinds of trouble but absolutely no gains? He has simply been doing whatever he can. Basyayu the beggar was greatly touched. He looked around, only to discover that the balers that he used as bowls had been used up. He picked up the baler that he had drunk from just now and wiped it carefully with his clothes before pouring wine into it until it was full. Delivering the baler respectfully, he said, "Fellow cultivator Chi, over the past few decades, although we have been respected as the three saints together by other cultivators, we have always been on our separate paths. I was always a beggar, and you were the leader of all the cultivators. We barely had any intersection, but after night, I hope we can be friends." Qi Zhongdao did not say anything. Hearing what Master Bitter Cicada had just said, and looking at the wine that Basyayu the beggar had given him, he accepted the wine with both hands and chugged it, his eyes suddenly turning red. Bubbling sounds were rumbling from his throat to his abdomen. "That's some delicious wine. Any more?" His voice sounded like a rusted gear that was being lubricated by oil. "Yes, of course." Basyayu the beggar clapped his hands and laughed. "If we run out of wine, this beggar can always go back to the city and steal more." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. He simply attracted another few barrels of wine with spiritual energy. Too lazy to find a utensil anymore, he simply broke the seals, craned his neck, and poured the wine into his mouth. The golden liquid ran into his throat like a flooding river, but not a single drop of it spluttered out of his mouth. It was quite amazing. Oh, in the blink of an eye, a whole barrel of wine had been drunk up. He chuckled and filled half of the empty barrel with mud from the pool. Summoning his spiritual energy, he tossed the barrel into the darkness far away. After a dull noise, the barrel was smashed by something. Then, all the mud in the barrel swooshed back. As if it had eyes, the mud was not coming at anybody else but fully focused on Basyayu like pebbles. After a shriek, Basyayu soared up like black smoke to the top of the crooked tree. He shouted toward the darkness, "Hey, Yin Liren, I'm holding a feast here, entertaining my guests with delicious wine. What are you doing here?" The bald dwarf swordsman slowly walked out from the darkness on the mud, but his shoes were not stained at all. Holding his short sword, he replied casually without any expression, "I'm here to practice my sword." "Why don't you practice in the city?" Basyayu said. "The city is too raucous," Yin Liren said. "It's quieter here." Master Bitter Cicada smiled. Together with fellow cultivator Yin, the three saints of Great Qian are all here. Master Spiritual Vulture is also a magnificent figure that, according to the cultivators, will be added to the three saints shortly. Now that fate has arranged for us to meet here, why don't you come here and have a drink, fellow cultivator Yin? Yin Liren did not bother to look at them when he shook his head. "I don't drink. My sword is slower if I drink." Rolling his eyes, Basyayu chuckled. "How do you know that your sword will be slower after you drink if you don't drink wine? I have heard a certain art named Drunk Sword, which is an unparalleled technique whose power will be maximized only when the swordsman is dizzy because of drinking. How come I never heard about it before?" Yin Liren said, "You just made it up, just like you told me last time that if someone learns to hold a sword with his foot, he will be able to hold 4 swords with 4 limbs and thereby quadruple the power of a sword art." To everyone's surprise, Basyayu nodded and said, "You're right. It's true that I just made it up, but since you are so awesome, it is possible that you will invent such a technique named drunk sword while you are sipping the wine. Wouldn't it be wonderful? Yin Liren tilted his head and thought for a moment. Then, to everyone's surprise, he nodded solemnly and said, "Fair enough. Since I'm so awesome, if there really is a drunk sword in the world, I will certainly be the one who invents it." While saying that, he strutted toward the plank. Right when everybody thought that he was going to step on the plank, Yin Liren suddenly vanished without a sign. The next second, however, he appeared on the head of Ba Xiaoyu the beggar, who was standing on the top of the crooked tree, with four sharpest edges glittering around him. Nobody saw how he leapt up and took off his shoes and socks. Nobody could tell where he found the four swords that he was wielding with both hands and both feet. The four streaks of brilliance instantly multiplied into 40, 400, and 4,000 streaks when they met the wind, enveloping Ba Xiaoyu the beggar like crazily dancing snakes. Ba Xiaoyu the beggar screamed. He jumped backward in a hurry and put the tobacco pipe that was on his back into his mouth. Then, he spurted out a mouthful of smoke, which turned into vivid ermines that seemed to be alive and swallowed all the sword auras. "What are you doing, Yin Liren?" Ba Xiaoyu craned his neck out of the colorful smoke and shouted angrily. "I was kind enough to invite you to the party. Is this how you reward hospitality?" "Nothing." After launching 4,000 sword auras instantly, the four swords disappeared without any trace as unpredictably as they appeared. Yin Liren landed on the plank softly before he spoke to Ba Xiaoyu, who was still hiding in the colorful smoke in midair. "I just wanted to tell you that the technique to control four swords with four limbs has been grasped by me. However, it cannot increase the power of a sword by 4 times as you claimed. The best it can do is double it." While speaking to him, Yin Liren picked up a barrel of wine without greeting anybody else. He broke the seal and poured half the barrel of wine into his mouth before he smacked his lips and mumbled, "Drunk sword?" Deep in thought, he poured the remaining half the barrel into his throat. "You!" Shouting angrily, Ba Xiaoyu the beggar dashed out of the colorful smoke. It was not until then that everybody realized why he was reluctant to get out. As it turned out, Yin Liren's swords were so fast and sharp that, although he managed to evade the sword auras, his ragged clothes had been ripped apart. They were dangling from his body like broken clothes. He could not have looked more devastated. "This wine is good. I feel like I'm onto something." Yin Liren broke the seal of a second barrel of wine and said seriously, "If I grasp the drunk sword one day, I will practice with you again, Brother Ba." Ba Xiaoyu shrank his neck and stopped talking. He snatched a barrel of wine, widened his eyes, and poured it into his mouth too. Yin Liren was still drinking while touching his sword. Holding the wine barrel angrily, Ba Xiaoyu seemed to be planning to chew the container. Holding a baler of wine in his hand, Master Bitter Cicada was not in a hurry to drink it. Instead, he was savoring the thickness of the wine. The pity on his face was more or less dispersed by the fragrance of the wine. Leaning against the crooked tree, Qi Zhongdao looked rather lonely when he gazed at the lively, roaring tiger city that was ablaze with lights. Silently, he simply poured the barrels of wine into his mouth. His dark face was slowly glowing red, as if he were an iron block that was being heated from inside to outside. Li Yao was sipping the wine slowly while he secretly observed the top experts in the world who all looked rather interesting. The depression in his heart was more or less dissolved by them. The 5 of them were all super experts close to or beyond the peak of the nascent soul stage. The delicious wine in the mortal world would not have intoxicated them, even if there was a whole warehouse of it. However, the wine that they were drinking was the secret medical wine brewed by Roaring Tiger Hall specifically for the 3 nascent soul stage cultivators of the Duan family. Besides the bear hearts, the leopard gallbladders, and the tiger bones, almost 100 incredible heavenly materials and earthly treasures had been mixed into it, which made the wine nurturing and narcotic even for the powerful nascent soul stage cultivators. Very soon, the dozens of barrels of wine were split up by the 5 of them. Among them, Li Yao and Master Bitter Cicada drank the least. They basically shared only 1 barrel. The other 3, however, seemed to be having a competition with each other. They each poured more than 10 barrels into their mouth. Iron Saint Qi Zhongdao's eyes were completely bloodshot. Shot. Shot. Chapter 1440, The Wine Tank, Named World. Why? Qi Zhongdao sounded like a cluster of cold ice enveloped by scorching fire. He said painfully, "Why do the cultivators from the main sects not understand the importance of the big picture at all? As long as a sect provides a tiny bit of food, millions of disaster victims will be spared, so they will not cause any trouble or be manipulated by Mother White Lotus. This is the best approach to prevent a ghoul army from appearing. It is certainly much better than slaying evil in a hurry after thousands of ghouls have shown up, isn't it? But I didn't know that their duplicity would be so appalling. Thankfully, fellow Cultivator Ba, you revealed the schemes of Roaring Tiger Hall and the Black Devil Cult in time and gave us a reason to attack Roaring Tiger City. We have fortunately found a large batch of food that is enough for us to pass the crisis. What would have happened without fellow Cultivator Ba's tremendous help today? Would they have felt satisfied when they saw millions of disaster victims die and turn into aggressive ghouls? I really don't know if those people have a heart or a brain. Yes, we seem to have resolved the crisis with the assets confiscated from Roaring Tiger City. However, none of the heroes in the world are blind and can see through their blatant petty tricks easily. Through such approaches, they may gain slightly for now, but all the southeastern sects will be disheartened. The reputation of the main sects of Central Plateaus has been trampled on. How are we going to cooperate with the southeastern sects in the future when there is absolutely no trust between us? Short-sighted, penny-wise, and pound-foolish, yet they are still gloating. That is simply too idiotic. Qi Zhongdao cursed aloud with the boost of the wine until he was trembling. His eyes seemed to be on fire, and crimson magma was about to flow out. He swallowed. His throat uttered a weird sound, as if his vocal cords were burningly hot. His voice shivered as he said, "The cultivators of the great Qian dynasty seem to be in their heyday. But does anyone here, as a top expert in the world of cultivators, not know the truth? The White Lotus cult is savaging the southeast, the heaven-battering army is stomping on the northwest, and Ghost Qin is coveting from the north. One moment of carelessness, and we will be doomed forever. At such a dire time, all the main sects are still profiting at the expense of others, busy in conspiracies and internal conflicts. Even the rules on the surface are now being kicked away and utterly disregarded. If things go on like this, the country will no longer be a country. Even if the White Lotus cult, the heaven-battering army, and Ghost Qin were just minor diseases in the beginning, if the cultivators continue messing around like this, they will escalate into fatal illnesses soon. When the illnesses are too severe to be treated, it will be too late for regrets. If the great Qian dynasty does fall apart, there will be at least 100 years of lawless bloody wars. All the sects and cultivators will be involved in the turbulence. They will either live like a devil or die the most miserable death. If the great Qian dynasty is a high tower, the cultivation sects and the cultivators are already at the highest level of the tower. What benefits can we get by destroying the tower? Why can't those people understand such simple logic? Clenching his fists, he was going to punch the crooked tree hard. However, the half-dead, shaking crooked tree somehow reminded him of something. He simply turned the direction of his fists and slapped his thigh hard. "Brother Qi, don't be so anxious. What you said is the most correct and sensible logic." Ba Xiaoyu was also half-drunk. Belching, he said with a smile, "But correct and sensible as it is, you have been working as the leader of all the cultivators for too long to understand what is on the mind of those below you. Yes, food is just a minor issue right now. The price of food in other places is still low. However, what will happen when the influences of the natural disaster spread and when the harvest season comes without a harvest? Then, the food price will soar possibly by 10 to 20 times. Famine will doubtlessly spread through the southeast area. The cultivation sects in the southeast will be willing to pay any price for the precious food to consolidate their forces. If the food is delivered here and now to solve the imminent trouble in the southeast, what benefits can you get except for the gratitude of the poor folks? However, if you wait until the southeast is short of food in the harvest season, you'll be able to sell your food at an astronomical price. Don't be so hasty to argue. I'm not done yet. The great profits in the harvest season are just part of the reason. There's another reason that is even more important. You can steal talents here. The Southeast is a place where the spiritual energy in the world congregates. The ordinary folks here, nurtured by the natural spiritual energy, have a much higher chance of awakening their spiritual roots than the folk elsewhere do. They all make the best apprentices for training. Before, this place was dominated by the southeastern sects, and it was difficult for foreign sects to recruit disciples here. The natural disasters, however, give the sects from central plateaus a great opportunity to act in collusion and get what they want. No one wants to leave their home for an unfamiliar cultivation sect far away and struggle like a dog for a slim chance of survival, unless they absolutely have no choice. If you really deliver enough food here, allowing the disaster victims to survive the crisis peacefully, how many of them will willingly be recruited by you? Even if they do want to join a cultivation sect, they can always choose a local force in the southeast. Therefore, even if there is food, it must not be fed to the disaster victims so easily. They must be half-starved first so that they will be fascinated by the thin porridge. Then, after realizing that there is plenty of food in the sects in the central plateaus, and it is their only chance of survival, they will participate in the entrance tests hosted by the main sections. Only the strong, talented folks will be given enough food after they pass the entrance tests and sign the lifelong indenture. In such a way, the cultivation sects will build up their own force with the elites of the southeast while diminishing the potential of the southeastern sects without offending anyone. Is it not the most ideal plan? This is against the rules. His eyes bloodshot, Qi Zhongdao declared angrily. Recruiting disciples in the territory of other sects across the border is very likely to raise large-scale friction and riots. There will be major chaos. I never did such a thing when I was the leader of the Grand Mystery Sect. It's a pity that you are not the leader of the Grand Mystery Sect right now, Brother Qi. Forgive my bluntness, brother, but is there any essential difference between a grand leader and a wife who is divorced from her husband? With a sharp tongue, Ba Xiaoyu grimaced. Brother Qi, do you still think that we are not already in chaos? Rules only make sense if everyone respects them. If I am the only one who respects the rules while the rest don't, won't I be at a huge disadvantage? Imnoful. Why would I respect the T rules at all, even if the rules come from the well-respected leader of all the cultivators? Such rules are utterly meaningless. As if struck by lightning, Qi Zhongdao was dazed for a long time. He suddenly laughed in amusement. Excellent. Excellent. You couldn't be more right, fellow cultivator Ba. I am no leader of all cultivators at all. I am just a champion at anyone's mercy. When the main sects were planning to threaten the emperor together, they remembered me as a leader and respected me as much as they could. After the emperor and Wang Shi fell, did any of them regard me as a leader at all? When the main sects went to intimidate the Purple Pole Sword sect and split its enormous interests, I became a high and mighty leader, supported by everyone again, and I had to fight a life-and-death battle with sword maniac Yin Liren. After the interests were divided and the Dragon Spring meeting ended, did I matter to any of them at all? Because of the natural disasters in the southeast, somebody was required to go through all the trouble summoning the forces in the world and moderating the messy relations among them. So, I became the leader again. Even during the attack on Roaring Tiger City, the leader had to lead the charge. Then, if Emperor Phoenix burst into fury in the future, blaming us for acting without permission, I would certainly be the one guilty of the crime. Leader. Is there such a T leader in the world? Heartbroken, Qi Zhongdao was roaring toward the sky. Fellow cultivator Qi, you are drunk, Master Bitter Cicada said. I am indeed drunk. I've been drunk for so long that I thought that I could change the world and everything by myself. Qi Zhongdao sat down on the plank and sighed. But why is this happening? Why can't any of them look ahead into the future and consider the big picture and the interests of all the cultivators? I always had high hopes for Master Dawn Moon and thought that he would be able to lead the world of cultivators with his charisma as the manager of the largest sect in the world. He never disappointed me in the past. I don't know when he became so unworthy. Perhaps It is not fellow cultivator Dawn Moon who has changed, but this world. Tapping the empty wine barrel with his bailer, Master Bitter Cicada sighed. Perhaps this world has already turned into an impenetrable wine barrel that is filled with the dirty, filthy wine brewed with fame, fortune, and power. Those who fall into the barrel are drifting up and down in the wine. How can they not become intoxicated? I know that you have come to the central plateaus from the southland of sorcerers for the pursuit of invincibility. However, what can you do even if you are truly invincible? You can only demonstrate your power in the dark, sunless wine tank, and it is going to be arduous to take one step out of the tank. Leaving aside the 4 rapscallions and the Emperor, the 5 of us are basically the 5 strongest cultivators in the entire world, Li Yao said solemnly. Are we not able to carry out our will the way we want? Qi Zhongdao shook his hands and pointed his index finger at the lively roaring tiger city far away. If you want fame and fortune and everyone's reverence, or if you want to train in seclusion striving for the ultimate divinity transformation stage, you will of course be able to fulfill your desires. Everybody will respect you and cater to your every need. You will feel that you are on top of the world. However, if you want to change the world, does the peak of the nascent soul stage mean anything at all? You are just another struggling bug inside the giant wine tank. It's true that the 5 of us have the highest cultivation in the entire world. General nascent soul stage cultivators are absolutely no match for us. But so what? There are dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators and hundreds of core formation stage cultivators inside Roaring Tiger City right now. Even if the 5 of us join our hands, can we suppress them and force them to listen to our commands obediently and offer all the food and resources? Even if the 5 of us were 10 times stronger than we are now and boasted the ability to suppress and crush them, so what? The detailed affairs have to be accomplished by someone specific. So, they will still have a chance to meddle. The substitutes may be dutiful at first, but after 3 days, they will be as corrupted as their predecessors. Besides, who can do such a thing as butcher dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators and hundreds of core formation stage cultivators in a row? Wouldn't they be the greatest evil in the world and an enemy for all the cultivators in the world? By then, the entire world will be in turbulence. Is it any good? Qi Zhongdao's sighs silenced a few top experts. I did not know that you had such keen eyes, fellow cultivator Qi, Master Bitter Cicada observed. My eyes are always keen. Pointing at the front, half drunk, Qi Zhongdao said. But before, I was always reluctant to look at everything carefully. Today, I have to admit that there is no road ahead of us. The few cultivators at the peak of the nascent soul stage looked at where he was pointing at. There was nothing but the mud brought there by the flood between the gloomy sky and earth. It looked like a boundless swamp without any path on it. Li Yao, Qi Zhongdao, Yin Liren, Master Bitter Cicada, and Ba Xiaoyu the beggar all stared at the roadless swamp in a daze. Boom! Crack! Another peal of thunder rumbled in the sky. Dozens of lightning bolts lunged down. Fierce wind was blowing again, forecasting yet another storm. Look over there! With the illumination of the lightning, the 5 of them were keen enough to notice a few wriggling black spots on the horizon deep inside the mud where the moors were next to each other. Master Bitter Cicada tosses his pearls where the black spots were wriggling. The pearls released gentle brilliance in midair. Both like a lighthouse and like a torch, they illuminated everything down there. The black spots turn out to be 3 disaster victims. Everybody observed carefully, only to discover that the 3 disaster victims had paved a door on the mud to increase their buoyancy in the mud. On the door was a white-haired lady and a pregnant middle-aged woman. The old lady was as thin as a skeleton and about to die, and the middle-aged woman was appallingly slim, too, as if her flesh and blood had all been absorbed into her round stomach. Even so, the 2 of them were still jabbing the mud crazily with 2 bamboo poles to maintain their balance and control the direction. Behind the door, in the mud that had already reached his chest, there was a thick, ugly man who was gritting his teeth to push the door forward with all his strength, while they budged slowly toward Roaring Tiger City. They must have seen the light in Roaring Tiger City and knew that there was a chance of survival there. So, They had decided to risk traversing through the swamp that even the cultivators felt to be roadless without thinking too much. Hearing the thunder and seeing the lightning, the three disaster victims knew that a storm was drawing near. Their faces were all extremely pale. If a storm indeed came, they would be absolutely hopeless in the pouring rain with their tiny door. There was no telling what the pregnant woman told the muscular man, but the muscular bellowed and pushed the door even harder, his hair standing up. He tried to push the door somewhere safe before the storm arrived. The old lady and the middle-aged woman were waving their poles much faster than before, too, until the poles suddenly cracked in the mud. It was an impossible mission, but the three of them seemed utterly unaware of that. They were still pushing, digging, and rowing with all their strength, as if they had turned into three senseless machines. Even the shining pearls in midair did not trigger any reaction from them. The scene turned the five cultivators at the peak of the nascent soul stage into statues. Qi Zhongdao was the most dumbfounded one of all. He was blushing in embarrassment. Help them! As if waking up from a dream, Master Bitter Cicada rose up and dashed toward the three disaster victims. But he was still one step slower. Ba Xiaoyu the beggar was faster than him and had already rushed to the horizon. Look, fellow cultivator Qi. Seeing that Ba Xiaoyu and Master Bitter Cicada were both on the move, Li Yao took a deep breath in relief. He could not help but smile at Qi Zhongdao. If there isn't a road, we will simply fly over. We are cultivators. Boom, 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 boom. After a few thunderous explosions, clusters of pale smoke were blossoming like white lotuses below East Peace County. After the white lotuses gradually dispersed to the sky into what appeared to be giant trees with enormous crowns, thousands of translucent human-shaped shadows appeared without a sound right below the crown. They were an army of ghouls. The army of ghouls was different from the wandering ghosts that Li Yao had come across on his way to East Peace County. Despite their aggressiveness, they were not raging and screaming at all. Instead, they were simply staring at the city towers coldly and moodily. Whoever looked at them would feel that their hair was standing, and their spine would go numb. They were like the tough soldiers who had survived 100 battles, while the wandering ghosts were like untrained mobs. They were not random ghosts, but the White Lotus Ghoul army built and trained by Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu. The White Lotus Ghoul army is fighting a bloody battle for real. Ba Xiaoyu the beggar spat on the flying boat. Half a month had already passed since Roaring Tiger City was taken down. Li Yao, Qi Zhongdao, Yin Liren, Master Bitter Cicada, and Ba Xiaoyu the beggar, the five super experts, finally arrived at East Peace County, one of the three most prosperous cities of the Great Qian Dynasty, together with the main troop. This was also an important part in Li Yao's observation report. Judging from his current information, the White Lotus Ghoul army was a rather suitable target of cooperation. Li Yao had hoped to find a chance to communicate with Mother White Lotus and preferably make her acquaintance. But his journey there was not very smooth. The reinforcing sects from the Central Plateaus dawdled in Roaring Tiger City for 5 days to recruit new disciples, or rather, cannon fodder, and to carve up the resources left by the Roaring Tiger Hall and the Black Devil Cult before they finally set off for East Peace County unhurriedly. On their way, when they ran into the disaster victims or the sects that suffered heavy losses in the natural disasters, they always stopped and offered help tirelessly. As for exactly what they were up to in secret, Li Yao was not interested in finding out at all. Just like that, they loitered until 3 days ago when the last thing that they wanted to hear came over from East Peace County. A large ghoul army was already bodacious enough to unleash the ghostly smoke to block the sunlight so that they could appear below East Peace County during the day. Also, their number was growing larger and larger. They showed no sign of dispersing. Instead, they looked like a well-trained, obedient army, as they divided themselves into different groups and manipulated the dead bodies to dig burrows as their camps. They had even carried hundreds of decaying coffins to East Peace County from nobody knew where. There was no telling what was inside the coffins either. All the signs indicated that Mother White Lotus had gathered enough ghouls to launch an assault on East Peace County. The reinforcements from the Central Plateaus finally grew anxious. They marched toward East Peace County at full speed. However, Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu was certainly not someone easy to deal with, considering that she had been stirring trouble in the southeast for decades. Because of the cultivators' fuss in Roaring Tiger City, their location and route had long been determined by their enemy, and their enemy had arranged for 2 troops of ghouls to block them on their way. Although the troops of ghouls were crushed in the end, the haunting things still slowly stalled their march. After they arrived at East Peace County, the White Lotus Ghoul army had already launched 2 waves of attacks. Broken, filthy dead bodies were lying everywhere below East Peace County. There were also the miserable screams when the aggressive ghouls were perishing, and the smell of flesh being burnt hung in the air. When they died in hatred, their souls would haunt the world after their death. Without the timely appeasement of the experienced monks, such as Master Bitter Cicada, they would take shape under the instigation of Mother White Lotus. Driven by their remorse and hatred, they were the vanguards and cannon fodder of the greatest quantity in the army of ghouls. They were different shades. Those with the feeblest waves looked like steam popping up from boiled kettles. Their color was so thin that they could barely be recognized as humans. Some of them were deeper in color and more solid, and their appearances when they were alive could be made out. Most of them were slender disaster victims when pale's faces. Having been soaked in the flood for too long, the victims were generally stinky and hideous, with their guts flowing out before their death. Such features had been reflected vividly on their remaining souls, too. A lot of the remaining souls were in a daze. Due to the loss of memories, they did not understand what was going on. Some of the remaining souls did not know that they were dead. They were still looking at East Peace County earnestly. There was no telling whether they were attacking East Peace County because they hated the cultivators in East Peace County or because they intended to take shelter in East Peace County, motivated by their survival instincts. The remaining souls of the ordinary people were highly unstable and susceptible to all kinds of interference. The lone ghosts were likely to vanish into nothingness after one moment of carelessness. Therefore, many people stated that the real men in ancient times were never scared of lone ghosts because they could blow away the remaining souls with the vigor inside their body. However, things would be different when the tiny remaining souls congregated into an overwhelming army where everybody was supporting each other. There would be a certain protective shield around all of them. It could be compared to ice, which would melt very quickly if there was only a tiny cluster of it. However, if there was a whole warehouse of ice that was pressed together without the slightest gap, it would not thaw after 10 days. Moreover, Liao had also noticed that altars of dry bones had been established a fixed distance apart in the army of ghouls. Intense white smoke was popping up from the altars and turning into blossoming lotus flowers in the air, bathing all the remaining souls in the radiance of the white lotus. The altars seemed to be some sort of magical equipment to stabilize the magnetic fields and to prevent the souls from dispersing. The origins of the altars were probably a piece of military magical equipment of the Pangu civilization to protect souls. The souls of thousands of ordinary people were already emitting suffocating intimidation under the protection of the white lotuses. It was needless to mention the seasoned ghosts that were as vivid as living people behind the vanguards. Although the seasoned ghosts were fewer in number, they were the main force of the army of ghouls. They originated from the particularly hateful homeless peasants, the folks whose souls were cleansed and polished by spiritual energy because they swallowed tremendous jade crystal pellets before their death, or the lucky dogs among the regular remaining souls that were not battered during the previous battles but were fortunate enough to swallow the broken pieces of other remaining souls when they dispersed and grew stronger. Some of the seasoned ghosts had even been transformed from cultivators. They were authentic spectral cultivators. In the world of ancient cultivators, there was neither a government nor law to organize everything. The cultivators were certainly not an intact whole. The conflicts among the cultivators were much more severe than the conflicts between the cultivators and the ordinary people. Too many cultivators had been killed miserably in their bloody competitions. In the worst cases, some sects were even entirely wiped out by the evil forces such as the Black Devil cult. After such cultivators died, their souls lingered in the world, but they were not tolerated by the other cultivators, and they knew nothing about the techniques of the spectral cultivators to preserve and strengthen themselves. What choice did they have but to change sides and join Mother White Lotus? It was also one of the most important reasons that the White Lotus cult had never been uprooted in the past decades. The seasoned ghosts looked much more daunting than the rookies. Their souls were highly condensed. At first glance, they were no different from living people except for their paleness and lack of vigor. Only through careful observation could one notice the black gas that was slowly spreading out from their body. Most of the seasoned ghosts had mastered the techniques of remote control. They were wearing robes and armors. The robes and armor were naturally enchanted by Mother White Lotus and carved with rune arrays to stabilize the magnetic field so that their souls would be steadier and less likely to crumble. The recently deceased souls were the vanguards and cannon fodder, and the seasoned ghosts were the main force. On the two flanks of the army were hordes of skeleton soldiers. Other than weird-shaped human skeletons, there were also the skeletons of pigs, dogs, bulls, and goats. There were even super skeleton monsters that were more than 10 meters tall, piled up with all kinds of bones that were emitting a silver glow. They should be the large siege machines that the army of ghouls had prepared for the battle. Sealing the soul into a skeleton and turning it into a skeleton soldier was also one method of possession. There were both advantages and disadvantages. One advantage was that the soul, protected by the skeleton, would be less likely to be crushed. Also, it was more convenient for the skeletons to hold heavy blades and attack the enemy's body of flesh and blood. If the soul was particularly powerful, it could even control dozens of skeletons or melt into the enormous skeleton of a ferocious animal in order to produce a unique super skeleton soldier, which would be even more overwhelming. In the ancient times when there were no super alloys to create artificial bodies, the natural, unpolluted skeletons would be the most primitive artificial bodies. But the disadvantages were obvious, too. Without muscles, nerves, and veins, the movement of the skeleton soldiers was slow and rigid. One moment of carelessness, and their joints might slip off or break apart, resulting in the skeleton soldiers collapsing to the ground, unable to move anymore. Except for the few tough soldiers who had carved rune arrays on the skeletons to increase their dexterity and damage, most of the skeleton soldiers were only one-time attritions. Most importantly of all, skeletons could not fly. They had to creep over to the enemy on the ground dutifully, which meant that they would be deprived of agility, the greatest advantage of the ghosts. Skeletons were both like armor or a shell, with apparent advantages and disadvantages. Therefore, it was impossible to stuff all the ghosts into skeletons. They could only be regarded as an important unit, but could not carry out all missions by themselves. Whoa! A trumpet was echoing in a mind-stirring way deep inside the army of ghouls. Walla! 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 The thousands of coffins at the end of the battle formation suddenly broke apart at the same time, from which thousands of zombies, whose faces were blue and whose skin had grown tiny villous, jumped out. Most of the zombies were glittering in the color of copper, but some of them were shimmering in silver brightness. A few of them were even glowing in dazzling golden brilliance, as if they were the high and mighty nobles in the army of ghouls. Zombies were very interesting things. They were the few beings that were extremely rare in the modern cultivation civilization, but quite common in the world of ancient cultivators. The very existence of zombies was illogical, since the breath and heartbeat of a person would stop after they died, and the mitochondria inside the cells would cease absorbing and releasing energy. Why would the zombies not decay? And why were they so strong? It was not until Li Yao investigated in the ancient sages sector in person and compared the techniques to raise corpses in this world to theories among the modern cultivators that Li Yao finally understood the mysteries. By Li Yao's estimation, the so-called zombies should be caused by certain special microorganisms or parasites that crawled into the cultivators' bodies, which were as tough as iron because of their training. The special microorganisms regard the corpses as their paradise. They conducted mysterious modifications on the corpses, which resulted in the incredible features on the outside. Many tales stated that the zombies had different hair colors. Some were green, and some could be white. It was a very common phenomenon when microorganisms and bacteria were cultured. Therefore, the practice of raising corpses was just the ancient people's skillful manipulation of special microorganisms. It was essentially the same as making yogurt with bacteria. After a body was successfully refined, a ghost would be able to infiltrate and control it, turning it into a zombie that could move freely and exchange spiritual energy with the outside world. Their power, agility, and defense were 100 times better than the ordinary skeleton soldiers. As for the microorganisms inside the zombies, they did not have any intelligence at all. Therefore, there would be no conflict between them and the ghosts that entered the bodies. The recently deceased ghosts, the seasoned ghosts, the skeleton soldiers, and the zombie commanders, with their graveness, raised gloomy, ghastly auras that were soaring to the sky. The sky was occupied by dark clouds and looked like a black ocean. There was no sign of sunshine. In the middle, toward the rear of the army, there was also an enormous caravan piled up with countless bones that looked like a mobile palace of bones. Coldness that felt like the edge of a blade was emanating vaguely, and infinite desperation was spreading. It seemed to be where Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu was commanding from. Although they clearly knew that Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu was there, it was impossible for Li Yao, Yin Liren, Qi Zhongdao, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada to charge forward and cut off her head in the middle of a million ghouls. Besides, she did not have a head to be cut off at all. If anything went wrong, she could turn into smoke and run away easily. Therefore, the hunting team led by Qi Zhongdao could only wait on the flying boat patiently for a better opportunity. Standing next to the rail, Li Yao moved his eyes from the army of ghouls to East Peace County, the greatest city in the southeast, below his feet. The prosperous city, described as a city without night, was mired in fear and desperation. East Peace County was dozens of times larger than Roaring Tiger City. The city wall was thrice as high, too. It was bordered the ocean in two sides and with a mountain in one side. The one side that was open to the land had been fully packed with ditches, pits, and barricades. There were also hundreds of giant pillars, dozens of meters tall, that were engraved with golden, shining runes. Standing below the city towers silently, they constituted an indestructible defense array. Chapter 1443, Incoming Ghost Army. The 33 sects located in East Peace County worked together to collect tremendous crystals from under the ocean and hunt the dragon-type demon beasts in the ocean. Then, their cores, bones, and blood, blended with copper, silver, and gold, were melted into liquids and poured on the city wall of East Peace County. Once the runes were carved into it, the array was established. Now that the ocean-suppressing array was fully activated, an enormous bluish curtain of light had fallen upon the whole of East Peace County, which seemed to be covered in a translucent, upside-down bowl. The bluish waves were surging like tides in deafening noises. The entire city seemed to have been moved to the bottom of the ocean. It was the best barrier to block all the ghosts. Even so, the cultivators of the 33 cultivation sects in the city and the cultivators from the other sects who were seeking refuge in East Peace County from elsewhere were still solemn and did not dare relax. The previous two waves of attack had proven that the ocean-suppressing array alone was not enough to withstand the scourge of thousands of ghosts. Also, it was just Mother White Lotus reconnaissance. The real main face had not been deployed yet. Most of the southeastern cultivators had gathered on the city towers and the city wall, ready to have one last battle with the army of ghouls. The city was where their sects were headquartered. All their training resources were stored there and could not be abandoned. They already had no escape. Other than the cultivators, there were also countless ordinary people in East Peace County. They were either the vassal families affiliated with the cultivation sects, the tenants and dealers at the service of the cultivation sects, or the refugees who had sought shelter after the natural disasters. The cultivators of East Peace County turned out to be smarter than the cultivators of Roaring Tiger City. They knew that if the disaster victims were kept out of the city, they would certainly turn into powerful ghosts because of their hatred after they died of hunger or cold while staring at the closed gate. Then, Mother White Lotus would have even more soldiers at her disposal. It would be a great trouble. Also, the 33 sects qualified to develop in East P City were higher up the food chain of the southeastern sects in the first place. The most profitable trades and fields in the southeast were in their hands. There was no need for them to resort to the clandestine approaches, such as the Black Devil cult. Therefore, they had few secrets that they would rather nobody found out. So, before the army of ghouls arrived, they had opened the city gate and allowed as many disaster victims to go into the city as possible. As a result, the population of East Peace County had surpassed 1 million. East Peace County was certainly not a remote town. There was already an enormous military camp in the city, in which troops loyal to the court were stationed. At that moment, the 33 sects had also opened their headquarters and offered tremendous military assets to arm the relatively healthy men among the disaster victims and the ordinary people in the city. The militias were asked to listen to the command of the generals of the court. The sky of the city was the most important battlefield, which was defended by almost 1,000 cultivators who were riding their flying swords, cranes, falcons, or simply the clouds. Also, the cultivators from the central plateaus who had come for reinforcements also lined up their flying boats. Therefore, they were not scared that the army of ghouls would attack from the sky. Boom! 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 Dull thunder was echoing in the clouds. Tides were rising on the ocean in the east. The spiritual waves in the air suddenly turned chaotic. The twisting trumpets deep inside the army of ghouls were getting short and powerful. Like coffin nails, the noises were being bashed into the deepest part of everyone's soul. As the hundreds of white lotuses condensed by smoke slowly floated forward, the overwhelming army of ghouls marched together and approached East Peace County like a weird tide. On and below the city towers, the cultivators were shouting to the temporary troops made of ordinary folks. The army of ghouls is extremely brutal. If the city is taken, everybody will be killed. Also, you will not have peace even after you die. You will be refined into ignorant ghost soldiers and cursed forever. The thunder-striking legion of the court is reinforcing us as fast as possible. The vanguards have already risked breaking into the city. The main force will arrive in no time. The only way to survive is to defend the city until the troops of the court come to our aid. The ghosts seem tricky to deal with, but they are not as scary as they appear. Every man who has enough valor and hot blood will be able to blow the ghosts apart. They were not exaggerating. The competition between humans and ghosts was in fact a war of interference and anti-interference between different waves. If the waves of the living people were weak, they would be easily affected by the ghosts. They would be depressed or even possessed by the enemy, and they would be gone forever. But if the waves of the living people were more powerful, all the ghosts would be crushed. Even if the ordinary people did not know how to train themselves, as long as they were healthy, furious, and fearless, their waves would naturally grow strong, and it would be more difficult for them to be affected by the ghosts. If a troop of thousands of ruthless soldiers gathered, their waves would overlap and resonate. Their killing intent would soar and stop the evil ghosts from approaching. The army stationed in East Peace County was one of the best troops, second only to the Imperial Guards that protected the capital city. Naturally, they had a fearless, intimidating vibe around them. Rumbling at the same time, they more or less dispersed the sense of death that was enveloping the city, showing everyone a glimpse of hope. Boom! 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 Right then, weird explosions echoed from the flanks of the army of ghouls. As it turned out, the skeleton monsters larger than elephants, which were piled up with dry bones, changed their shape at some point into ballistae and threw out almost 100 enormous skulls instantly. The skulls did not belong to human beings but demon beasts that were countless times bigger than human beings. Like giant rocks, they crashed into the ocean-suppressing array brutally in ear-splitting noises after drawing short arcs. Schwa! The bluish colors flashed on the ocean-suppressing array. As if hundreds of tides were rolling, the skulls were all smashed into pieces. The skulls which had been blown into smithereens, however, spurted out tremendous greenish, ghostly fire. It seemed to be highly sticky because it flowed on the ocean-suppressing array and burned, consuming the power of the array. The army of ghouls, who had been containing themselves, finally unleashed all their fury, hatred, brutality, and hideousness. A cold wind was blowing, and the creepy screams congregated into an ocean of fear on which the ghosts were drifting toward East Peace County. To maintain the integrity of their waves and pheromones, the ghosts were not floating at a very high speed. They were only slightly faster than running living people. However, they were not bound by gravity, and ground was not the only route of their attack. Instead, they dispersed in various directions from the very beginning and launched a three-dimensional attack from both the air and the ground. Chi, 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 chi. The recently deceased ghosts that were marching at the front soon crashed into the blue barrier of the ocean-suppressing array. Like sparrows that had run into an electrical net, they were immediately stuck to it. Tremendous bluish electric arcs pierced through their bodies and instantly ionized them into nothingness. However, they did leave feeble ripples on the ocean-suppressing array with the last strength of their life. When more and more recently deceased ghosts were marching forward like moths darting at the fire, and the feeble ripples were getting more and more dense, the ripples finally evolved into tiny gaps. The recently deceased ghosts and the cunning seasoned ghosts behind them immediately charged into the ocean-suppressing array through the gaps. The defenders had long been prepared for this. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arrows were raining down from the city towers. None of the arrows had a head. The front end of the shafts were sloppy bags. Some of the bags were blood-stained, full of stimulating stink of blood. Some had suspicious yellow and brown colors with a vile stench. Some of them were covered in a layer of black ointment with a weird fragrance. What was odd that when the headless arrows pierced through the bodies of the incoming ghosts, the result was even more unbelievable than when the sharp arrows with real heads piercing through the bodies of soldiers. It was not unusual for a tiny arrow to cause a hole the size of a bowl. The arrows covered in black ointment, on the other hand, exploded the moment they touched the army of ghouls. Red flowers blossomed on the battlefield, damaging all the ghosts nearby. Inside the bags was actually the blood of black dogs, the excrement of humans and animals, and women's menses. According to the ancient people, such filthy, dirty, and foul items could break all evil. According to the modern people, the items secreted by the bodies of living creatures boasted immense vigor and vitality that could seriously affect and even sabotage the waves that constituted the ghosts. It was especially so for the menses, which were a symbol of the reproduction of life. It boasted the most vigor and vitality of all. Even a seasoned ghost would have to run away in fear should they run into it, or they would be disrupted and even obliterated. As for the arrows covered in black ointment, they had been crafted by the cultivation sects according to the secret techniques. Their attacks targeted the ghosts, too. The result of the shooting arrows was more than satisfactory. The crossfire from the sky and the ground drove away all the remaining souls and the seasoned ghosts. It was a pity that one could only have a finite number of feces every day. There was a limited stock of excrement in the city. As for the women's menses, that was an even scarcer resource. Who would preserve it if they did not know that an army of ghouls would be attacking the city soon? Moreover, it could not be preserved for long even if they wanted to. The marvelous weapons that the ordinary people used against the ghosts were soon running out of ammunition. The bizarre-shaped skeleton soldiers on the flanks of the army of ghouls, on the other hand, waved their rusted hoes and sabers and started running in a rigid and weird pace. The skeleton soldiers were followed by decaying, hideous zombies, which would make anyone who saw them have nightmares. The copper, silver, and golden zombies that were specially refined were still protecting the palace at the center of the army of ghouls while observing the tiny changes in the battle coldly. While the ocean-suppressing array was fully functioning, the entire East Peace City was slightly shivering. The bluish electric arcs that were spurting out ripped more and more souls, skeletons, and zombies into shreds. However, the perishing ghosts significantly affected the normal functioning of the ocean-suppressing array too. As more and more broken pieces floated in the air, the ripples on the array became more intense, and it was getting ever more lackluster. Streams of remaining souls, skeletons, and zombies broke into the defense array. In many places, the ocean-suppressing array was even entangled with the white mist that was released by the army of ghouls. They were attacking, swallowing, and melting each other, leaving holes that did not disperse after a long time. The enormous ballistae in the army of ghouls were pushing forward to East Peace County exactly through the holes. Today is when we slay the devils. All your family are inside the city. Do you want them to become the people below the city? Go, go! Jade Emerald Tower, East River Union, Ocean Sand Sect, and 9 other sects have issued a bounty together. Those who fight bravely will be admitted as external disciples. The old external disciples will be upgraded into inner disciples. The inner disciples will be awarded with cultivation arts, magical equipment, and crystals according to their credit. None of the city defenders were supposed to take the blow passively on the towers. Under such a methodology, even the toughest city could not last 3 days. The elite soldiers in the city had to be deployed to attack actively in order to demolish the important facilities on the enemy's side and to strike the enemy's morale. Before the army of ghouls arrived, the main city gate of East Peace County was slowly opened. The elite cavalry of the court in the city rushed out like a black tornado, followed by the low-level disciples of the main sections. As for the high-level cultivators, they naturally turned into streaks of brightness and swooped upon the ghosts that were flying in the sky. The elite soldiers of the court had a bloody air of killing around them after all the battles they went through. When their killing intent gathered and got enhanced by the cultivators, it evolved into red mist that was almost real. Wherever the mist went, the ghosts would squeak as if they had touched magma, with white smoke popping up. The more heavily wounded ones vanished into the air on the spot, and the lightly wounded ones were half burnt and reduced into twisting ripples. There was no need to mention the cultivators. The magical equipment that they launched emanated colorful brilliance, which darted toward the center of the army of ghouls like the sharpest arrow. Almost no ghost could survive one attack from them. Walla! 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 The army marched forward unstoppably and soon destroyed the few altars and ballistae that had broken into the ocean-suppressing array. After the altars collapsed, the white mist above the ghosts' heads immediately disappeared. Without the protection of the white mist, many recently deceased ghosts were unable to maintain their form and dispersed on the spot. Even the seasoned ghosts were hesitating to move forward anymore, as if they had lost their armor. At first glance, the army of ghouls crumbled in the first clash. They were absolutely no match for the cultivators and the court's army. However, if one observed more carefully, one would discover that as time went by, while more and more ghosts were killed by the cultivators' magical equipment, they had wasted a lot of magical equipment and made the weapons lose all their colors. The magical equipment was all entangled by the gray and black air currents that looked like snakes. The cultivators, who seemed to be on a killing spree, grew slower and slower. Their faces darkened, and their eyes lost their charm. Weird countenance was appearing on their faces without them knowing. Although he was standing on the flying boat, Liao could feel that the battlefield below was a pot of simmering venom, from which lethal gas was bubbling up. As long as the cultivators were in the battlefield, no matter how high their cultivation was, how determined they were, and how powerful their magical equipment was, it was inevitable that they would be affected, polluted, and corrupted by the remaining souls. Even if they did secure a victory in the end, they would suffer as many losses as their gains. That was the dreadfulness of the army of ghouls. It was also why most of the cultivators were unwilling to have a head-on clash with an army of ghosts unless they absolutely had to. Suddenly, a cultivator from a local sect in the southeast, after slashing more than 10 skeleton soldiers with a dominatingly huge saber and blowing dozens of remaining souls into smithereens with a grenade, suddenly widened his eyes, and his face turned pale. Interconnected black stripes appeared on his face, as if an enormous spider had crawled onto him. He tossed his saber aside and grabbed his own neck before rolling and screaming on the ground. One or more seasoned ghosts must have crept into his brain when he was unprepared and launched a deadly soul attack on him. The fall of the southeastern cultivator seemed to be a signal. Harassed by more and more seasoned ghosts, other cultivators were also waving, struggling, and losing consciousness uncannily. Some of them were belching intense black gas from their mouths, eyes, and ears after struggling in pain for a moment. Squeaky noises could be vaguely heard from the black gas, too. It was the seasoned ghost that they had driven out from their brains. Having failed to possess the body, the seasoned ghosts were greatly weakened. The cultivators did not even need to lay their weapons on them, and they would be ripped apart by the overwhelming killing intent on the battlefield by themselves. But some of the low-level cultivators, whose souls were relatively weak or were just wounded, ended up being grave puppets after trembling violently for a moment. Silently, they picked up their weapons and attacked their comrades. Those people were either successfully possessed by the seasoned ghosts or beguiled into thinking that the comrades next to them were filthy zombies because the ghosts affected their oral, optical, and olfactory nerves. The previously unstoppable cultivators and army of the court were immediately thrown into chaos. The elites of the army of ghouls, namely the copper zombies, silver zombies, and golden zombies, created via special microorganisms, and the super skeleton soldiers made of the bones of rare animals with evil runes carved on them finally marched out. The combat ability of the elites was equal to the high level of the refinement stage and even the building foundation stage. Their movement was extremely agile and fast. There was not the slightest rigidness typical of regular zombies and skeletons at all. They rushed toward East Peace County in the blink of an eye. The few high-level cultivators in East Peace County all rushed out, too, and had a head-on clash with the army of ghouls. The battle between the living and the undead reached its climax. Now's the time. In the sky, noticing the loosening of the battle formation of the army of ghouls, a flying boat slowly withdrew from the battlefield, took a big detour on the right side of the battlefield, and dashed right toward the rear of the enemy's formation. Before the enemy discovered what was going on, 5 streaks of brightness had already jumped out of the boat and darted toward the palace of corpses at the center of the army of ghouls like 5 shooting stars. Mother White Lotus must be right inside the palace. As long as the monster is killed, the riot of ghosts will be suppressed in no time. Be extra careful, fellow cultivators, and do not waste any time on the ghosts nearby. If we are corrupted by the souls and our spiritual energy does not circulate well, it is possible that we will be trapped by the army. Even if we do manage to survive in the end, our cultivation will certainly plummet. Mother White Lotus is unpredictable and does not have a fixed body, which adds to the difficulty of capturing and executing her. Please pay special attention, everyone. Naturally, the 5 streaks of brightness belong to Li Yao, Yin Liren, Qi Zhongdao, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada, the 5 super nascent soul stage cultivators. Only the 5 of them had a chance of slaying Mother White Lotus, who was well protected by the thousands of ghosts. However, Qi Zhongdao, who wanted Mother White Lotus dead more than anything else, did not know that Li Yao actually had other intentions. He was thinking of sparing Mother White Lotus and then following her to her nest. The war between the living and the dead was a sheer tragedy. The living had every right to pursue survival. But was the vengeance of the dead not justified at all? Even if Mother White Lotus was suppressed, as long as the world remained an impenetrable wine barrel, then before long, countless restless souls would pop up again, and a new Mother Red Lotus, Mother Black Lotus, or Mother Green Lotus would appear among them. Li Yao secretly made up his mind that he would break the wine barrel in his own way and end the unceasing tragedy. Hardly had the 5 streaks of brightness rushed into the army of ghouls when they were enveloped by the ubiquitous white mist. Li Yao clearly sensed the interference of the ghosts. He felt that countless memory pieces were piercing through his brain, making him share countless episodes of broken lives in the moment. In a trance, he seemed to be a disaster victim who was struggling in the middle of rushing torrents while watching his home to be swallowed by the flood. The next second, he became a patient who was burnt by the febrile typhoon and left unattended on the road, slowly dying in excruciating pain as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his heart. In the third second, he turned into a hungry disaster victim whose stomach was filled up by weeds and bark, shaking and falling on the ground while staring at the splendid gate of a cultivation sect. Flood, fire, the scorching sun, and ferocious monsters. Countless gory pictures were gliding in front of his eyes one by one. Moans, screams, begs, curses, and fights. Countless sounds were piercing through his ears. Pain, regret, hope, desperation, detestation. All the negative emotions were crawling inside his brain like venomous spiders. Chapter 1445 Appearance of White Lotus. Even though there was an entity as weird as the mental devil inside Li Yao's brain, which could absorb tremendous negative emotions crazily, the negative emotions were still flooding in faster than they were processed. After all, there were a million ghosts there. The hatred of a million people was definitely a world-blighting power. When they were harassed by the unrest souls, the cultivators' spiritual energy was jammed, and their telepathic thoughts were disrupted. Even if they were at the peak of the nascent soul stage, they were still greatly affected. Li Yao had been used to the blow of negative emotions and was in better shape. The other few nascent soul stage cultivators were equally solemn when they were faced with the vague black gas floating around them, which was trying to find a gap and wriggle into their bodies like thousands of almost transparent bugs. Right then, a prolonged chant of Amitabha Buddha echoed in everyone's ears. Master Bitter Cicada's pearls broke apart into 18 shooting stars that revolved quickly around the 5 of them, unleashing golden brilliance, which formed a shield like an enormous bell and drove away all the evil auras nearby. There are too many ghosts here. Let's not dawdle and simply charge toward Mother White Lotus Palace. After a roar, Qi Zhongdao launched the heaven-flipping seal again. Countless skeletons and zombies below him were crushed into smithereens, but they mattered little to the ghosts. Yin Liren did not say anything, but 4 sword auras spurted out abruptly and interweaved into an impenetrable ball of light around him. Whoever dared draw close, be they skeletons, zombies, or ghosts, would be cut into pieces the moment they touched the light ball. Shwa! The ball of light rolled hundreds of meters forward. The 4 sword that Li Yao crafted for Yin Liren was finally launched. The aura of the sword rushed forward like a rainbow over the heads of thousands of skeletons and zombies, landing on the palace of bones that looked like a blossoming lotus flower. The ghostly auras circling the palace could not resist Yin Liren's sword auras at all and dispersed instantly. Even the palace itself was slashed in half after an explosion. It collapsed to the ground, ending up as a heap of broken white bones. However, the palace was empty. There was not a single soul inside it. The gloomy, frightening, and high-pitched laughter of a woman echoed in midair. The broken bones on the ground were actually wriggling slowly and jumbling into a monolithic scorpion of bones. On the back of the scorpion, the face of a woman who was gritting her teeth hungrily was patched up by all the bizarre-shaped broken bones. Although the face was merely made of bones, the woman could almost be called pretty. However, her twisted countenance would make anyone's heart freeze after they saw her. There was no need to mention her hideous laughter, which was getting more and more miserable. It was even more wretched than the cries of the ghosts in the deepest level of hell. Chi, 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 chi. Intense white smoke was spurting out of the gaps of bones of the enormous scorpion. Once they made contact with the white smoke, the previous lackluster ghosts and remaining souls were enlivened. They began raging and roaring. The skeletons and zombies that had been moving slowly were accelerated, too. They split into 2 groups. One group was blocking the 5 super nascent soul stage cultivators from the other cultivators, trying to stop them from meeting each other. The other group wanted to surround the 5 super nascent soul stage cultivators. Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu's cultivation was so unbelievably high that she did not possess a regular zombie, but the entire palace of bones. All the bones were her embodiments, and she could change or combine them free at will. White Lotus. Activating the heaven-flipping seal, Qi Zhongdao pressed the scorpion so hard that the bones were all cracking. You are insane enough to manipulate the thousands of ghost soldiers to attack a heavy town of the cultivators. Whoever dares to challenge the entire world of cultivators will be blown into smithereens and cursed forever. Wan Mingzhu. Basyayu the beggar held the black tobacco pipe in his hand. The orange glimmer inside the pipe was flickering, and smoke was flowing out now and then. His usual casualness replaced by solemnity as he said, "Only those guilty for a crime should be punished. The Bamboo Mountain cult, which killed your entire family and even tried to turn you into 5 desperation white-bone corpses, has already been slaughtered by you. You should have already sought your revenge, however great it is. Why do you have to vent your hatred on other sects and innocent people?" Fellow Cultivator 1. Master Bitter Cicada's voice that was mixed with bitterness emerged too. The sea of bitterness is boundless, and you can only find the shore if you turn back. Lay down your weapon and find your inner peace. You are instigating the unrest souls just for your personal grudge and turning them into an army of ghouls. How many massacres have you committed in the southeast? You have been out of mind for too long. It is time for your repentance. Ha! Ha ha ha! The pale face on the back of the scorpion laughed crazily. Qi Zhongdao, Ba Xiaoyu, Bitter Cicada, Yin Liren, and Master Spiritual Vulture, the so-called 5 strongest cultivators on the righteous side, are all here today. Qi Zhongdao, I've been fighting you cultivators who seem to be gracious, but are in fact corrupt to the bones for long enough. You have besieged me and tried to annihilate me with your great forces more than once. Has your wish ever been fulfilled? You don't need to play any word games. If you want to kill me, just come and try. Ba Xiaoyu, do not think that you are qualified to criticize me just because of the vanity you gained by helping the weak. You are just another snob fishing for compliments who only has the guts to investigate the roaring tiger hall and deal with mediocre forces such as the Black Devil cult. Let's forget the ugly businesses, the Grand Mystery sect, the Purple Pole Sword sect, and other major sects of the past, and just focus on the 33 sects inside East Peace County. Do you dare to look into their clandestine actions from when they were rising and make sure that all the criminals are punished accordingly? Bitter Cicada, of all the nascent soul stage cultivators, you are the most hypocritical of all. You talk about laying down weapons and finding inner peace, but when the cultivators were exploiting us, why didn't you tell them to put down their weapons? When the Lords *Ted on our necks doing whatever they wanted to us, why didn't you tell them to find their inner peace? Where were you when so many folks were killed because of the cultivation sects? Where were you when they were forced to sell their children? Where were you when our families were refined into weapons by the Bamboo Mountain cult? Now, we are dead, and we are capable of seeking the justice that we deserve, but you are jumping out to tell us to put down our weapons and look for inner peace? Ha! Ha! You are either idiotic or pure evil. How can you find inner peace if you lay down your weapons? Let me tell you, if you lay down your weapons, you can only be butchered. Hardly had her voice died down when the tail of the scorpion flipped, and it attacked Master Bitter Cicada. In the meantime, the bones on its body darted out 4 chains, blocking the other 4 nascent soul stage cultivators. Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu was fighting against 5 heroes of the world, but she was fearless enough to attack first. The pity and sorrow on Master Bitter Cicada's face was even more intense than before. Without saying anything, he bashed the tail of the scorpion with his staff. After a crack, the tail exploded suddenly. Li Yao and the other nascent soul stage cultivators also broke the 4 chains without any trouble. Qi Zhongdao's heaven-flipping seal pressed the scorpion to the ground, making it unable to move anymore. The crazily waving limbs of the scorpion had almost been buried to the ground. Yin Liren launched yet another unstoppable sword aura that split the scorpion in half from the head to the tail. However, intense white mist spurted out from the shell of the scorpion. Infinite negative emotions were mixed inside the mist, as if thousands of people were screaming, begging, crying, and roaring at the 5 nascent soul stage cultivators at the same time. You want to kill me? It's not so easy. Wan Mingzhu's miserable laughter was echoing inside the white mist. You have 5 nascent soul stage cultivators on your side, but I have thousands of restless souls on mine. Listen to the screams when they were tormented, and look at their despondent deaths. As long as injustice exists in the world, I will never be killed or broken. I lead them to purge the sky and the earth. Repentance? I don't need repentance. Now or ever. The white mist slowly dispersed. The previous enormous scorpion, however, had turned into countless small scorpions the size of a fist, which were scuttering on the ground and running away in various directions at an amazingly high speed. Nobody could tell which scorpion Wan Mingzhu's soul was hiding in. It was indeed a weird technique. No wonder the White Lotus cult had savaged the southeast for decades, and countless nascent soul stage cultivators had failed to annihilate her. Qi Zhongdao was even more serious than before. The heaven-flipping seal was hovering above the battlefield, triggering powerful gravity and crushing the swarms of scorpions. Yin Liren, on the other hand, froze in midair as if he were a statue. Even his eyeballs seemed to have stopped. Only the vague will of his sword was dashing quickly among the scorpions, searching for the real body of Mother White Lotus. Ba Xiaoyu and Master Bitter Cicada, on the other hand, were dealing with the army of ghouls that were crowding close from various directions. Otherwise, everybody might have been drowned by the ghosts after one moment of carelessness. Although the souls of the nascent soul stage cultivators were extremely powerful, it was impossible for them to compete with the hatred, regret, and pain of a million people in a head-on clash. Suddenly, Yin Liren's frozen eyeballs shivered rapidly, as if he had been caught in a weird dream. The sword aura rushed out like a rainbow, aiming at not the crazily crawling scorpions on the ground, but a seemingly vulnerable skeleton soldier that was staggering toward Master Bitter Cicada. He was not using the duplicate of the fourth sword that Li Yao had forged for him, but the real fourth sword. Chapter 1446, Something's Wrong. Wan Mingzhu's real body turned out to be not hiding inside the small scorpions. Instead, escaping everyone's attention, she had hidden herself in such a regular skeleton, trying to ambush Master Bitter Cicada in the company of the many skeleton soldiers and zombies. Yin Liren's countenance remained unchanged. He even put on a smile of interest as he snapped his fingers. His sword aura took an abrupt turn in midair and continued chasing after Wan Mingzhu's real body. Chi! 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 The bone pieces bombarded Yin Liren's sword aura like a storm, drawing devastating curves in the air, only to be shattered into powder by the sword aura. The sword aura caught up to Wan Mingzhu as quick as lightning and slashed her brutally. Ah! The entire world was occupied by Wan Mingzhu's horrified scream. She split her own soul in half at the life-and-death moment before the sword aura arrived, allowing the sword aura to pass through the gap in the middle. Even so, the sharpness at the edge of the sword aura still heavily wounded her soul. When the soul was combined again into the image of a middle-aged, beautiful woman in a white robe who was full of hatred, she looked much dimmer than before. An obvious black line had appeared at the center of her body from head to toe, from which black smoke was still popping out non-stop. Yin Liren's sword was truly the best in the world. Even the mother of all ghosts had been injured after one attack. Gritting her teeth, Wan Mingzhu could not have looked more hideous. More and more ghosts and zombies had gathered around her, grimacing and waving their claws at the 5 super nascent soul stage cultivators. Right then, a thunderous explosion echoed in the horizon. Boom! The entire earth shook violently, as if an unexpected great earthquake had taken place. Deafening cheers came over from East Peace County. The mist above the head of the army of ghouls, on the other hand, looked rather disrupted. The noise that was mixed with intense spiritual waves was spreading out in all directions like a tsunami, attracting the attention of the 5 super nascent soul stage cultivators and Mother White Lotus. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao looked to the northwestern horizon, only to discover an overwhelming troop surrounding a certain dark object, pushing forward to the battlefield slowly but determinedly. Banners were flying everywhere in the troop, with enormous thunder, decorated with the spiritual stripes of the Thunder class, written on them. They seemed to be carrying bright electric arcs by themselves and looked particularly eye-catching under the dim, yellow sky. As for the dark object that they were protecting in the center, despite all the messy, useless adornments on the surface, and despite its fancy appearance, in Li Yao's eyes, was it not a main gun on a crystal warship? Li Yao's eyeballs were bulging out when he watched hundreds of muscular men pulling the gun of a crystal warship forward slowly with iron chains by attaching one end of the chains to their body and the other end to an enormous tank. Also, the chains had more functions than just acting as a tow rope. Li Yao sensed that the spiritual energy and the souls of the hundreds of muscular men had been connected to the gun via the chains, thereby constituting a primitive and shabby launch system. The hundreds of muscular men roared at the same time, and their spiritual energy surged out to the maximum like the tides of the ocean. The chains immediately pulled taut, as if immense electric currents had flowed into the gun through the chains. After another ear-splitting roar, a cluster of fire-like plasma rushed out not toward the ground, but aiming at the sky that was occupied by dark clouds. The plasma exploded, unleashing thousands of electric arcs that ripped apart all the dark clouds like sharp swords. From the enormous holes, the blue sky and the glorious sun were revealed again. The sunlight fell upon the white mist covering the army of ghouls like thousands of golden arrows. Intense noises were immediately bursting out, as if a piece of ice had been thrown into boiling oil. The white mist was dispersing at a visible rate. The army of ghouls under the mist were ill at ease. The radiation of the sunlight could disrupt the magnetic fields of their souls without any stop, which was equivalent to them bleeding all the time. Therefore, the army of ghouls had a natural fear of sunlight. Only on a cloudy day or at night, and under the protection of the white mist, did they dare to act out. It's the Thunder-Striking Legion. The Thunder-Striking Legion's Thunder Lord Cannon. Cheers were echoing on the city towers. As Dan Fengzi had said to Li Yao earlier, the true largest sect in the world was not the Grand Mystery sect, but the Thunder Qian Hall, which had established the Great Qian dynasty. The Thunder-Striking Legion, an elite troop responsible for the security of the capital city, was a strong army made of the core disciples of the Thunder Qian Hall. Common troops of the court were certainly incomparable to them. To cope with the riots and rebellions caused by the natural disasters in the southeast, the Thunder-Striking Legion had been mobilized to East Peace County. It happened to run into the great battle where the ghouls were attacking the city. The arrival of the Thunder-Striking camp immediately broke the impasse between the two parties. Wan Mingzhu, attacked by the 5 super nascent soul stage cultivators collectively, could only defend herself without any way to fight back in the first place. She had been separated from her subordinates and could not issue any effective commands to the army of ghouls. In the meantime, the cannons of the Thunder-Striking camp were firing non-stop, shredding the dark clouds in the sky. Illuminated by the fierce sunlight, the hundreds of white mists dispersed one after another. The ghosts that were bathed in sunlight seemed to be burning in fire. Amid screeching noises, blue smoke was soaring, and they were evaporated into nothingness in a moment. The defense line of the army of ghouls was collapsing. The soldiers and cultivators who had lost their mind because of the possession of the souls gradually came back to themselves under the boost of the valor of their companions. Encouraged by the bombardments of the cannons, they lunged at the skeletons and zombies again. The only thing that one had to fear was fear itself. That was the competition between humans and ghosts. The party that was more determined and resolute would eventually win. White Lotus, your army is doomed. Qi Zhongdao burst into laughter. He shook his sleeves and jumped at Wan Mingzhu. Wan Mingzhu glanced at the Thunder-Striking Legion, which was still on the horizon, hesitating. A lot of time was needed for an army to march forward. The Thunder-Striking Legion had not arrived at the battlefield yet and was simply firing the cannons. There was still time for her to retreat and regroup her army. However, if the few super-nascent soul stage cultivators stalled her for a while longer and her retreat was blocked by the Thunder-Striking Legion, she would be doomed. It was true that, since ghosts were fearless of the tides, she could escape from the ocean. However, ghosts needed to refill their spiritual energy too. On the boundless ocean, it was barely possible to find sufficient resources or any shelter. If she were shot by intense sunlight for an entire tide, it was very likely that she would be vaporized. If she escaped into the sea, she would be susceptible to the undercurrents, too, which would also wear out the souls of the ghosts and make them slowly disperse from the sunlight at the bottom of the ocean. Let's go! Wan Mingzhu made the call quickly and commanded the army to retreat. Where are you going? Yin Liren, Qi Zhongdao, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada all went forward to surround Wan Mingzhu. But outside their expectations, dozens of golden zombies that seemed to be made of pure gold lunged at their feet from below them in gloomy wind. They opened their mouths and bit at the cultivators' legs. Without blinking, Yin Liren launched his sword auras again, which slashed the golden zombies brutally. Watch out! Ba Xiaoyu, however, widened his eyes and shrieked before he covered his head and leapt backward. After dozens of weird explosions, the golden zombies expanded into round, huge balls, which exploded immediately after Yin Liren's sword auras reached them. Fragrant, bright golden mist was spurting out their bodies. Nobody needed Ba Xiaoyu's reminder to know that the golden mist was certainly not healthy. With no other choice, they could only dodge. In the blink of an eye, Wan Mingzhu's shadow had already split apart into dozens of streams of vague smoke, which splashed over different scorpions, skeleton soldiers, and zombies nearby. The scorpions, skeleton soldiers, and zombies, as if having an electric shock, became dozens of times faster than before as they escaped in different directions. After her, we have gone through all this trouble to catch White Lotus. She must be eliminated at all costs. Otherwise, even if the million ghost soldiers here are blown to smithereens, they will come back again as long as Wan Mingzhu still exists. Qi Zhongdao gnashed his teeth. It was also exactly what all the cultivators had in mind. Although the army of ghouls had been crushed, they would still escape to the smaller counties and towns, loot the middle and small sects that were relatively weak, and even corrupt and destroy all the farmlands. As the saying went, a defeated army was an avalanching mountain. The army of ghouls had been turned into disorganized soldiers and true wandering ghosts. The morale of the cultivators and the army of the court, on the other hand, was higher than ever. They chased after the enemy without slowing down at all, trying to annihilate as many ghosts as possible so that there would be less chance that they could be reorganized. Li Yao and the other super nascent soul stage cultivators, in the meantime, released all their telepathic thoughts, attempting to lock on a mother White Lotus soul. One party running and the other pursuing, they moved further and further. A lot of ghost soldiers and entered the continuous hills to the south of East Peace County. The battle had lasted an entire day, and the night was falling. In the boundless forest, countless birds were cackling and flying toward the night sky because of shock. Yin Liren, Qi Zhongdao, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada rushed into the forest in 4 streaks of brightness. 2 ear-splitting explosions immediately erupted in the forest. A lot of trees were set ablaze. Wan Mingzhu's hateful screams were echoing with the fire, too. Li Yao, however, stopped above the forest and stared at the darkness, deep in thought. Something confusing in his heart was now rolling up and down because of Wan Mingzhu's shrieks. The battle was really too uncanny. Looking at the seemingly infinite dark mountains under the night sky, Li Yao was deep in thought. Mother White Lotus has finally gathered a huge army of ghouls by taking advantage of the natural disasters. Despite the ostensible formidability, the army collapsed after the first engagement and failed to even last 1 day before it was completely crushed. This is rather anticlimactic. The mental devil picked the nose and said, "That's only reasonable. We have 5 super nascent soul stage cultivators on our side and dozens of regular nascent soul stage cultivators. There's also the court's thunder-striking legion, who are carrying the main guns of crystal warships. The damn main guns of crystal warships. Most of the ghosts that Mother White Lotus commanded are wild ghosts that she drafted recently. If they were alive, they would just be a bunch of mobs carrying their dung forks. It is perfectly normal that she lost the battle. Then, it is all the more baffling. Listening to the roars of Mother White Lotus, each louder than the last, Li Yao's frown grew deeper and deeper. The intelligence is not highly confidential. The thunder-striking legion was not teleported to the place, either, but marched here in the most eye-catching way. All she needed to do was release a few ghosts as scouts in the sky if she wanted to know the route of their approach. Also, she could have deduced the time of their arrival at East Peace County according to their speed and the terrain on their way. In the meantime, the reinforcements from the Central Plateaus dawdled for almost 10 days in roaring Tiger City. Almost all the southeastern sects knew that Qi Zhongdao, Ba Xiaoyu, Yin Liren, Master Bitter Cicada, and I had arrived. How could she have not foreseen that we would show up in battle? 5 super nascent soul stage cultivators, dozens of regular nascent soul stage cultivators, and the cultivators in the 33 local sects of the southeast, together with the court's elite troop, Thunder-Striking Legion. We are an almost invincible army. As long as Mother White Lotus has the most fundamental computational ability, she should have calculated that she stood absolutely no chance of winning with the bunch of mobs that she had just recruited, shouldn't she? Then here comes the question which we have neglected the whole time. Why does Mother White Lotus have to attack East Peace County? After falling into a long daze, the mental devil replied, East Peace County is the largest town in the southeast. It is also the place where 33 cultivation sects are headquartered. A lot of crystals, magical equipment, and jade crystal pellets are stored here, which are of great use to the training of the army of ghouls. As long as they absorb the spiritual energy contained in the crystals and the jade crystal pellets, it will be possible for the wild ghosts to evolve into seasoned ghosts and for the seasoned ghosts to evolve into even more ferocious ghost kings. Isn't this the best reason? She can only achieve what she wants if she can conquer East Peace County. But by common sense, as long as Mother White Lotus is not an idiot, Li Yao said calmly, there is absolutely no way that she doesn't know it is utterly impossible for her to conquer East Peace County, which is reinforced by the cultivators from the Central Plateaus and the Thunder-Striking Legion. However many secret treasures, crystals, and jade crystal pellets there are in East Peace County, they are tantalizing and yet unreachable. Perhaps she is an idiot? The mental devil was not convinced. I can tell that Mother White Lotus cultivation is obviously founded on remorse, fury, and hatred. Perhaps she hates all cultivators in the world and wants brutal retaliations because her family was killed by certain evil cultivators. That's why she is attacking an important city governed by the cultivators without considering the consequences. It's impossible. It's impossible. Li Yao shook his head quickly. Since she is one of the top 10 experts of the ancient sages sector, her cultivation is equivalent to the peak of the nascent soul stage. Even if her cultivation is truly founded on fury, there is no way that she would lose her mind because of her wrath and launch such a reckless attack. I have a feeling that the words that Mother White Lotus said at the beginning and her miserable screams all carried signs of acting. They are slightly unnatural and a bit exaggerated. The mental devil was dazed for a moment. If you think that her acting is too unconvincing, it is probably true. After all, you are the master of acting. Also, the large-scale siege is obviously different from Mother White Lotus style in the past. His eyes shining, Li Yao continued his analysis. Before, although the White Lotus cult savaged the southeast, it never attacked the big cities that were heavily guarded. Instead, it always attacked the isolated middle and small sects that were located in the remote mountains or weakly defended towns. Therefore, it was always able to accomplish the goals. Before the rebels were annihilated, they were always able to resist for a long time, sabotage dozens of towns and cities, and butcher quite a few middle and small sects. It is obvious that Mother White Lotus head is very clear. She knows exactly what her advantages are. That's why she plays to her strengths and attacks those weaker than her. The natural disasters this time are so severe that almost 100 counties and prefectures in the southeast have been involved. Dying disaster victims are everywhere. It is the reason that Mother White Lotus could draft such a large army in such a short period of time. If I were Mother White Lotus, why would I be in such a hurry to attack East Peace County, the most heavily guarded city in the southeast, when I had such a great army? I could go by the traditional approach and march southward with the army to attack the weakly defended towns and local sects, plunder the farmlands, and demolish the settlements of the cultivators there, while keeping as much distance from East Peace County as possible. Wouldn't it be a much better option? By doing so, I would be able to receive provisions from the farmlands and the local sects, and I would simultaneously be able to build the previous mobs into a well-trained army by training them in small-scale battles. Most importantly of all, the 33 sects in the southeast are all lying low in East Peace County. As long as their core interests are not affected, I don't think that they can resolve themselves to fight a bloody battle with the White Lotus Ghoul army without considering the cost. Instead, it is more likely that they will sit by and watch the White Lotus Ghoul army diminish the strength of the local sects. You have seen it too with the experiences in the past months that the cultivation sects in the world of ancient cultivators are just loose sand. Unless they are cornered, their war efficiency is astonishingly low. Even I can think of such a simple methodology. It is also exactly what Mother White Lotus did in the previous rebellions. So, why on earth did she do the exact opposite by gathering the army and attacking the heavily guarded city in such a hurry when she knew that she would fail? It's almost like that she is intentionally losing the battle, the mental devil said, deep in thought. Exactly. Li Yao's eyes shone as he snapped. That's the feeling. She has lost the battle on purpose. But what for? The mental devil paced around inside Li Yao's brain. What benefits can an intentional failure bring to her? Did she fake the failure because there are ambushes ahead? Li Yao stared at the trees in the front that were not particularly high and soon vetoed the speculation. Baiting the enemy to pursue with a fake failure, surrounding the enemy, and annihilating the enemy once and for all was an extremely sophisticated art of war. Such a battle could only be fought with a well-trained, high-obedient super army and an experienced general as the commander. Mother White Lotus leadership was already incredible to keep the army of ghouls, which was just in a jumbled battle formation, and make them charge forward without running away. It would be a fantasy to regroup the army for an annihilation battle after the army collapsed. Even if the collapse was faked, even the army of ghouls had their morale too. When the morale was destroyed, and after many recently deceased ghosts perished during the first clash, it was impossible to fight back at all. Also, on the Cultivators' side, there were also veteran generals who were adept at commanding. They had long sent out scouts to investigate the 1,000 square kilometers nearby. It was impossible for an elite troop of the army of ghouls to be hiding in a corner somewhere. The southeast was generally flat. Although the continuous hills were everywhere, they were not like the high mountains of the southwest that rose into the sky. The hills were not steep, and most of the forests had been explored and developed. There were neither ferocious animals lurking nor interconnected underground caves. It was barely possible to escape on such a terrain, much less set up ambushes. What exactly is Mother White Lotus' goal? Li Yao did not plan to kill Mother White Lotus in the first place. More and more baffled, he was even less willing to chase after her when he had not figured out the situation yet. Scheme. There must be a great scheme in all this. Li Yao spoke to the mental devil solemnly. Don't you feel that it's very strange? We've been in the ancient sages sector for almost half a year, but we went through everything smoothly without running into a single plot. This is highly illogical. Based on our experiences in the past, we should have run into a great scheme that could potentially destroy the entire new world after only taking a few steps on it. Fine. Whatever you say. Li Yao clapped his hands. Mother White Lotus definitely faked her failure. There must be a great plot in all this. If the plot is not ahead of us, then it must be behind us. Greatly alarmed, Li Yao turned around and looked at East Peace County. The cultivators in East Peace County had all marched out. They all hated the White Lotus Ghoul army's guts and were determined to exterminate all of the enemies. Chasing after the running ghosts, they got further and further away from East Peace County. East Peace County only had a lot of disaster victims and few cultivators left. It appeared quiet and empty. Hey, you don't think that Mother White Lotus faked her failure as a distraction, do you? The mental devil sneered. Mother White Lotus is not an idiot, but the cunning cultivators are certainly not idiots either. How could they have not been wary of such a simple scheme? Before they chased after the routed ghosts, they must have conducted the most thorough scan in the entire East Peace County to make sure that everybody in the city is a human being, not a ghost. Psst, psst. Li Yao's communication with the mental devil was merely conducted through the exchange of telepathic thoughts in the brain. In reality, only one moment had passed. The next second, he let out an ear-splitting roar before darting into the forests in a streak of brightness, pretending to be chasing after Mother White Lotus. But the moment he landed on the dense forests, he concealed his spiritual energy and took a large turn, heading back to East Peace County. The area between East Peace County and the South Hills was already a mess. The cultivators in the ancient times had rarely received any professional military training. Despite their formidable personal combat ability, they were essentially a bunch of super muscles of a gang. There was a huge gap between them and an organized, well-trained troop. The greatest problem was that, when they were chasing after the enemy, they mostly acted on their own, with barely any communication with each other. The chasers lacked effective leadership as much as the escapers did. It was purely their personal valor that was being measured. To some extent, it was an overstatement to describe the combat between cultivators as a war. It was essentially a street fight of a larger scale and a higher level. Everybody was shouting, slaying, and charging without caring about anything and without any purpose. They simply attacked any wandering ghost, skeleton, or zombie in sight. In such chaos, not a single human or ghost noticed Li Yao when he was sneaking. He even took off the green robe that he had been wearing and covered himself in a few battle robes on the battlefield that were riddled with holes and stained with blood. He then concealed his face with mud and blood. Eventually, he slightly adjusted his joints and muscles, making his physique subtly change before he swaggered into East Peace City. At that moment, the center of the battle had long drifted away from East Peace County. The only things related to the battle in the city were the wounded soldiers and dead bodies during the siege battle in the day. Many folks in the city had been organized to bury the bodies and treat the injured. They were walking in and out of the wide-open city gate nonstop. The defenses could not have been weaker. Li Yao narrowed his eyes and looked at the city wall. He did not find many cultivators who were guarding there. Even the ocean-suppressing ocean, which had been functioning at a high intensity for an entire day, had been paused, probably for urgent maintenance. However, despite the weak defense of East Peace County, there was indeed not a single shadow of a ghost anywhere. There was nothing suspicious on the vast ocean that had been illuminated by the bright moon, either. Confused and concerned, Li Yao entered East Peace County while pretending to be an injured soldier. At this moment, the majority of the cultivators and elite soldiers had marched out of the city to hunt the army of ghouls. So, the city was rather empty and quiet. Only the disaster victims and the heavily wounded cultivators were still walking on the street. Because the battle went rather smoothly, few of them were in panic. The general order in the city was maintained. Li Yao watched the heavily wounded cultivators receiving first aid. Many of them were carried into the headquarters of the 33 sects of East Peace County. Right now, the city was seriously short of hands, and the cultivators were mostly stained by smoke and blood after a day of fierce fighting. Many of them were even possessed by the evils, which caused their faces to be twisted. With all the fire burnt and the smoke, it was even less possible to distinguish their identity. Therefore, they had to be carried to the nearest sect for treatment. With the battle coming to this point, the cultivators showed a fundamental sense of unity after all. However, the scene made Li Yao more and more worried. Something unpredictable was almost surfacing in his heart. The cultivators are no fools. Before they went after the army of ghouls, they must have scanned the entire city with their telepathic thoughts. It is impossible that any ghost was left out. Also, they can totally ask the scouts to ride cranes or flying swords to watch over everything from the skies. Even if a large batch of ghosts intends to attack from the sea, they will still be discovered in advance, and the ocean-suppressing array will be activated again. This place is not too far away from the center of battle, where the main troops of the cultivators are fighting the army of ghouls after all. As soon as they notice the anomaly of East Peace County, even if most of the cultivators cannot return in time, the nascent soul-stage cultivators such as Qi Zhongdao, Yin Liren, Ba Xiaoyu, and Master Bitter Cicada certainly can. Therefore, there is absolutely no chance that the ghosts can cause any trouble. Not ghosts. What about humans? Li Yao was suddenly alarmed, with cold sweat popping up on his back. Ever since the febrile typhoon landed and natural disasters took place everywhere, the news was always that the White Lotus cult would take the opportunity to rally the army of ghouls and even attack East Peace County. The main purpose of the cultivators who reinforced the southeast was to execute Mother White Lotus too. Then, as a result, a lot of people, including Li Yao, were misled into thinking that their enemy consisted only of ghosts and that the living people could be allies or bystanders, but certainly not foes. However, was it really the case? Li Yao had always believed that the living people were 100 times more cunning and terrifying than ghosts. The evil cultivators who enslaved the ghosts for their own interests in the Star Glory Federation more than 100 years ago would be the first clue. Did the Black Devil cult, founded by the Roaring Tiger Hall in secret, not commit all kinds of crimes under the guise of the White Lotus cult, too? The living people of the many disaster victims here. Is it possible that some are ill-intended living people? However, it is still useless. Even if there is indeed such a squad of living people with ill intentions, there can't be too many of them, or they wouldn't have been able to sneak into East Peace County. But if their number is not large enough, it is impossible for them to control the whole of East Peace County quickly. The best they can do is raise some small-scale riots. Moreover, even if they do have East Peace County under control, so what? Cultivators are everywhere outside. There's no escape for them at all. They will be fish in a water tank after they seize East Peace County, and it will be impossible for them to resist the bombardment of dozens of nascent soul-stage cultivators for long. What's the point? Yes, it will be a shocking event if East Peace County is breached, which will be a brutal kick in the crotch to the teetering Great Qian dynasty. But the price will be the loss of 1 million ghost soldiers and an elite squad of living people, which can sneak into the cultivation sects without alarming anyone. The price seems too high. On the other hand, if there is indeed such a plot, it means that the planner of the plot believes that a certain item in East Peace County is even more precious than a whole army of ghouls and an elite tactical squad. While thinking, Li Yao glanced at the disaster victims nearby with his eyes as sharp as a hawk. Suddenly, he felt that a few disaster victims squatting next to a wall were odd. Although a lot of other disaster victims were also squatting next to the wall, shaking like the three of them, most of them slightly changed their posture every few seconds because their legs went numb when they squatted in a fixed posture for a long time. However, for the 3 special disaster victims, although their upper bodies were trembling hard, their lower half bodies did not move at all after a whole minute, as if they were the roots of a tree that had extended deep into the ground. There was no telling if it was his imagination, but Li Yao noticed the smell of iron and blood from them. It was the special air of elite soldiers who had received professional training before. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao strode toward the 3 disaster victims. The 3 disaster victims noticed him immediately. Their eyes suddenly turned sharp. Although their bodies did not move, Li Yao could feel that below the broadcloth that they used to cover their backs, their spines were constricting inch after inch and conserving the strength, like 3 bows that were slowly stretched. Li Yao smiled. He continued walking forward without any stop. The eyes collided in midair brutally. The 3 disaster victims were still hoping to continue pretending at first, but after sensing the obvious disdain in Li Yao's eyes, they knew that their identities had been seen through and further camouflage would be meaningless. Therefore, they were simply glaring at Li Yao without any disguise. Right then, boom, 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 boom. Everywhere in East Peace County, in the headquarters of more than 10 cultivation sects, deafening explosions broke out almost simultaneously. All the disaster victims that were sitting on the street were shocked to their feet. Li Yao saw that dozens of houses and pavilions were consumed by fierce flames and soared into the sky, blossoming into countless burning stars that smashed down overwhelmingly. The sound of fighting, explosions, and the collisions of weapons reached the loudest immediately after they began. The headquarters of more than 10 cultivation sects were under attack at the same time. Maybe the enemies had snuck in together with the disaster victims. Maybe the heavily wounded cultivators that had been delivered into the headquarters secretly cooperated with them. Heaven Battering King Qi Chongxing is here. Hand over your treasures and magical equipment. Those who surrender will be spared from death. Should there be any resistance, the entire East Peace County will drown in blood. From every burning corner of East Peace County, wild and disobedient roars were echoing. It turned out to be the Heaven Battering Army, another rebellion force as famous as the White Lotus cult that had always been active in the Northwest before. Had the two ferocious rebellion forces that were almost turning the Great Qian dynasty upside down finally joined hands? Liao had no time to think anymore. The three soldiers of the Heaven Batter Army, who pretended to be disaster victims, had already jumped up to different angles after a weird movement. Dozens of starry weapons darted from them toward Li Yao's critical parts all over his body at the same time. His immense spiritual energy immediately leaking out of the pores and rippled in front of him in thick waves, freezing all the weapons half a foot before his face. The fish thorn bone-piercing stings from Flying Spirit Island? The weapons in front of his eyes appeared to be tiny sea urchins or thistles, but they were in fact made of the sharpest bone spurts of the deep-sea demon beasts and contained dozens of natural poisons. Emitting colorful, enticing colors and intoxicating smells, they were weapons unique to Flying Spirit Island. When Li Yao was at the Purple Pole Sword sect, he had familiarized himself with the famous magical equipment in the major sects in the world. Naturally, he knew a thing or two about such a weapon. Flying Spirit Island is located in the East Ocean. How did their unique weapons fall into the hands of the Heaven Battering Army in the Northwest? Besides, the main force of the Heaven Battering Army was just crushed by the Cultivators and the court at the end of last year. How did you train so many elites, sneak across so many states and counties from the Northwest to the Southeast, and cause trouble here? Who are you exactly? Speak now. Li Yao glanced at the three of them casually. His left hand behind his back, he opened his right hand easily and snatched the air. The three mysterious enemies, after seeing that the dozens of fish thorn bone-piercing stings were fixed in midair by the target without any trouble, and realizing that they could not move the weapons at all however hard they exerted their telepathic thoughts, naturally knew that they had run into a tough opponent. Li Yao's casual glance at them made their heads dizzy and their blood freeze. Look at each other. The three of them roared and leapt backwards simultaneously, fleeing in three different directions. Li Yao did not move at all. He extended his hand and pulled it backward heavily. Then, three invisible claws seemed to appear in the air. They snatched the three enemies' necks and dragged them back brutally. Crack, 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 crack. The three of them were cramping, their heads raised high and their cervical vertebra exploding. There was nothing on their necks, but dents and bruises had appeared. They had been strangled by Li Yao with the invisible hands of spiritual energy. Under the surging spiritual energy, the three of them were unable to maintain their hunched backs anymore. After a series of cracks, their bones and muscles bulged crazily, turning the three of them into tall, muscular men. They did not look like the feeble disaster victims at all now. However, no matter how hard the three muscular men exerted their strength and summoned their spiritual energy, they were still clenched by Li Yao's fists like three dead fish. The ear-splitting explosions, the fiercely burning flames, and the weird scene on the street cast all the disaster victims nearby into disarray. They covered their heads with their hands and ran away. You are definitely not with the Heaven Battering Army. Narrowing his eyes, Li Yao coldly demanded with absolute authority. Who are you exactly? How did you get in touch with the army of ghouls? Speak now. The three muscular men's faces were pale, and their bodies were cramping, but they gritted their teeth and said nothing. Nobody is talking? You are truly good soldiers. Then, let's see if your bones are as tough as your tongue. Li Yao's voice was gradually mixed with brutality. It sounded so cold that it was like a gale from the depths of hell. Well, you have choked their throat. The mental devil was kind enough to remind him of that small detail. Li Yao sniffed and threw one of the muscular men onto the ground heavily. He curled his fingers, and four fish thorn-bone-piercing stings immediately rushed at him and darted into his elbows and knees, shattering all the joints. The muscular man vomited blood. Then, he immediately began to scream desperately and jerked like a half-cooked shrimp. Another 3 fish thorn-bone-piercing stings were hovering around him maliciously under the attraction of Li Yao's spiritual energy. You have 2 companions here. If you are unwilling to talk, I can always go and ask them. Li Yao sneered. I'll talk. I'll talk. The muscular man was weeping because of the excruciating pain. His voice was twisted and high-pitched as he replied, We are indeed not with the heaven-battering army. We are the disciples of Flying Spirit Island, the Grand Mystery Sect, the Purple Pole Sword Sect, Flying Spirit Island, and the other major sects have joined hands to maraud the headquarters of the 33 sects, while most of the cultivators in East Peace County are hunting the army of ghouls, and the city is not guarded. As if to prove what he said, some of the cultivators were screaming far away in East Peace County. Grand Mystery Sect, Purple Pole Sword Sect, Flying Spirit Island, Thunderstorm Valley, Monster Taming Pavilion, Gold Armor Clan. All you cultivators from the Central Plateaus will die the most miserable death. It was a desperate curse from the cultivators of East Peace County before their death. They were no fools. It was impossible for the heaven-battering army to have been rebuilt to such a degree and to sneak across the entire Great Qian dynasty to East Peace County without alarming anyone when it had been crushed not long ago, and heaven-battering King Qi Changsheng was allegedly the only one who escaped. They all thought that the 6 major sects were looting them insanely under the disguise of the heaven-battering army, just like the Black Devil cult slaughtered and plundered under the name of the White Lotus cult. However, Li Yao did not believe any of that. Is there anybody who uses the typical magical equipment of their sect when they are doing illegal business? Were you scared that other people would not figure out that you are not from the heaven-battering army? Besides, there is a certain air of killing and obedience in you, which can only be raised in a formal army. Neither the peasant rebellion such as the heaven-battering army, nor the noble sects such as the Grand Mystery Sect and the Purple Pole Sword Sect are capable of bringing up such soldiers. You are cultivators from the military. There are only 2 forces in the entire world that boast such a powerful army. You are either from the Imperial Guards of the Great Qian dynasty or the Ghost Qin. Li Yao's fingers were flipping, and the 3 fish thorn-bone-piercing stings were rotating faster and faster and closer to the captive's face. He demanded, Speak now. Do you work for Emperor Phoenix or Han Bailing? The faces of the 3 muscular men blanched. Then, determination suddenly beamed out of their eyes. When Li Yao realized that it was not good, they had already put on a mysterious smile, and their cheeks turned pale. Their pupils and their whites blended into a greenish mess. The 3 muscular men were as dead as anyone could ever be. Even their souls had no more ripples. Li Yao could find absolutely no information of use. What a thorough drug for suicide, and what a weird way to kill themselves. Li Yao looked awful as he secretly cursed in his heart. Of course, he knew that the guys who were assigned to such a secret mission would be the most resolute soldiers. Therefore, after he captured them, he had leaked his spiritual energy to every part of their body, ensuring that their every joint and muscle was absolutely under his control. Then how did they die? Li Yao opened the mouth of one of the muscular men and observed the lining of his mouth carefully. There should have been a molar on the left side of his mouth, but it had been replaced by an artificial jade tooth. A tiny hole had been cut in the tooth. If one did not observe carefully, the artificial tooth could easily pass for a real tooth because they were almost identical. Li Yao extended a thread of spiritual energy into the artificial tooth through the hole and sensed the residue of the poison as he expected. The triggering method of the poison was even more blood-freezing. The approaches of suicide for most soldiers had to be triggered, which meant that when the time that they had to sacrifice themselves came, they would crush the poison container with a certain special movement, say, biting hard or pushing their tongue, and swallow the poison, thereby terminating their life. The shortcoming of such approaches was that they would not be able to activate the poison containers when their bones and muscles were controlled by an expert such as Li Yao. The poison container inside the artificial tooth, in comparison, adopted an anti-trigger design. The soldiers would have to press their artificial tooth with the tongue after special training to ensure that the poison container was not activated. As long as they were sloppy, and the pressure between the tip of the tongue and the artificial tooth had a slight change, the poison container would release the poison automatically. No additional movements were required at all. As far as Li Yao knew, such a cruel and unpredictable suicidal approach was the favorite of one of the forces in the ancient sage's sector. Ghost character, led by the eunuch Wang Shi, which was claimed to be the most powerful espionage and assassination group in the ancient sage's sector. It's Wang Shi, the damn eunuch who has been hiding for an entire year, finally can't contain himself any longer and is stirring up trouble again? Li Yao thought quickly and examined the faces of the three dead persons carefully. He felt that their bones seemed to have been weirdly modified in order to cover something. Their zygoma should have been higher, and they should be typical northerners. And here, their ears. Li Yao rubbed the ear of a dead person and removed some mud the color of flesh. A few tiny holes immediately appeared on the ear of the dead soldier. He did the same to the other two victims. As he expected, the ears of the three dead soldiers were all full of holes, suggesting that they used to wear earrings a lot. The cultivators in the Central Plateaus did not have such a custom. No men would ever wear earrings. Only the middle-aged men of Ghost Chin from the dark cloud prairies had the habit of wearing gold, clanging earrings. The higher their position was, the larger their earrings would be. The women, in contrast, were only allowed to wear inconspicuous pendants. The three dead persons were from Ghost Chin. No wonder they had the intense air of the military men. Ghost Chin did not have any cultivation sections. All the cultivators were soldiers in the first place. A bunch of cultivators from Ghost Chin, with the suicidal magical equipment that belongs to Wang Shi's ghost character, pretending to be disciples of the six major sects in disguise as the heaven-battering army and working together with Mother White Lotus. What are they up to exactly? The suicidal approaches of the soldiers were tough enough to suggest that no useful information could be found on their bodies. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao released Neltharion and observed the whole of East Peace County from above. Despite the serial explosions, few locations in the city had actually been affected. Even the headquarters of the cultivation sects that had been attacked fell quiet again after a quick battle. There was not a large-scale confrontation in the city towers or the city gate, which were still under the control of the cultivators of East Peace County. Because the city gate was of paramount importance and could not be lost, the cultivators guarding the city gate did not dare act recklessly and could only hold their position even though they knew that riots were taking place in the city. It further proved Li Yao's speculation in a different way. The cultivators that seemingly belonged to Ghost Chin were a squad of elites whose purpose was certainly not to conquer East Peace County. Otherwise, they would have to control the city gate and the control pivot of the ocean suppressing array before the main force returned as reinforcements. Then, what exactly was their goal? While Li Yao was thinking quickly, intense smoke suddenly soared from dozens of locations in the city at the same time. The black smoke raged like a fog and soon covered all the streets and alleys, enshrouding the entire city in absolute darkness. Li Yao vaguely felt that almost 100 streams of spiritual energy dashed out from every direction and fled to the east side of the city. East Peace County was a port. To the east of it was the boundless ocean. The serial explosions taking place in the city had been noticed by the cultivators who were chasing the army of ghouls. The shocked cultivators, especially the local ones of East Peace County, all retreated, cramming the road to the city on the land. Li Yao thought of something, like an unpredictable breeze. He flowed toward the headquarters of one of the cultivation sects that had been attacked. A few mysterious enemies who were suspected to be the Ghost Chin cultivators seemed to have accomplished their mission. They were silently evacuating in order. Li Yao suddenly jumped out of the black fog like a viper lurking in a crevice. His spiritual energy was condensed into 4 whips slapping the 4 mysterious enemies. Greatly shocked, the 4 of them shrieked and launched all their weapons at Li Yao. Li Yao grunted and vanished into the black fog, pretending that he had been heavily wounded by them. But in fact, during the attack, he had pinned 2 thin metal chips beneath the boots of 2 enemies without alarming anyone. The 2 metal chips had been baptized by his blood time and time again and attached with part of his telepathic thoughts. They were essentially 2 relatively primitive GPS devices. Li Yao blinked in the darkness. After the lackluster redness flashed twice in his eyes, he immediately sensed that 2 scarlet spots were moving forward toward the ocean quickly. Keeping a certain distance from the rapidly evacuating enemies, he rushed to the port of East Peace County. 2. The city wall of East Peace County facing the ocean was not very high, and it was not guarded by many cultivators. Li Yao sensed that at least 100 mysterious enemies had jumped into the ocean and vanished. Taking off the ragged clothes on his body, he slid into the ocean without a sound like a boneless fish. This place was still the continental shelf. The water was not deep. The mysterious enemies were simply walking on the seabed like a bunch of creepy zombies. Li Yao intentionally kept his distance from them and covered his traces with the seaweed and coral. He only followed them with Neltharion. The number of the mysterious enemies was huge, and there were the 2 localization chips. So, he was not afraid that he might lose them. However, something was indeed bothering Li Yao. There was obviously no sign of any ship on the ocean. Were they planning to walk on the bottom of the ocean for a day and a night against the pressure of the undercurrents while holding their breath? Such a mission was too arduous even for the cultivators. After the 100 mysterious enemies walked on the seabed for about 10 minutes, something suddenly showed up in the seabed up ahead. It was a shipwreck. Yes, a shipwreck that must have sunk hundreds of years ago and had been seriously corroded, full of weeds, coral, and barnacles. No one would be surprised if 100 zombies suddenly jumped out of it. The mysterious enemies crawled into the shipwreck through the broken hull. On the gloomy, terrifying ocean floor, the mysterious freaks were walking toward a gray, broken shipwreck that was packed with seaweed and shells. The combination was indeed a scene of horror. Even Li Yao could not help but click his tongue, wondering if those guys were not humans but a certain kind of advanced zombies that could breathe and pump blood. Wait, the mental devil said. Theoretically speaking, if a zombie has breath, a heartbeat, and blood circulation, we will normally call it a living person. Right then, the creepy undersea shipwreck suddenly went through weird changes. Ivory rays of light gradually flowed out of its body. Stimulated by the light, the seaweed and barnacles attached to the shell of the ship wriggled slowly and spurted out tremendous natural gel, sealing the damage on the shell without leaving any gaps. Li Yao sensed that a lot of water was being pressed out from the bottom of the shipwreck. The water inside the shipwreck must have been pumped away. As a result, the previous shipwreck that was riddled with holes turned into some sort of undersea vehicle like the submarine in modern cultivation civilizations. Are you kidding me? This is too sophisticated. Li Yao was more and more curious about the force or the individual who had built the shipwreck and directed the whole scheme. After pumping away most of the water in the cabins through the thousands of barnacles attached to the shell, the shipwreck moved up after shivering for a moment and snuck into the depths of the ocean. Naturally, Li Yao followed it like a haunting ghost with the stealth techniques that he was best at. He planned to maneuver Neltharion to sneak into the shipwreck many times. However, the seemingly dilapidated shipwreck had been produced for the purpose of deep-sea voyage. There was not the tiniest hole that he could make use of on the surface. Li Yao did not dare dig through the shell of the shipwreck through the drill of mystic rays, fearing that the change of pressure would expose his presence. Therefore, he could only grope for the shipwreck structure and command Neltharion to stick near the location that appeared to be the command center. Shwa! The front end of Neltharion was opened, and a tool that looked like a trumpet was extended out and stuck to the shell of the shipwreck softly. Neltharion was a training model for Sparkle, a multipurpose exploration starship. The trumpet-like magical equipment was a device designed to investigate complicated underground structures. The basic mechanism of the device was to analyze the feedback after sending a wave of a certain frequency into the environment. That way, the basic situation of the environment would be revealed. However, after minor adjustments, it could also receive feeble sound waves from the outside world, which essentially made it a highly sensitive detectaphone. Sha, 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 sha. A lot of raucous noises flooded into Li Yao's brain. He felt that he was caught in an abrupt storm. Holding his breath, Li Yao activated his computational ability to the maximum as he performed high-intensity filtering, analysis, and restoration inside his brain. It was not until almost an hour later that he finally managed to retrieve some intermittent voices from the noises. "We have made it," This is what we are looking for. What he heard first was a comforting female voice that was full of surprise, who said, I didn't know that the core we went through all the trouble to find was actually in the hands of the Cloud Ocean sect. The Cloud Ocean sect was ignorant enough to not recognize its value at all and simply used it as a random part of the defense array. What a great waste of the treasure. The pleasant female voice, which sounded like a spring ring, suddenly changed the topic. Everybody, we owe the success and smoothness of our operation to our teamwork and devotion. Had it not been Mother White Lotus, who misled everybody into thinking that she was going to attack East Peace County, it wouldn't have been impossible for our people to sneak into the city among the unaffiliated cultivators and the disaster victims who were allowed into East Peace County in their panic. Later, Mother White Lotus also paid great sacrifices to distract the enemy's main force so that we could attack the enemy's weakness and launch a critical strike. Of course, without the valiance of the warriors from Cloud Sheen and the elites under the command of the Heaven Battering King, it would have been impossible for us to discover the item that Lord Wong wants. Right now, the core has already fallen into our hands. As long as we continue cooperating without any reserve as we did today, this world will certainly become ours. The comforting voice sounded like a soft, gentle breeze in summer. However, when it poured into Li Yao's ears, he felt that cold water was flushing through his ears, into his brain, and running down all the way through his spine. Even his bottom was almost frozen. Li Yao had thought that Mother White Lotus had cooperated with Ghost Sheen and looted East Peace County, only disguised as the Heaven Battering Army. It had never occurred to him that, according to the pleasant female voice, the Heaven Battering Army seemed to be truly part of the whole scheme. It was indeed a thoughtful arrangement. They had pretended to the disciples of the 6 major sects first, and then pretended to be the soldiers of the Heaven Battering Army as the disciples of the 6 major sections. In such a case, even if some people saw through the 2 camouflages, few of them would link them to the Heaven Battering Army again due to regular thinking patterns. However, part of them were actually soldiers of the Heavenly Battering Army who pretended to the disciples of the 6 major sects who pretended to be the soldiers of the Heaven Battering Army. Nobody would figure out their real identity at all. Moreover, who was the Lord Wong? When Li Yao recalled the uncanny death of the few soldiers of Ghost Sheen, the answer was obvious. Lord Wong could only be the lead eunuch Wang Shi, the most powerful person in the past, and a rat that everybody had stomped on today. Led eunuch Wang Shi, Heaven Battering King Qi Chongsheng, Mother White Lotus Wan Mingzhu, and Regent of Ghost Sheen Han Bailing. The 4 rapscallions that intimidated the entire Ancient Sages sector had joined hands.